I feel just the fact that we have Heroic inside the building in itself is a massive result and a massive start for this lineup. However, there is something going around, you know, right now with the Heroic camp. They bought Nilo out of a seemingly very expensive contract, and he's currently not part of the starting five.
We don't have the kick stream yet.
Whether it's personal issues or whether it's something
but, you know, maybe that will happen in the future. I'm not gonna lie.
He was supposed to be part of the starting lineup within Heroic. A great talent. He's been around for a long time. NIP Academy, you name it. Always been a great player. However, that's not the case right now. And then you have this whole Madden situation coming in as a stand-in. That's a pretty significant stand-in to have instead of Tania.
I wanted to record some more content earlier, but I got locked down in doing weird meetings.
So well during the online stages.
I'll do that after today.
Which means he's not here. So I have a lot of questions for you, and I don't have a lot of answers, and that's my issue.
You got any answers?
But so far, I feel like the new video has been fairly well received.
That they're likely going to get bodied today. Okay, and that's the unfortunate truth about this. But what Heroic did with their Blast Bounty performance thus far is that by taking down 3D Max, by taking down Liquid, they put themselves on the map. They showed everybody that they mean business, and once they actually sort out whatever roster constellation that they're putting together for the season, they are a team that everybody needs to worry about, because with Saw behind them, with the fact that they have a core that was actually doing very well online with Sangol, they have shown that they can take quite a few scouts at this point. It's just that it's an unfortunate situation for them today, given all of this.
I like Madden as a player. Is it going to be?
It's a bit of a kerfuffle, isn't it?
You know,
25k
different.
bounty
Yes,
on the head,
obviously,
25k in
it's
their
been a bit
bank
of a.
at the moment.
But I mean, the Heroic situation is a mess to begin with, so
I gotta say one thing. We got
it's already a mess. It was already a mess from the start. You know, what can you do?
Unfortunately, regardless of how well he plays, in the end, I don't think it will even matter.
Meetings don't only happen for the sake of meetings.
So
Business meetings to try and figure out some partnerships to improve my financial situation, which is, you know, you've got to do it, right? You've got to have those meetings. We'll see what happens. Not 100% sure where that's going. A lot of interesting offers. Actually, I find personally it's very hard to navigate that situation because, like, there are obviously ways, if you're in my position, to make a lot of money super quickly by signing up to, you know, the right sort of gambling sites or whatever. Somebody mentioned Kick. And that's a pretty rough way to go. So I'm trying to find other partnerships that I, you know, are a little bit more interesting. So we'll see how it goes. One day at a time and all that, you know?
I hope he can elevate Son Payas to a new level that we haven't quite seen ever.
Blast stream's a bit loud.
And one thing about Madden really quickly here is just that he's worked with Saw before. He knows that if he's going to follow a game plan...
There we go. Sometimes if I turn the computer volume down over here, I don't hear what you guys are hearing, and then as a result, it's hard for me to judge the volume, so... Rookie mistake, as they say.
Now, I will say, Tania Online played great Counter-Strike. We've seen him trend upwards as well. He's a great talent, but imagine being a young player who just recently transitioned into Tier 1 Counter-Strike. You're left out, you can't go into the LAN environment. That sucks, obviously, for visa issues.
Only flams, Jesus Christ.
What happens if Madden's
See a short content, yeah, also some short content and also some longer content, kind of what I want to make, like a little bit of both, to be honest. So I have ideas, but they need to be executed, you know, in a fashion.
Because we saw online what they could do, but fact of the matter is, it's a case, and it sucks for Heroic, and it sucks for Tania.
You mentioned Saw as a coach, but I think he hopes to bring a lack of pressure for some players, right? I think there's something that's key about him being in this team and just enjoying himself.
Peter said it, you know. He's a player that plays significantly
What's up,
better
Skillers? How are you?
He's a bit of a mood player, just like Peter as well.
How are you?
That we had in the studio last week, and I think that's
that's right. Spirit don't have Hallie either. Who are they playing with?
Make him enjoy playing Counter-Strike again, because we have seen what he could do in NS, where he was arguably one of the best.
Oh, Chopper.
One thing that's great
that
has under his
so wait, are they just don't have anyone behind them? Is that the problem?
The transition from him to Movistar,
I guess the HLTV doesn't show you anything other than the lineup.
On the roster, how he wanted to integrate himself on the T side. It didn't look too pretty, but now he knows what it's like to play with a bunch of guys that speak
what's
English
up?
from different regions.
Chopper should be able to handle the squad. I think so. I think so. I agree. It is agreed.
To give him a better atmosphere, better environment, and one that he already has the reps and has proven that he can thrive in.
Well, gentlemen, speaking of playing, I think it's time to find out what we are going to be playing.
Heroic being such a mess also helps. Yes. Lepsilon, that is a fucked up name, but I kind of like it. That almost gave me epilepsy from saying it. But good job nonetheless. Welcome to the stream, by the way. First time message. Good to see you.
And then for Heroic, Pimp, I've liked them on Ancient. I
What's
like
up,
them a
Sneaky?
bit on Anubis as well, so I would expect it to go to one of those, but yeah, okay, they go for the Anubis. They took Liquid down on this one.
Yeah, that
We
makes sense,
back.
you know, a bit of a comfort pick for Heroic. People at home may think, why not Train? But we've seen Spirit play Train already, and as an underdog,
It is
that could
cool.
be an interesting pick, but it doesn't make
It's
sense
very
against
cool,
Team
Lassie,
Spirit,
you're right.
who look great on that map. Nuke,
Wow.
a map we know Spirit can play, but not necessarily the most picked map in the pool.
Wow, yeah, I feel like actually coming into this new season, Spirit are showing that they actually want to make Nuke their first pick. They did that actually against another team in the group stage here, and Decider actually looks like it's okay. Well, they're taking Ancient out, and we got Train.
Donk in yard.
That is interesting to me. That's a comfort pick. for
Train,
Spirit.
let's
Yeah.
go. Let's fucking go.
Decent, I believe that was against Fnatic, maybe.
I'm actually Raze. What's up? First time message. Welcome. I'm actually so scared of them playing Train now because I'm so worried they're gonna do the things that I didn't record yet, and then I'm gonna feel like a super loser if they do them like and I didn't record them today because I was too busy. You know what I mean?
Predicting for our 2 series today. Let's bring them up and see if anybody has gone with the bounty hunters. No.
They saw the stream, surely. I doubt it,
Maui,
but
you weren't even slightly tempted to go for the underdog. You were the one saying respect underdog.
My God, I mean, maybe
Respect
in the second
underdog.
match I would have done something crazy if Boomich was in the house, but unfortunately, his absence leads to me just following the trend of everybody else.
Boom we saw online, I would have been tempted to pick against C2, but apart from that, not really.
Well, yes, it is time to be diving into our game, but not before we head things to a quick break. When we're back, bounty hunting is going to be beginning for Heroic, but this is going to be a tough hill to climb. They're going to be taking on Spirit.
Raze, how are you doing? Haven't watched your CS, haven't watched yours one time, but really like your casting. Will you be streaming both games? I will be streaming them. I don't know if I'll be casting them because I have like a bit of a cold, and I'm a little bit worried that I'm going to fuck up my voice if I go too hard. So I think probably today we'll be doing more of like a co-stream where we're just chilling and talking and enjoying. I mean, we've got fucking amazing casters, you know, in the studio, so we're going to be taken care of nonetheless. But I'll be here asking questions, drinking tea. I'll try to see if I can get Neo or Vince or both back on if they're around. So yeah, you know, that's kind of the vibe right now. But I'm casting still a lot of Counter-Strike. We'll be casting more Counter-Strike in the future. Lol. Satslon, what's up? How are you? Good to see you. First time message. Oh, he's watching without audio. So I can't. So me saying that doesn't really help. Good job, Anders. I didn't know it said that. Watching without audio. How interesting. What's this? At this point, all top teams are paying an extra intern to watch and the stream. Yeah, paid interns in esports. That is funny. That's a funny comment, actually. Unintentionally funny. No, I just need to put out more videos. I just need to be more productive, and I will be. But again, like, my family are still recovering from the marathon flu that's been happening. So everything, my house is in massive disorder right now, and I have 100 million meetings and business things and other things that I have to take care of. And we've been streaming a lot, and it's actually, I actually feel great about it. Like, it's actually been really cool to be spending the time, but at the same time, I need more time. That's the problem. But isn't it always the problem? $500 ships is insane, so I hope they go. I hope they go. Right, thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. It means a lot to me to sounds exhausting running this family. Which family we're talking about? Like, oh, it's the fucking emote. Mullet mania. Yes! It is. It's hard work, but being a cult leader, you know, that's what it takes, right? It's only like in the beginning of the cult, it's a lot of work for the leader. Later on, all the members will do all the work, and the leader will just become rich and increasingly more and more egocentric and, you know, and erratic until the FBI gets involved and stuff like that. So that's all. If you want to join now, like, we're not even at the FBI stage yet. That's coming later. That's planned out maybe next year or something like that. So. Right now, it's a lot of work, you know. Later on, it'll be exciting. You do need some catchphrases. Yeah, that is true.
For every team. I don't care, to be honest, about our own team, that we are the most wanted team.
We have been in these shoes of underdogs. You can't underestimate your opponent.
Are you kidding? You all want a piece of this action? You know who this is, right?
Oh,
you know who this is! You signed up for this!
Taking down a top team, it would be really nice.
It's a new season, and nobody can predict what we are doing.
When you are the underdog, you don't feel like a big pressure.
They get them in control, but smoke blowing open to near. Hello? That's how you leave an impression.
Damn, let's get Vince.
This is where things get very exciting. We've got Spirit going up against Heroic, but this is where the Blast Bounty format comes in to be just a little bit spicier, as the teams have a chance to put their money where their mouth is if they're
See if we can get him on the phone.
get the job done. I'm going to start with you because Zontic, Spirit have had some pretty easy games. You've gained a bit of extra money in there, but you now have a chance.
Let's listen to this, guys, all right?
That you fully believe you're going to win and offer some more money up on this game. So what do you say?
We put all in.
All in. Okay, so an extra 7,500 out there. I expect
all
that from
in.
a team like Spirit. LNZ, for you, you've got the money to play with. Are you going to match them? Are you going to go in for this?
Nah, let them bet their money.
Okay, so nothing's happening this time around. I kind of expected it. It's a good amount of money you've already managed to hold on there. No front for us this time. You sure you can't push? Look, they're trying to tell you to do it.
Yeah, let them bet their money.
Okay, it's not going to happen this time around.
God damn, okay.
No challenge will be here.
What's up, Vince?
Hey, can you hear me?
I can, in fact, hear you. So can the stream, just so you know, we are streaming. Don't say anything. I know you normally like to drop really edgy shit, but don't do it.
Yeah, I'll do my best.
You're known for it in the industry.
Yeah, of course.
How have you been, man? Everything okay?
Struggling, bro, with this illness. I can't get over it, it seems. It's annoying the hell out of me. How about you?
I feel like luckily I'm mostly dodging it. My family has been going through it, so I share your pain, you know, but a little bit. It's insane, like, isn't it? Like, why wouldn't you rather be like super sick for a week and then it's done? But this like marathon, month and a half long thing, it's like, why?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yes, White Cassada's back. That's sick. Yeah, I feel you, man. It's pretty tough. Wait, are you also streaming?
Yes, I just turned it on. I was a bit late today.
Fine. Okay, let's do the co-streaming thing. People seem to like that, you know. More importantly, I think Twitch likes it, if I'm being honest, so.
Yeah. It's a cool feature.
Yeah. Yeah, my feeling is that they try to promote people who do it, basically, so. I believe I've sent you an invite.
I think I accepted it.
Let's go.
Making his way into this roster, and Spirit, they are looking locked in and ready to go. Safe to say, this feels like the most
share chat. Start sharing chat. Oh, there we go. I did it, I think.
Nice. Yeah, I see it's on now as well.
Fantastic.
Cool.
Well, would you believe it, Vince? Heroic have become more of a mess since last we were checking in with them. How's it possible? Now they've got Madden playing instead.
Yeah, instead of Tina, right? I think.
Yeah. It was supposed to be in Nilo, right? But I don't know what was happening there either. So like nobody seemed. Just for the record, I like Madden a lot. I think he came out of that Falcons project looking, in my mind, the best. Like I actually like Madden more than when he entered the project.
Yeah, I think he's a solid player. He's also like one of the. I think he's naturally aggressive, which very few players are when you get to this level because of fear of being labeled trash or whatever.
Yeah.
So that's always a nice little positive. But obviously, in terms of consistency and like, the fact that they got through the playoffs and not the playoffs, sorry, the opening stage, like it is a bit odd that they've now just made this change. Have they said why, or is it the classic like, we just reasons?
Yeah, I think it was just for the lols, wasn't it? Like, I don't know, like, it seemed to me like they never really wanted to keep Tania, so I guess, who knows what, like, it seemed like he was just always like a sort of a stand-in that they just have to play with right now, and then, I mean, Madden makes sense for points, right? For URS points, but Yeah, I don't even know what's happening with the Nilo situation either. Like, I haven't really kept up with it. And then obviously we've got the whole Mouse, Spinks, and Suhei situation. You got any strong feelings about this?
I think it's a big mistake from Mouse. I've got to be honest. Like, I don't know all of the ins and outs. I don't know, you know, if it was a case of Shui's like, let me out.
It's got to
be gone.
It's got to be.
Yeah, right. I can't imagine that Mouse are like, yeah, we'll let one of the best IGLs who's super young.
Yeah, literally.
We've also had like this idea of having this like what's what I'm looking for here, like this kind of style of play, and everyone's invested in it and everyone believes in it. Jimmy signs a contract extension and then Shui's like, yeah, bye lol. Like, what the fuck is that? Like, what like, and Brolan IGL now? Seriously?
I know. Yeah, Justice needs rebuilding his reputation. Like, listen, I'm so fucking ready to be impressed by Brolan even more, because I already think he's had like one of the best career recoveries for a long time. But man, we all know what IGLing does to a motherfucker, right? Like, it's not.
Yep.
It's not a fun time.
He just doesn't strike me as an IGL either. I've got to be honest. Like, it's a really weird decision. Like, I get getting Spinks in. It's not like Shui was a shit fragger, by the way. Like, he
wasn't.
He had games where he was popping off and he was actually up there as one of the best players in a very talented team. So I have to assume it's him that just wants to peace out. The thing that confuses me is he's had interviews and everything, and like obviously again the contract extension from Jimmy. I don't like. I hope eventually we find out what happened, because it feels really weird that he just suddenly decides I can't be asked to be here. What did he say? We've had like conflicting ideas or something like that on where to go next.
That's just PR talk, right? Like,
yeah, exactly.
Like that. It's like on all sides. Nobody wants to say, like, Suhei would never want to come out and say this other team offered me the bag and I wanted to take it, because that feels. I mean, listen, I'd respect it if you did it, because who gives a fuck? But you're never going to be saying that, right? You're always going to come up. They're always going to say something else. And if you're a Mouse, you're never going to say, we didn't have the money to hold on to like this really prized player, so we had to let him go, right? Like, you're always gonna say, well, we had differences of opinion, blah, blah, you know, like what? Like, I don't even blame them. What are they supposed to do? They're trying to run a company, you know, like.
Yeah.
So you have to find a way to make it sound better, and that's fair, you know.
Lol's talent thinks that Carrigan goes to coach and Shui becomes IGL. I don't know, man. I feel like
goddamn.
I feel like you give Carrigan the chance to leave on his own.
Is he even going to phase? Or who knows if he's going to?
Yeah, it's not even guaranteed. Could be G2.
G2, like, I feel like is also pretty likely.
I wouldn't hate the idea of him going to Liquid. The problem is, like, obviously someone would need to change because they'll keep twists. But
yeah,
you know, we were discussing how the twist IGLing isn't really blowing our socks off at all. So that could be huge. But
that's actually that's an insane shout. Actually, that could be. Yeah. I would actually be kind of excited for that.
Yeah, like JKS out, Shui in, twists back to fragging. Let's go. Liquid is suddenly a very interesting team.
Yeah, it'd be impossible not to say that was would be a really strong change. So, oh, okay, my man's got Molotovs. That's actually really cool. That's exactly the kind of flashbang that we tried to throw the other day, but we just couldn't get it deep enough. LOL.
In the mid-round when they lose a man, and so Heroic, a similar vein here as they come sending in through the temple. It's into Shiro and his Julies. He can't stop them.
Damn. Sorry, Master Anders. I have to put my family activities on hold, cult activities on hold. I have to work. I beg for your forgiveness. Well, JC pinking. This one time, we can allow it. But let it be the last time you miss the stream. So you can tell, Vince, we're building a reasonable relationship with our viewers over here.
That is next level. Apologizing because they can't watch the stream. I'll let you off this time.
Yeah. It's gonna be. It's only the first month, Vince. It's gonna get worse from here on out. Have you seen those like nylon face masks that people are wearing that make them look like real people if they had like a hoodie on?
I think I have seen something like that. Yeah. Really realistic.
We're gonna be making those with my face, and it'll just be like it'd be like the V for Vendetta moment, you know, people showing up, 100 million Anders. Melossi is saying you talk too much. Right, I'm literally a professional yapper. Like, what do you mean? Like, this is my job to talk a lot.
kind of the point of co-streaming, right?
Yeah, and casting. It was all the same thing, right? But I'll try and talk less, just for you.
Nice realization for Heroic. It gets him a plant, which allows for a buy. The Spirit, of course, start things off on the right foot.
What's going on with Chopper's nose? Is that like one of those things that opens up your passageways a little bit more on your nose, lets you breathe easier, or is he... I didn't see, like, properly if he got an injury or something.
No, it is, yeah.
Oh, it's a breathing thing, okay.
Well, allegedly, right? In my opinion, it's, for most people, it's probably not a real thing. I could see, like, some people where, like, they have a very specific situation, it could make sense, but I think for most people, it's probably just influencer advice bro hype. In my opinion. I could be wrong.
Well, he's dead now anyway, so get wrecked.
Yeah, nose tape didn't help at all, did it? I kind of low-key want Heroic to win. It's just going to be so ridiculous if they just, like, they show up with a new roster every week. Nobody knows what the fuck is going on, but they're still playing all right. It
would be next level. I mean, I do have a lot of faith in Spirit. I'm still unsure about them keeping Magics and not switching. Like, where do you come down on that, by the way? Because a lot of people are calling for him to get replaced, and they win the major, obviously, and so it's a little bit weird. Do you still think he deserves to be in the team, or should they have gone somewhere else?
Wait, sorry, who?
Magics and Spirit.
I don't know. I feel like I have certain moments where I'm like, ooh, Magic's is making some solid choices, but I feel like he becomes more of an invisible player because of the people he's surrounded with, you know what I mean? Like, he was never going to be the star player, but the problem is, like, if you are playing next to, like, Donk and Suntix and Shiro, it's like, how are you going to be... Like, how are you going to make an impression on people? Like, most of the rounds, there just aren't enough kills to go around. By the way, Cheeks! It is a cult, you're right. And there's Discord, sometimes referred to as the cult cord, which I must warn you, I had control of that place for about a week. And now it's kind of doing its own thing. But join if you want. It'll be interesting. God bless. Yeah, I don't know, like, I don't think if you put Magix in another team, he's gonna be suddenly the star player. But, you know, if you put him in, like, some up-and-coming Tier 2 CIS team, like, he could easily be, like, we might all be saying, holy shit, like, he's actually getting way more kills than we expected, kind of thing, you know? I just don't think it's his role in this team, so I kind of respect that in a way, like, who's he supposed to be out-fragging in this? I can't even, like, Chopper, maybe?
Yeah, no, I think that's fair. Like, you should have enough firepower across the rest of the team to supplement if he has bad games. I think it's some of his decision-making that people were a bit unsure on. Some weird pushes and some bad holds and things like that. But, I mean, every player is capable of doing that shit anyway.
Yeah, true. But, yeah, I mean, like, it's... I don't know, I have a lot of respect for players who you can just kind of send to do any bad job, you know, like, because it's just the worst, isn't it, to be like the guy who's like, oh, we've got a shitty job for you, here we go. And I feel like Magix is probably one of these people where, like, if you send him somewhere, he's just gonna do, like, he's gonna do whatever he can to make that job work, even if it's, like, probably gonna get him killed or whatever, you know. I like that.
It's a bit like Norbert from VP. Unfortunately, he always got scapegoated.
Yeah, yeah. These people just exist, right? Like, and it's so rare for people in those roles to then be able to shine. Like, that's why, in my opinion, Shush is such a ridiculous example of someone who's just so overlooked. Because, like, I feel like Shush is, like, every game I've ever almost seen him, I'm like, this is pretty fucking impressive. And he's playing, like, really not, like, the best, you know, the best roles. But yeah, it is what it is, right? So somebody has to do it, but like, as a community, we're always gonna look at those people and say, "Ah, oh, they're not doing enough." You know, they're not doing enough.
Yeah, I think it's like Safro said in chat. It's like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like, you've just won a major, you're in a bit of a hot streak. Like, do you really need to make a change and then potentially just throw everything up in the air? Not really.
I have such a fear of that phrase, by the way. The "if it ain't broke, don't fix it," because there was one broadcast, like one cast one time where I tried to say that, and I managed to, like, screw up the start of it. So I was like, if it ain't fixed, and I was like, no, I can't now, you know. I can't recover this. So now I'm scared of it. Cheeks, how's everyone doing today? Pretty good. I think Vince is recovering from a prolonged flu situation. I am dodging the flu in my household because everyone else has it. But otherwise, things are pretty good, I think. We're all having a good time. We're watching Counter-Strike. How bad can it be, you know?
And he made the squad commit, and so they ran right into the rifle, but everyone's believing in the call, in the util, and so it all pans out.
They threw the Molotov into Dark from the river this time. And I don't know if I showed you, Vince, but I have a way to Molotov that position from outside of B. And I haven't recorded it yet, but I'm so excited about it. Actually,
I saw it on your stream. Yeah,
okay,
I was lurking when you were doing it. You were practicing it for ages.
Yeah. But like we can throw it like 100%. We can throw that and then with an HE to catch people running out. And I'm excited for it. So I actually later tonight when the games are done, if anyone's around who wants to help record some POVs of us doing this on a server, I don't know, ping me on Discord or something. I don't know how to set up a server, but we'll figure that out too, I'm sure. But yeah, I kind of want to record it and make that a little video because I actually think that's totally game changing, like how to do that. So you know, I kind of want to do it before somebody else does it because then I'm going to be sad. "30 seconds, guys. Hello? Magic? Let's see. Okay. Super dead. He just ran into the...
Get him out. Get him out.
Get him.
Yeah, I did a similar thing in a cast, I remember, and I felt like such a bellend. It wasn't like anything on the level of it ain't fixed, especially considering like the landscape of Counter-Strike not that long ago. But I think you know the phrase "so far so good." I was like, "So good so far."
Yeah.
And it just sounded like some weird Swedish, like you know how Swedes speak, and it kind of sounds like they're singing while speaking. It was like that, and afterwards I was like, "What the fuck am I doing with my life? Like, what's wrong with me?"
It's the best, isn't it? It keeps you up at night. You're like, no, like, why did I say that? I mean, I did it one of these days because I was out shopping and I was, you know, I hadn't slept enough or something. And you know, when you're shopping, it's just like a routine. Like you put your items like on the whatever conveyor belt at the checkout. And then you go up and they scan all of them and then you put them in a bag and then you get your card out and then you scan your card. And then they say, "Do you want the receipt?" And then you say, "No, thanks." And then, you know, either people just nod or you say like, "Have a good day" or whatever, and you say, you know, whatever. But for some reason, the order got mixed up. So instead, what happened? Like the lovely cashier lady, she asked me. She said, like, she did all the things, and then she said, "Have a good day," and I just said, "No, thanks," as a, you know, because I thought she was gonna ask for the receipt. And there's no recovering that.
Fuck you. How about that?
Have a good day. No, thanks. Like, all right, chill, peace.
Hey, the worst one I ever had was I was at school and I accidentally called my female teacher mum. Nah, there's no like reversing that one. You just have to embrace the fucking cringe at that point.
At that point, you need to say, "Excuse me, I meant mommy."
Oh god.
No, don't do that. Don't do that. Wait, she's saying me when I told the lady in the check-in booth, "You too," and she said, "Have a nice safe flight." I've done that 100 times. Like I fly so much, and I do it all the time to like random people in the airport, and they're like, "Have a nice flight." I'm like, "Yeah, you too." It's like, what am I doing? Like, it's crazy.
I see a lot of people in chat have also made the same mistake. Yep.
Okay. There's a whole bunch of you with repressed feelings that you're not willing to accept. That's okay. Youngstar, he was actually impressing me last time. I had zero expectations of this player. I think Neo was trying to tell me about him, but I was like, I don't know anything about him, but I feel like he played really well. Fortunately, he is catching fire at the moment. That's how did he live? How did he live with that?
Interesting job.
Yeah.
Picks up the first. The ball is now rolling on this clutch.
He's not going to be ready for Linus. His post point is such a powerful position up in the rafters. He's got to worry about
Linus.
everything.
coming in with the clutch tips. Is the Linus tech tips scandal over? I feel like there was some shit happening like half a year ago. People were really mad. Is it better or is it worse now? Does anyone know? I guess now we're in the pirate software scan, like that's taken over the internet for a minute. You watch LTT line. All right, Alter. All right. No, that it's better. It's worse. Okay. Well, yeah. It's old news. Yeah, I feel like it is. I feel like I never really cared about it to begin with. I'm gonna be honest, but I just saw that it was a scandal. I was like, okay, I'm moving on. Okay, goddamn. Bro is excited. I love that. Do more yelling.
This is why the slower style of calling coming out of Linus for the Heroic squad has been so good to watch early. It's kind of forcing Spirit to play Heroic's game.
Got any thought, Vince, about about the Elon situation?
Elon, I haven't heard about it. What happened?
Okay.
Is it that bad?
Yeah. It actually is bad enough that I feel like explaining it in like even describing it is like potentially going to be Edolf, yeah. Oh, it's mental.
Christ.
Yeah, there's a lot going on. He wanted a taxi. Just I don't know. If you YouTube Elon heart goes out, I'm sure you're gonna find some clips. It's a lot. Why twice? I know why. I know, Lassie. Why? Why the? It's also like if you were doing that, why does he look so angry? Like he's doing it, he looks like it just does. None of it makes sense. And now people are finding like old clips where he does like the heart go out with like the heart on his chest, and he's like, yeah. So it's like from last year or something. Like, come on, guys. Oh, let's see.
I know this map's T-sided, but like surely this isn't happening, right? Like,
I don't know. It could be. In truth, for me, the Spirit downfall has to happen because it's an essential element of my prediction that Eternal Fire are going to win the next major. So, you know.
You went Eternal Fire for the next major. Okay, that's bold.
I know. I have a reputation to maintain when it comes to this stuff, you know.
Heads up, counter strike from Heroic. A shift in pace, and now they put
EF will not win. Sorry, damn. Okay. Honestly, if Suhei joins Liquid, I actually might. I might have to ditch EF for Liquid.
On home soil as well.
I know,
it's the org, I guess, and he'd still be mostly not American, but you know.
Who cares? We're gonna call them American anyway.
Yeah.
Even if they only had Mexican Casad as their coach, we'd still call them American. An absolutely bizarre reference.
Like, I'm just picturing you get hired for the Austin major, and Casad is somehow involved, and you do actually call a Mexican Casad, and everyone's like, sorry? The fuck?
Yeah, what is happening? So don't worry, guys. It's a niche reference. There's like 25 people out there who understand exactly what that means.
I don't know. This introduces a lot of variables for Heroic. Yeah. It might all work out though. As Spirit is shifting around the map, they're almost trading places with each other.
Saw obviously is a fucking goat, isn't he? Even what he did with Heroic was sick.
And so Shiro well positioned to deal with the number of variables and question marks in that round.
Did I say Heroic? Ents? With Ents? Did I say Ents? I don't even know what I said.
For some Pius, there's no winning this. 1v4, he just writes it off, looking to hold on.
Supremacy. Hey Stack, what's up? Welcome to the stream, first time.
I've got Shiro in my fantasy league team Safro, so I'm feeling good right now. Just they better not shit the bed.
Ooh, okay. A little bit of personal investment, I like that.
Yep.
For the same side, they would have been able to trade out way more effectively. So finally, Spirit net an important round.
Fraxy, what's up? Welcome to the stream. Good to see some new viewers, new potential cult members for us to recruit. Appreciate that. The cult does need new members all the time, otherwise things become a little bit boring, you know.
You'll run out of sacrifices at some point, as you know.
Yeah.
A certain amount of people.
And there's bound to be people who defect from the cult in the future, right? So people who want their lives back, you know, all those things.
So Saw with an instant pause after they lose that awkward one. They know they've given Spirit a lot of money.
Nubich, where are you? Where the snow is happening?
Way to pull it out. He's been saving it a couple of times.
Even if we don't have defectors, I feel like we need like lore about potential defectors, like counter-revolutionaries that are trying to like stop the cult. Like we need an enemy, you know. Every cult needs an enemy. So if we don't have one, we just have to make one up. Ontario and Canada, damn. How much snow are we talking here? I feel like I would love to. I would feel like I would love to live in a place like that. Like forest and mountains and stuff. Vince, I feel like you and I can agree on this. How cool would that be? I don't really want to live near other people.
100%.
I just want to live away from humanity.
If I could be self-sustaining with some decent internet, like I would live literally in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
Happily.
That's what I mean. Oh, Snip's offering to play the role as a trader. That's sick. That's what I mean, like.
Trade for Youngster to pick up. Dealing with the Spirit player further afield like that, cuts off some of the info, puts pressure on Shiro, who can't just watch mid now. Now his attention's split between
the Carrigan emote's fantastic.
So he needs support. That means Magix has rotated over.
Spirit go for the gamble. Heroic should be expecting 2B1A, so this shift is trying to catch them off guard if they go back for an A split, which feels like the safest move right now. Magic's getting into the bomb site just in time.
These mid pushes on this map have just become unbelievably popular. Like way more than they were, whatever, a year ago or something. Oh shit, Snip, there we go. He's already leaning into the role.
But it's Donk now, the big threat. That's a clean shot out of Donk. And it's just X-Cloud left for him to beat. Knows he's in the sight, but X-Cloud a little
Lord
bit
Gaben.
ready for that swing over the top of Brooks. An important one.
Demonstrator, what's up? I don't know, I feel like Gabe is just doing his own thing right now, isn't he? He's like, he's off doing his own stuff. I wish he would release a new Portal, or even a new Team Fortress, or a new Half-Life. I wish he would release like more modding tools for the Source 2 engine. Can we get that? I want like Source 2 mods.
The fact that you've slowed Donk's roll midway through a clutch, you put a stop to him. Those are the moments that
more skins, yeah, true. That's what we need.
I would love a new Left 4 Dead, but I feel like it got ruined a little bit with that what was it called, Back 4 Blood or whatever that came out a couple years ago.
I tried to play that and it's not like I even hated it. It just, for some reason, it just didn't give me the right feeling. I can't even explain why. It wasn't giving Left 4 Dead, you know? What are you doing, Vince, to brush up on your Sumer lingo?
I just embrace the fact that I'm old and cynical. I feel like Clint Eastwood in the what was it called? Gran Torino, was it? I feel a bit like that these days.
Alright, fair enough.
I have all these Zoomer terminologies, and I'm just like, God, let the asteroid hit already, please.
LNZ just runs through the smoke and gets into the back of the site, and Spirit have no idea. They're not even listening for it, probably thinking it's their
Snappy and Sonic Fraudulent. Saw has Sun Pius for a few days and he's already back in good form. That's a strong narrative. It's possibly like a, what's it called, like cause and causation fallacy, but still, it's a, you know, whatever. Who cares about that? We're on the internet. Just make up a rumor and let's run with it. I like it. We're not looking for what is true. We're just looking for good narratives.
You certainly saw him get better as the online stage went on, but he didn't have like those games where he would just sit up and single-handedly take control. The games that you know Sampires.
Cardboard Toast. So a good name.
His match v Liquid was astounding, right? Considering how poorly he started in that first map, all the way back against 3D Max. He was like single-digit kills.
Spirit are a fraud team that won't make it past another major quarterfinals.
It's a strong. That's a strong take.
That's a hot one.
Definitely hitting right now, 11 and 3, getting some crucial equalizing kills. Yeah.
I wonder if how long could you survive off of Cardboard Toast? Do you think? Like if you, I guess you're allowed to put stuff in between. I guess you'd probably be fine. I didn't even know what's in cardboard. Like a little bit of glue, probably be fine. Probably might be healthy for you.
Nutritionist Dr. Anders here. Yeah, a bit of glue, no problems.
Give it a
Get
shot.
It down you.
Yeah. That could be sick. I could become like a cardboard influencer. Like I sleep on cardboard. It's like the secret to my health in general, you know. It's not a bad idea. You saw Crad laughing about his sticker on his deagle. Yeah, I saw that he got wrecked for it, but then he also said like he bought it and didn't even look. I think it was just like another N-word sticker situation, wasn't it? So massive minus aura for just even being really boring about the insults. Like, can we just come up with something original? No, he knew. Yeah, of course he knew. Like, or at least own it and just say, you know, stop lying. Yeah, what a world. Guys, maybe Spirit are a fraudulent team. I think Wezzy might be alright. I think honestly our real nutritional advice should come from Nubich, who smokes 2 packs of cigarettes a day and lives off coffee. And is never sick apparently.
That must be it.
Standing firm, that round's all about the captains. It's Chopper
Chat lifestyle.
giving Spirit a glimmer of hope, only for Linus to extinguish it.
Yeah, it doesn't even need Sampires to fire a shot. Spirit very
There ain't no way this is happening. There ain't no way Chopper sort it out.
I feel like Chopper carries the bald head very, very well, and it kind of makes me think if I should just go all the way and just go for it.
Do it.
The bald buff is also an appealing concept, you know. Maybe I can get to like Legendary Eagle or something.
Are you noticing, because you've been playing a lot more CS, are you noticing improvements, or are you still feeling like super rusty?
I think the problem is like the league that I'm like, I feel like aim-wise, I feel like I probably do start to feel a little bit more, but the problem is it's so hard to tell when you're playing in the league that I'm in, because there are so many scenarios where like you just never be in the scenario in a normal Counter-Strike game, you know? So like, I don't know if I'm like practicing to play in silver forever, you know what I mean? Like I feel like there are so many concepts of like, half the time you're like trying to save other people who are making like giant mistakes, but then you also get killed trying to save them, and you kind of probably shouldn't try at all, but it's just it's a mess, you know? But yeah, I feel a little bit more comfortable. I feel like I should try to... I kind of want to do a thing where like we just play like one map for like 5 games in a row, but then we learn the grenades for the map beforehand, so that we have something more than just like running around and shooting, but we're like actually trying to throw some like standard nades, you know? I thought about that.
A lot of real estate to take, but Madden gets the spot. So Heroic, if they just commit to their setup right now and go into A, there is essentially no resistance.
Sweating in silver matchmaking, yes. We love it.
Careful. He is a bunch of players in there. He's called for support. And now they look at how many players for Heroic are like waiting for this creep in around Dark. Swing out from the window for Chopper.
Do you think this map is still 2 Cs? The thing is, I feel like there are some teams that are really good at being aggressive on the CT side, so I feel like if you know how to do that, it's not as bad. Oh, Magic's... Oh, okay, never mind, it's all good. He's got the job done.
Everyone's making these individual plays for Heroic. Finally, a gap has been found. Youngster has given them a route back into this round. 2v5 as it begins. Goes looking for the fight in heaven. Not ready for Shiro. Tap on that bomb as this all falls to Sunpius. Can he save the day? They're running at him. Don't give Sunpius these fights. There won't be time to get that bomb planted. Takes them all to the grave on his way out through the door. Just Chopper survived.
Let's go.
He's feeling it. That is the objective.
That's pretty cool, though. I mean, good job.
Should not sit behind that smoke. It gives Sunpius the chance to actually plant that bomb and get in a post plant. If Donk runs in, he does one of two things. He either kills him planting.
By the way, the chat, for anyone that's interested, who's watching on Twitch, which is probably all of you, there's a little short clip that I made if you guys want to check it out. I'll try and do more, but, you know, it's a work in progress.
They need to find a fourth. Heroic in full control of this game.
Oh shit, Sneaky with the gifted subs. Holy shit, 15 of them. Let's go. Shout out to you, Sneaky. I appreciate it. Also, he just indoctrinated 15 members into the cult. That's insane. 15 new members. Let's go. Welcome to the family. Also, Sneaky was battling in the great bot war of 2025. You know, so we appreciate that. Some honorable mentions. Banned like 500 bots in the course of like a couple of hours.
Out through middle, and so now that Heroic didn't just lose that opening pick, they haven't just lost their AWP, but they've lost the best thing they had going for them in the round.
Okay, Spirit 448. This is an open game. I feel like, you know what I mean. Like this can go anywhere.
I think 4 rounds should be enough.
Yeah,
Spirit to hold on to this one.
An opener here would be so valuable, but Zontix is also aware of that, and he's not going to overplay his hand. Calls for the rotate back, and they're just going to wait. They know they've got to kill Boxed in over here at the B site. Chopper still committed to this push out through middle. That's still the info for Spirit, right? That's the bomb spotted. 30 seconds left. Linus's flank won't do a damn thing anymore.
They burn out Donk. He's in the middle of the open right now. 25 seconds. Linus is still shifting around in the water. He's a long way from home. We're not on the A site anymore. They've got to go.
Donk dead. Back to the site, but it's still.
Well, I guess the bots have arrived. For me to deal with now.
What the fuck?
Someone needs Jesus.
Yeah. That's a bit crazy. You keep the bots on your side, Vince. Don't bring him here. Well.
Alright, 1 second. I'll try and deal with this now. The problem is I had to turn off the shield thing for shared chat.
Yeah, so yeah, I know what you mean.
Why it's happening, I think.
Yeah, probably. We had to do the shield thing last time too for the same reason. So, LOL. It is what it is, right? What could we do? Put verification on is what Sneaky says.
How do I do that, Sneaky?
Just mod Sneaky. He'll help you. He'll go double time on it. But yeah, I don't know how that works either. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a super boo when it comes to all the modding stuff. So. What a first half, though. What a way to get started on the day. Heroic, just blending more people into the Heroic smoothie that's happening right now. Somehow it's working. Tastes great. Nutritious, probably better than cardboard. I can't imagine living in a world where I'd want to like bot Twitch streams, you know? Why? But why? Reverse sweep incoming? Yeah, that could be. Falcons plus Sangal. I know, it's crazy. Oh, there's that's Sangal core. It sucks because obviously it's unfortunate in the sense that they lost Jota to EF, so that kind of sucks because Jota was like, or is like, I think a really good player, up and coming prospect.
No, I've had some very mentally ill person or like group of people threatening to kill me on Twitch for like the last 2 years, so this isn't new for me.
Oh, okay.
I wish I was joking, but no, some people really are that ill.
Wait, are they giving any reason? Are they saying more, or is it just is it just a vibe that they have?
Nah, just doing it now and again. I mean, I have actually, like, some of them were credible death threats, so I've actually made a opened a criminal case and stuff.
That's crazy.
So
that's a lot to deal with. I've only ever had one person threaten to kill me. In a somewhat credible way, so that was exciting.
I have reported them to the authorities. Yeah. Sorry, I'm trying to fix this, but I'm.
Yeah, don't worry. Go for it. Okay, we're thinking the reverse sweep is, if not likely, at least it can happen. Yeah, Cheeks, you're right, unfortunately. Hold on.
What are you doing, bro?
Oh, okay. So some grimy stuff at the end of that first half.
Why is that such an instant meme? What are you doing, bro?
Spanking Spirit in that first half. You see Donk head in his hands there. Saw him in the timeout as well. Flicking through all those notes.
Yeah, there was a guy once I was trying to do an event in Serbia, I think. And he basically said that he'd meet me at the airport and kill me if I showed up. That was exciting.
If they can find success in the pistol, that could be this map laid to rest.
I rolled the dice on that and thought he's probably not gonna. He's probably gonna be too tired to do that. Probably not gonna be at the airport.
Respectively on their CT side of Anubis, so either of those would be more than enough to close out this game. They've started strong against the major champs.
I actually don't even think I actually don't think it was a Serbian guy, to be honest. I think it was. I can't remember where the guy was from, but.
Down behind the brick as Spirit move in for an A split.
Yeah, we wanted like enemies, but probably not those enemies. Turns out it was Kassad. I feel like if Kassad said that, I would take it more seriously. Oh, they jumped, but they still didn't. They didn't see Sun Pius. Oh no, he got none of them. Oh no. I mean, he got one, but. Oh my god. They got just completely wrecked. They actually had every chance to win that round. Oh, that's it. They've lost the game now. 100%. It's Jova. That was the round. Pack it up, Heroic. Pack it up.
Some nice entries from Donk and Chopper. It's been at the forefront. And simply done for Spirit should be the first step in the right direction. Heroic take a full eco.
Spirit is struggling. Maybe. I think they're going to be fine.
A little stack for Heroic.
Furia would lose.
Glocks. Peaked in Shanghai.
in a versus full USPs. Damn, they found out
it's very hard to stay on top in Counter-Strike. Like, it just is. The days of like the Astralis type era, stuff like that, it's like, man, for somebody to rebuild that now and do that now is, I don't know how to do that. The game is evolving way too quickly and there are way too many good players.
They don't care about the bomb. They're just saying, guys, just kill them. Just kill them.
Yeah, that's right. They are missing their coach, aren't they? Hallie is, unfortunately. I don't know what happened. Is it like a visa thing? Stupid Denmark.
That's well handled for Team Spirit, even though they walk into the stack.
Look, okay, this could be a goal for the Colt. What if I run for prime minister and I just make Denmark the esports nation? We just esports visas everywhere, funding for esports through the roof. I just run on that platform. Astralis double text.
Suddenly that lead that you
Stupid
were left
memes.
with at the end of the first half is reduced to just a round or two.
Yeah, we very quickly forget about all the mistakes of that first half if Spirit pulled this game back.
Denmark becomes the new Serbia, yes.
That is not the most unfeasible.
How do you guys like my little tea mug, whatever it is?
Mac tends to work, right? Lurk smoke in, more util to follow. Chopper and Shiro lining that up, and so the Galils lead the way. Mac 10's in behind them. Lost Magic's early.
Feminist coffee cup, yes. That's right. We embrace that. Okay, Heroic, they're ready to rock. They got rifles now, let's go. How's the weather in Denmark? It's the same as it always is. Kind of grey and rainy and cold. Every day. Is it normal for teams to fluctuate a little? Yeah, it is.
These next two have got to be super clean. Lots of damage done to the back plat player, but well handled as Madden swings in tandem.
Okay, let's go.
And so the round saved.
Oh, he's got the gamer sleeve on.
Yeah, great hold. I mean, they had one player on the B site until about 5 seconds before the hit came in.
What's up, Vince? Are you alright? You drowning in the other bots?
I think I've got the settings on I need. The problem is that shield mode needs to stay on, so I don't know if we can do the shared chat thing.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, we'll just leave it for now. See what happens in an hour or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Guess it's not like the most important thing in the world, is it? So.
Gun round. It was only a bonus. Spirit now have AKs. Need to slow it down, see something more default. They have a long road ahead of them.
Yeah, you saw the sky between the clouds for a minute through.
You could win it on winning this round. And even though this is the 4x for Spirit, it's still missing a lot of the bells and whistles they would want. When it's the map 1 lifeline on the line. Donk doesn't care though. Runs in through dark. Double opener secured.
Spirit lose? I mean, there's a real chance here. I still think they've got a pretty good chance at bringing it back, but it is a bit interesting, which is good. We don't want to, like, think of what this could have been. This could have been Heroic with, you know, Madden instead, and they just kind of get wrecked.
All the splits Heroic ran in that first half. Spirit throw one right back in their face.
Yeah, I know. Like, I want to see players shout and kind of be happy when things. I don't want to just shrug it off, you know. Get into it.
As we were saying, won you the game essentially on the back of this one rifle round. And not only did you not win it, it wasn't even close. You lost 2 players so quickly that Spirit now get out with 5 alive as well, and so you won't be in this position again. In the remainder of your run on Anubis, you're going to need to now grind through Spirit as they start to bank up some money early on.
Donk getting warmed into a T side is a terrifying prospect as well. Quick transfer on the B site. He just makes it look so easy. Love the over-the-shoulder POV shot onto his monitor.
What's Kojima posting on Twitter? I have no idea. What is he posting on Twitter?
Telling me this guy's playing the same game as me?
It is mad. Whenever you watch it in the replays, it just looks so smooth. It looks like anyone could do it, but you can't.
Yep, don't even try.
I feel like I don't spend any time on Twitter anymore.
Are you sure you're stood up? I can't see anything.
It's too much of a mess.
Yeah, I don't know how you win this. 3 rifles. Spirit leaning A. 2 rifles pushing main.
Yeah, that's exactly why I didn't hear about that Elon stuff, because I typically just stay away from Twitter and the news as much as possible.
Yeah, can't really remember the last time I saw something on Twitter. I was like, oh, it's really good that I checked and made sure that I knew about this. Like, I feel like that's never really the case anymore, you know? If Donk is not in that team, it's not even a top 20. I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, it's impossible, obviously, to replace him, but I don't know. I still think they're. I have a lot of. I think the rest of them, like Chopper, is actually. I don't know if he's an underrated leader. That's probably dumb to say because they did win the major, but I think he's, you know, he's got a certain drive that could probably take a lot of teams pretty far.
Just snuck right out from under them. Heroic didn't even know they get pickpocketed in A main. And what a spray for Shiro to close it. Helps that some players actually tanked the Molotov to chase Shiro down once Chopper missed his shot, so he was already low. That really set Shiro up for the clutch.
There's a thread on HLTV with someone saying, Donk washed a few days before turning 18. Crazy timeline. You've got like one half of Counter-Strike when you're not dropping like a 2.0 rating and people are like, he's washed, it's over, we're moving on. Get him out.
Also just landed like a really sick spray transfer a few rounds ago.
Yeah, too late. Unfortunately, too late to save his reputation, so. Sneaky. Why was that a thread? What's happening? Kerrigan, Alexi, Apex, Suhe, Kick General, better. I don't know. I mean, hard to know with in-game leaders. It really is, especially when they don't speak English a lot. It's like really hard to figure out.
That's where, you know, if you're Heroic, it's gonna suck a little because the way the route to the AWP is either you have to win a round or, you know, the more likely with how this is started.
So the problem is you have to watch what an in-game leader does through like the eyes of, or through the lens of what the players they have on the, you know, it's sort of like saying who's better at playing chess, but you give people like different pieces, right? Like if somebody has 2 queens in a chess game, then like, are they going to be a better chess player? Like, sure, but Cheeks is better. Let's go.
It's just Shiro and Magic's left to get past, but this game's kind of taught us anything about Shiro. It's don't underestimate him on this rifle.
Carl, what a privilege it is to be here in the chat. The voice of the face of Counter. Thank you so much, Carl. I appreciate it. That is a very nice thing to say. And you're welcome to come hang out, you know, stay here. Consider joining the cult if you're into cults. We're starting one. I realized a lot of people have, you know, most of us have missed like the great dick cults of like the 80s and 90s. And new ones don't make it too long before the FBI shows up. So it's about time, you know.
They know Donk's going to be fighting Dark every round, so what is it this time? It's 2 players, not inside Dark where they can eat grenades, but both jiggling in the corners.
Vince, what can we do to get the players to shout something other than nice? I love the energy. I just need we need to come up with something more. Like, you're British, like, football match type things. Like, there's got to be something we can lean on here, you know?
Honestly, it's pretty much just people screaming yes when someone scores. It's not much more creative than that. So I guess the only way you could get it is if you find the players or something crazy like that. I think realistically we just got to deal with it.
Yeah, I guess the football chanting is more like the fans at the stadium, right? Like, it's not so much the players. That's a good point, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. It's the fans.
Let's go, Sneaky. Thank you.
It was another one of these rounds where Heroic could have looked to put a stop to this entire map if they won it.
Man, if you're, yeah, Harry's right. If they won this one, it would have been... Oh, the thing is, I do need them because we have Train as a third map. Most chance of banter, yeah. I've seen some from, like, British football. I saw one the other day on like Instagram. I don't even watch football, but I get so somehow the algorithm has discovered I like the chanting. There was one where they were like chanting like we've got more seagulls than fans. I think that's funny as fuck though. Yeah, but try and keep it a chill community. I feel like that's important. There's a lot of
they're in that match. Like
There's too much madness on the internet already.
enough to win the match. This time, I'm not so sure. I think Spirit have a shot at this comeback right now. Like you said, the 2 times Heroic could have shut this game down and broken Spirit's money. They've been unable to close. Couple of guns saved. Got to put them to use.
I'm so scared. Like, I see Magix go into that corner, and I think he's about to throw my grenade, and I'd actually be mad. I might sue him. I might sue Magix if he did it. I might file a lawsuit.
Look how static this is. Spirit really think after all these slow executes that Heroic are gonna call out a spawn and make a move. Nothing of the sort.
You've seen Brighton ones, and they have a lot of seagulls.
No kids.
Have you ever heard that chant, Vince? It's like, we've got more seagulls than fans. More seagulls than fans. What the fuck is this?
Yeah, is that Brighton?
I don't know. I just got it as like a thing on Instagram. I thought it was funny. It was like English football chants. Like, I don't watch football, but somehow I get the reels anyway, you know?
Yeah, I'd say Brighton's probably a strong contender for that, because it's on the coast in the south. There are a shit ton of seagulls there.
Did you follow the whole, when Sam and Richard were going for like all the seagull stories?
Not really. I mean, I know from experience, because I live near the coast as well, that they're a fucking nuisance.
Are they like also somehow like you can't do anything to them, or you just have to accept it? Like,
yeah, I think there are actually laws where you can't, you know, like hit them away or anything. I mean, if you're defending yourself, then sure. If you're defending a kid or whatever, but yeah, you can't. They're not considered like pests or whatever, so.
Be sick if the law worked the other way. So like, if the seagulls are like flying off with your children, you just have to be like, oh, just can't do anything about it, unfortunately.
In the UK, I wouldn't be surprised, bro. Honestly.
Big goal got Sam. I know.
What we saw from them even back
Rip.
at the RMR, now it's kind of keeping up in this Heroic game with the slow style cycles that we're getting.
The One Monberg. Hey Anders, saw you at Copenhagen Blast 2016. Big fan and appreciate your work. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. First time chat. Well, I appreciate the support. That really means a lot.
That final deciding game, right, to make it through.
2016. It's such a long time ago.
So as a result, it actually feels like, you know, for a squad like Heroic, usually when you come into a game as the underdog, it's hard for you to be respected. It's hard for you to do the things that.
How do you hold your mouse, Vince? Do you do this kind of claw grip thing, or are you just like a normal person who just rests your hand on top of your mouse?
I just rest it on top of my mouse. I've got pretty big hands, so I guess like if I did the claw thing, they would just be so high in the air. It would be that just looks super uncomfortable for me for like your knuckles and your fingers. I feel like you get some kind of arthritis or some shit.
That's what I mean, like
doing it that way, you know.
I can't imagine how that would be worth it, but I mean, obviously people do it, so it probably is, but seems crazy to me. Linus, oh my god, what's he doing? That's crazy. Don't lose this 1 versus, well, 2 versus 3. Man, forget Linus tech tips. Here's Linus rec tips. We're workshopping that one, okay?
Got him.
Cancelled. Fired from casting. They lost it. They actually lost it. That's disappointing. Heroic are actually cucking us out of seeing Train. Why are they doing it? They're gonna lose Nuke every single time. Some pious quiet now, yeah.
Spirits, they've done it again. Right when you're ready to write them off, you question why.
I've got these things, Vince, from my local Turkish grocery shop. They're like little like ginger and honey sweets. Have you ever tried those?
I don't think so. We don't really get them here, for as far as I'm aware.
There's gotta be one. Like, if you go to like, anyway, they're worth it.
What are they called? Do you know?
This one's called like Sina, S-I-N-A, ginger.
I'll have to have a look into it.
It says real ginger on it, so gotta be real. I like it though. Like if I have any kind of like a throat, a cough, anything, I feel like it, you know, it's nice.
Oh, it's just like a soothing kind of sweet or whatever.
Yeah, like it kind of got, it's got that gingery kind of sting a little bit. I like it. I'm warming up to ginger a lot more.
They can block this round down to 20 seconds.
Why does the studio look like the US presidential debate? I don't know. It does look. It does have like a very. You're right. It does have that vibe, but it looks sick. I think it's absolutely nice. But I don't know. Maybe Trump or Biden will show up. Maybe Blast have secured some kind of like, you know, appearance. Elon shows up. He's kind of weirdly also in the government for some reason.
Just comes out and says that he's got a Faceit account at 3,000 ELO that was definitely him.
Yeah. Oh yeah. He probably does.
The thing that feels odd on this reposition, on like leaving the B site, leaning heavier over towards mid and A.
Also like.
Oh, hang on a second. Linus on the push.
Oh,
Youngster with
let's
another.
go.
This could still get interesting.
Make it work.
Youngster's now buying a bit of time for these rotates. Madden's gonna get there with the rifle.
Oh no, Youngster! If you had stayed alive, it would have worked.
It's gonna come down to this. Donk and Zontix.
Can't believe it.
Madden in the right.
Turmeric, ginger, honey, lemon. Yes, Lossy. Big truth. People are saying cayenne pepper too, and I respect that, but cayenne really doesn't agree with my stomach for some reason. Madden, do it. Summon the last strength. Oh, he has no idea he's walked past. He's already mind gamed himself. He's dead. He's in charge of Doge. It's an exciting prospect when the richest person in the world can like fund a campaign and then just become like just get put in the government, like no election or nothing, just literally LOL. That's gonna end well, I guarantee it.
Three massive opportunities to walk it over the line, and every single one of those swing rounds have gotten away of Team Spirit.
Especially should have been over already. What are Heroic doing?
I don't know, like they could have won this round too, because I think if Youngster had stayed alive like 3 seconds longer, then xCloud would have been there to shoot him in the back, but they just missed communicated a little bit, you know. It is what it is.
Which Madden does not expect. That's a very tense clutch for Spirit. But it's going to keep this comeback rolling. More than that, it puts Spirit right and ready to shut down this map. Heroic's pick. And a damn shame for this underdog squad if it were to end like this. But they have one more shot to keep it alive.
They hand out mod status to anybody. Listen. Lossy's been doing a great job, okay? They have great emotes as well, you know. There's a lot going on there.
Oh my god. How do you stop that?
Yeah, I mean, that's the donk effect, isn't it, right? You have a whole idea. You've got util to supplement the push. Doesn't matter. That guy just shoots harder. 2 quick kills and that opening move denied. Here's the thing. Heroic, they have been calling from the front up until now. They go for this aggressive move at 11-all. But they haven't really run into this Spirit default that Spirit have been holding at the start of every single one of these rounds on the
and has gone woke. Yeah, true.
In their last rifle round on Anubis,
another person taken down by the woke mind virus.
Claiming a freebie on a donk over at main. Madden in the right place in middle, but now they know that AWP is A-wood bound. Madden falling means that bomb heads B, and there's no support, there's no chance for some Pius in this 1v4.
Really a cult if there isn't one member that's failing upwards. Oh, Heroic. We can't see Train because you can't win the map. How's that fair?
In the last gun round for Heroic.
I think he's taking the rifle because he knows he has to fight for his life. There's no way Spirit are going to let him run away in this round, knowing the impact of removing that AWP. He shoots a dead body, and Zontix turns him into one. 12 rounds for Spirit.
We're going to get paid soon? Yes.
CT side.
I actually don't think it's unreasonable to try and like pay Twitch mods if, you know, if things gonna work out, and it's like, you know, probably gonna be hard if it's a 100 viewer channel, but I feel like, you know, in theory, in the future, like I think that's totally fair to do.
You can see the frustration setting in for xCloud there as well. That's what happens.
Professional Twitch mod, yeah. I mean, I think it's reasonable. Like, truth is, you do kind of need mods, right? Like, so obviously it scales with like the viewership, how much, but there's going to be a point where it's like, if you don't have any mods, your channel is going to get wrecked. So you can take the chokers out of Heroic, but you can't take the choke out of the org apparently. Yeah, I don't know what's happening. It's sad because Train as a third map rides on this, so... Okay, here we go. Okay, here we don't. Okay, here we're back. We're back again. Overtime, let's go. I'm rooting for Heroic.
It feels like we've had so many OTs at Blast Bounty, though. So many. Like, with all 13-11s.
The first time Donk hasn't been able to fare well in one of those double peaks from Heroic. And it's in the final round of play. Chopper and Shiro, the ones left to beat, at a 2v2 for this A control.
God damn.
Minus one chance, but he's not going to nail it. Chopper finds that clean headshot. It's a low health xCloud sitting in the heavens. Chopper finds the angle wide, and he takes two with him. Just when you think Heroic might give us bonus play, they get locked out of this map. They get locked out of this series, and maybe Blast Bounty entirely. Team Spirit on a monstrous comeback, and Sunpius with the world against him. It is too heavy, it is too hot to handle. He's got to let go. Spirit 13-11.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable.
To take away Heroic's
yeah, that's a map. If you're sore, you're thinking, Christ, we should have won that game. Like, really should have put that to bed. That could have easily been like a 13-8 or 13-9 in favor of Heroic.
Despite Heroic having a red-hot start to this one, somehow, someway,
Sunpius did the best they could.
It was by no means pretty, it was no means beautiful, but Spirit, they've done the job.
He was he was printing at one point, writing checks on paper, calling Sun Papyrus Vince.
Not bad, not bad.
We'll workshop that.
Is Spirit gonna win? Is Heroic gonna make the comeback or not make the comeback? Close out the game from having a favorable position.
Sometimes I think of like a line I could use with a player, where I'm like, this is gonna be sick in the future, and that makes me happy. But what makes me even more happy is when I think of a line I'm gonna be, this is so stupid, I can't wait to say this on a podcast. Those are the best for me.
But that was the crazy thing, right? Because it wasn't like Donk had.
I think that's the thing that a lot of people don't realize as well, is like, even if you do have a line that you think is like just straight up fire,
yeah,
it's waiting for the right moment to drop it, because sometimes that time never comes around, and if you crowbar it in, not only have you wasted a potentially really cool line, but it just feels forced.
Yeah, no, it's true. It can actually be, and it's frustrating, right? When you're like, it's happened to me a couple of times where I'm like, in the moment, I don't remember the line exactly, so then I don't do it, and then afterwards I'm like, fuck, that that was the moment, and I just kind of like, I fucked it up or whatever, so then it's like, you have to wait, do it again later.
Unfortunately, the nerve hitting him pretty hard right there.
I have one set up for a cast where I'm like, I really want to try and do it, but it's so risky, and like I've waited like 12 years and not done it. So we'll see.
12 years. That's patience right there.
It's also partly just fear of like fucking it up,
Right, so you've put like enough pressure on yourself that if you didn't deliver, you'd be super disappointed type thing.
It's just, there are some lines where like, if you set it up in a way where you're like, let's say like the build up to like the whole thing is that you've got like, A, B, and C needs to happen, but if A and B happen but C doesn't, you're fucked, Hold on, let's see what this guy says.
Like the style is probably the same, but obviously you have to change up some stuff, and you also bring in some of the Heroic old playbook, and you kind of mash it together. So it's a bit of both, I'd say, but I didn't want to stick only to our old. I want to be a bit open-minded and also just see what there is to learn.
Well, that's great that you want to learn, and being open-minded is key. I want to ask you then, how is Saw helping you implement new stuff? What is he adding? Because we talk a lot and praise him a lot with what he's able to do with teams. Are you noticing a difference already? I know it's obviously a short time.
No, but I'd say like he's for sure a very good coach in terms of he's letting everyone do their thing. Everyone has their responsibility, but he's also pretty assertive, and you know what's expected of you. And yeah, you can just shine when you have him as a coach.
I really like that answer coming out of Linus, because not only, of course, he's come from the core of the team before, but he's around a few new players who are able to offer him those kind of ideas and the insight that he needs to, as Linus said, keep open-minded.
I definitely feel like Sun Pius is chiming in mid-round. I feel like Saw is probably just ironing everything out. Could see that it's a bit of a hybrid style of calling right now, and I feel like round number 8, this is both the structure and the individuals popping off, where we were able to get a great site hit onto that A-bomb site, but this was off the back of some great space taking from some of the individuals from Heroic in terms of the overall structure, the way that they're defaulting, the kind of liberties, the individual liberties that they're taking, and of course capped off by an X-Cloud clutch right there in the 1v1 versus Donk. We're seeing this Heroic team just kind of shine brighter than we imagined from the get-go.
Yeah, that's true. They are playing better, to be honest. They just should have won the map also, you know.
They didn't make the playing field easy for Donk. Whenever you had to get a multi-kill, whenever you had to get into those retake scenarios, it was always some incredible tough kills he had to get on his hands. So I think in that regard, you gotta give credit to Heroic for making the playing field very, I guess, uncomfortable for Donk to some degree, which is why we didn't get that, I guess, fast-flowing Donk coming out from the first half that we kind of expected.
And even when Spirit
fast-flowing Donk
situations, a la the last round of the first half, Heroic was still able to make magic happen, right? This was how tough it was for Spirit to get anything
Next
done.
game is G2 and Bedboom. Okay.
You can't really
It's only 2 best of 3s today. We can't even do like the 12-hour broadcast. What's up? I mean, we can, we just keep streaming, but...
in this round kick things off by getting a couple of kills, but they get a little over.
Yeah, 4 BO3s was excessive. Those were rough days for sure.
It is pretty crazy, I'm not gonna lie, you know. Although I say that, but like back in the day, 12 years ago, that's every tournament was like had like 4 or 5 days of 4 best of 3s. We just casted all of it.
They just take it out in the way that they're supposed to. They're playing proper CS.
Proper CS, and speaking of punishment, I think Sun Payers was one of those
for no money. Sick, good time.
From Heroic that was able to constantly punish over and over again. We have some very cool highlights from him, both from behind but also in the game. Fact of the matter is, we spoke about him coming into it, saying that Sun Payers needs a good game if Heroic want to stand a chance of winning this one, and he had a great game. We also said that Madden coming into the team,
these like behind the shoulder cam stuff is so cool, you know.
This new iteration of Heroic, which I think it
I like it too. You get to see what the resolution is, everything in real time.
Yeah.
I still can't. I can't fathom how people play in black bars. By the way, I've never understood it.
I don't think I've even tried it. Like maybe, what if I tried it and I was like, this is sick. I'm loving it, you know. But yeah, I just part of me don't want to. Because I'm like, why am I enjoying the game in like a worse, like video quality state, you know?
I'm not really just seeing him stand in the back line holding a flash for the entire round, trying to set up a rifler.
But I guess if you feel like you get tons of kills, maybe you're like, I don't care what it looks like, I just want to win.
That it feels like, yeah, he's slotting in right now. I'm not sure if it's going to get more structure.
Yeah, I think the thing that just freaks me out is the idea of just having parts of your screen like just chopped off. Like, I can understand people playing at lower resolutions with full screen, but that's always been a thing I couldn't wrap my head around.
Let's talk about maybe the problem that they faced
in the
second half, though, because obviously we're giving Heroic their flowers. I think that's absolutely deserved for that T side.
I'm not into it either.
Then we move into Spirit's T side. They win
Black bars is for the prisoners.
And chaos kind of ensues from this moment on, right?
I mean, the game from the second half and onwards became even more ugly, I'd say. As you said, Spirit winning the pistol, you think to yourself, okay, that's gonna bound for a great comeback. I think CT side Anubis is gonna be incredible tough for Heroic. They come back instantly, and you think to yourself, the first buy round from Heroic coming into the game is gonna be a successful one. So, to my understanding and for what I saw from that second half, it was Heroic still playing well, but also we saw the limitations of the lineup. You said that individuals cannot win the game for Heroic. I think that's what we saw in the second half. The individuals from
everybody in agreement that the Spirit are gonna crush Heroic on nuke. Is that like that's like a 95% prediction, right?
It feels very likely, yeah.
Think to yourself, who played better as a team? I would almost argue Heroic.
I would agree.
But the individuals from Spirit saved them throughout that second half.
Because there were moments, right? Obviously that Shiro blind double was something that was insane, but just about getting the bomb down in round 22. What was it, like 0.2 of a second that they had?
200 milliseconds.
That's crazy. Like, the fact that they get away with that, I mean, they've got to be thanking the Counter-Strike gods up there. Somebody was looking over them today.
Spirit got away with daylight robbery in this, and it was off the back of individuals.
0.2 of a second.
This plant right here, even him bringing back a 2v4.
Close cheeks. It was real close, but unfortunately, Spirit won, which means now they're going to win on Nuke, which means we won't get to see Train. Family is still, unfortunately, a little bit wrecked, but they are improving. There's improvement. It's just not very quick. Sustenance. What kind of sustenance are we talking about?
If anything, I think it was a wake-up call.
Like snacks,
I think I agree with you. What you said.
ice cream, food, something to drink.
Maybe a bit too confident, you know, overconfident.
Almost a month. Yeah, I know. It's crazy. I have no idea.
But I don't expect this kind of Spirit to show up for the second map. So a learning lesson right here for Spirit, knowing that Heroic is good enough to punish them unless they play proper Counter-Strike.
Obviously, they won the first map, but I don't really feel like they won. You know what I mean? Like, I really feel like the winner's coming out of that. Were you content with the bounce back, at least, that we saw from Donk coming into that second half?
Absolutely. You can't complain about it. Didn't lose a single entry the entire game. Frequently, as he's going for these entries, he's getting multi-kills on top of it. So all in all, Donk, sure, first 5, 6, 7 rounds weren't exactly what we thought in terms of the flying start, but in terms of finish, it was damn near flawless.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. I think Donk was a big part of the reason in the second half as to why they got back, but also to refer back to your question, Freya, I almost
Donk is washed, yeah, it's over.
The winner of this match, obviously on the scoreboard, was Spirit, but we cannot forget the fact that Heroic are coming in with a stand-in. We cannot forget
he had
the
like 40 minutes of game time where he wasn't, you know, he wasn't dropping every kill every round. Get him out.
Milliseconds is the difference between winning and losing a round. To me, right now, Heroic are the big winners of this matchup, and that's set with that meaning that I didn't expect this at all. I thought it was going to be a landslide for Spirit, and already now I have had more out of this game than I could have imagined.
Side note, I'm loving this camera angle on Donk, by the way. I'm loving that we get to see the reactions.
People would pay for that.
It wasn't a landslide, but they are sliding their way through these land
shouldn't be going anywhere because we are going to flick things to a quick break. When we're back, we're going to be discussing Spirit's pick. That is Nuke going down.
They're getting there. They're getting there. I don't have too much faith in Spirit winning the whole thing though after that first map performance. I gotta be real. Like I don't know. I think Vitality or Na'Vi probably give them a slapping if they play like that again.
Or Eternal Fire. Are they still in the competition?
They are.
Hell yes. Let's go. Let's fucking go. Centaurus on LAN. The actual Terminator.
They're playing against Vitality tomorrow.
Yeah, winning against Vitality is going to be sick. Dies of cringe. I remember that meme. How come we don't have any ick emotes? I feel like ick is like the new... You won't know this, Vince, but ick is kind of like... It's the word of the start of the year, you know?
Ick is in disgusting?
Yeah. Yeah, it's giving ick, you know. That round gave me the icks, you know.
I feel like ick was like a really old word as well from like the 70s and 80s. So maybe it just came back into popularity again.
Yeah, it's returned. Okay, now we've got ick. Nice. Yeah, it's important. I might do some casting involving ick in the future, you know. We can think of some good stuff, you know. Who's playing next? G2. Bat Boom. What's up, Tuck? Good to see you. And also, Matt Sny. Welcome. First time message. And it's 7 TV emotes. That's always a good sign. Are we over potato stuff now? No, we'll still try and find a way to mix that in there. But I feel like in order to appeal to the Sumer and Gen Alpha audience, I feel like I have to throw in some ick references too. if Siren keeps giving this much ick, he will get the kick. Whatever. We'll work on it, alright? We'll workshop that. How? What is your take, Vince, on cringe? Do you consume cringe content for like the experience of it?
Depends what kind of cringe. Like if it's, I've never really enjoyed watching like any content where people like legitimately get hurt. You know, I always find that a little bit distasteful. But
yeah, that's fair.
If it's like the kind of cringe where, you know, like someone makes a fool of themselves, but it's all just for fun or whatever, then yeah, it can be pretty solid. But I've seen videos where like people are dying and shit and like getting seriously injured and people are like cringe. I'm just really like that's is there no empathy at all?
A little bit mentally ill, yeah.
Yeah, right. Like it's just weird.
I expect Spirit to come in, control that CT side, T side, and I'm curious to see if Heroic are gonna change the playstyle, maybe be a little bit more aggressive and try to disrupt Spirit's T side, or if they're just gonna sit back and rely on the individual.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't count that as proper cringe, you know. But I've noticed that it is a thing, like, you know, there are whole accounts that just collect cringe things.
Why are they picking Nuke? Because thinking back to the previous season, it was FaZe's pick against them in the major.
Yeah, so Toadmaster, because we're officially licensed last COSTREAM, we got to use the VLC RMTP link or whatever it is, SRT, which I'm not allowed to give out, or Blast will sue me, or at least tell me to stop doing it. But it's more fun to say the other thing.
Communication obviously really key on that CT side. Where can you inflict the most pain?
Cross smokes. Cross smokes. You're going to be lurking through the smoke sometimes with your outside riflers. You're going to be going down. You're going to test the rotations. Yes. I remember in one of the games, I think with Liquid actually, where they played it against Heroic themselves. For example, there were cross smokes that happened and no one rotated down. Like, that's a failure in the round for a CT side if you see that. And you unfortunately might expect something like that from Heroic today.
I feel like we can simplify it, you know, for people watching at home when you're seeing that T side from Spirit. The more information you deny of Heroic, the harder it's going to be for them to make the right calls, make the right rotations. So you're saying cross smokes, I'm saying take ramp control. I'm saying make Heroic guess at all times where to rotate and how to rotate and constantly keep them on their toes. If Heroic is allowed to stand still and just hold angles or having a guy down secret at all times where there's no pressure being applied, then it's going to be significantly easier for them. But if you force Heroic to move around on the map, force the ramp guy sometimes to either stay and fight,
tweets out,
force the guy, the rotation guy, to go lower because there's cross smokes. At that point, you
Ohio tweet.
That's exactly what Spirit want.
How are the AWPers looking on both sides of the equation? How are we going to be seeing the setup for Heroic on that CT side?
I mean, Sun Payers is going to be vital. Obviously, with the AWP, we heard Dupree last week speak about the fact that he's sometimes a bit too passive. That cannot be the case right here. Sun Payers needs to find impact. He needs to disrupt the way Spirit are going to play. He needs to lock down a certain place of the map, whether that's pushing radio with the AWP, pushing in hot, locking down outside. I don't know, but Sun Payers needs to be the front figure of Heroic on the CT side.
For sure, on the other side, I mean, his rifle did a lot of heavy lifting in the last game on their team side. So
yeah, Joe, if he's coping about settings, yeah, probably. It's never a good sign, is it? We all have that one friend who like changes sensitivity every week, right? Like that is just a thing that we all have to have one person who's like.
That's necessary for sure to be getting involved with the AWP on the T side.
Food acquired. What kind of food, Chiefs? We need to know.
Again, it depends on how Heroic are gonna play. I think Shiro is great at being a little bit more defensive, and he will be the guy to punish any sort of aggression coming out from Heroic. I think that's what he's focused on right now. If anyone is going to push in hot, or if anyone is going to play aggressive up yard, then Shiro will be there to punish the
placebo, yeah.
From Heroic.
Anubis was a chaotic battleground.
I had a friend of a friend who used to, he would change his sensitivity, so he'd be like, he'd play like sensitivity like 1.84567, like, and he would like, you know, he would change the last, like the fifth digit in that, thinking it made a difference. He'd be like,
holding him back.
Yeah, I need a 1,000 of like a sensitivity point more. I like the extra, like that's gonna make a difference.
Standing at this event,
you have Brazilian food, all right. I don't know, what does that mean?
where the
Yeah, that's a good question. I was going to ask the same thing. What is Brazilian food?
I think a Brazilian barbecue is one of my favorite things in the world, but I'm guessing that's probably not like a super Brazilian thing. Hey, Rechi, what's up?
A consistent first pick for this squad. Yeah,
Do you have a Brazilian GPI? Yeah, probably.
And G2 multiple times on this map in the last 12 months, so Spirit are no sleepers on Nuke as they come storming out the ramp in this pistol round.
Okay.
Audio is all Heroic have. They start to scramble.
Madden.
The bomb site filling with those doors as they come flooding into
Yeah, stop fiddling with the doors.
He's gonna pull back instead and give Spirit the space. What is going on with these doors?
What is going on?
Someone oil them. Hinges are broke. Not going to try
Okay.
use them to his advantage.
Hugo bringing up lubrication into the stream for no reason. It's a bit inappropriate, but
getting fired.
I think so. I think that probably was his last chance right there.
Fatal funnel of that single door. Things were looking dicey for a moment. They've been put a little more interesting here as Heroic came through with a couple, but it is still left onto some Pius. 1v2 and a lot of time ticked off that bomb. Well handled at a Spirit.
Any Brazilian barbecue place? I don't think so. I feel like running a Brazilian barbecue place in Copenhagen would be so expensive you couldn't even believe it, you know? So presumably not. You have feijoada, black bean and pork stew with rice and grilled chicken and fried cassava root. I don't know what that is, but the rest sounds amazing. I'm gonna Google the other thing.
It's a different team though, right? It's about the micro on this map. It's about those
I've never seen this before. It looks like coconut.
And how to play against a variety of smoke walls as well. It's these things that Heroic simply won't have had time to practice or get in place. Not even just with some Pius, but with Madden even more so.
Yeah, you haven't seen Nuke come up yet for Heroic since this
That's cool.
was put together, and I think it's because just on a technical level,
Yeah, a little bit of a nutty taste to it, Google says. Interesting. We're learning.
Team that has ever been at the peak of Counter-Strike has been a master of this map, right? Think about the Astrology.
Okay. Oh, you guys already know about this. Okay. I'm out of the loop.
Spirit right now. You're winning trophies, you're winning Nuke.
Yeah, and you know that's the belief of even guys like Carrigan. That's always been something he spoke about.
What's your favorite map, Vince?
Team. If you want to be the best in the world, you've got to be a strong Nuke team.
It's that perfect combination of, you know, tactical prowess and
we've lost him.
But also it's a map that allows your stars to pop off, right? Like it's not like an Inferno, like you get one kill, you get traded, that's enough. This is a map where a superstar can find 3Ks reliably every rifle round, right? Watch Don fighting outside.
That Duncan emote is amazing. Truly.
Last year was on this map that Don was just shredding tier 1 teams. Anchors can get multi-kills here. So Spirit are a very exciting prospect with that combination of experience and firepower. Donk opens up this one. Heroic's force goes astray.
Old school Duncan is your favorite.
Yeah, the only other silver lining I can give you for Heroic is that also Falcons used to play a lot of Nuke. It was their most played map.
Old school Duncan is like foreign?
Yeah.
Didn't really do anything.
I feel like he's stayed the same for a real long time, you know.
I was gonna say, like, how has he changed? I feel like he's the same person.
Yeah, pretty much. Mince, what's your favorite map these days?
Probably Ancient.
Oh, okay. That makes sense.
I do love me some Ancient. I think it's a really fun map on both sides. You have a lot of options, a lot of set pieces and smokes and Molotovs and stuff as well. It's a cool map.
True.
How about you?
Probably still Nuke. I'm like, I'm gonna go to the grave. Oh, okay. I'm gonna go to the grave, just enjoying Nuke. Look, what a peek from Madden. Not to take the fight, but just to get the information. He's so smart. If you would have peeked that, he probably wins.
Madden's expected Chopper to bring the fight to him, so he tees himself up in a really strong position here up top of the hut.
Polish mega meal it is.
Chopper knows the reposition has happened. But there's now a lot of angles as to where Madden could be. So this is not an easy clutch for Chopper, far from it.
I think the only map I don't love right now is probably Inferno.
Oh, just backs up. And that's given Chopper a window to start to make his way. And so Chopper collects, clutch denied.
Unfortunate.
Oh man.
Oh, Madden's in his head there. He's thinking
It's like he said, if he peaked, if he fully committed to that peak on Squeaky, he would have had the round for sure.
Yeah.
Seconds the difference, turning away from that hut door.
Unsurprisingly, it's a lot easier to be smart about Counter-Strike when you have the X-ray and the minimap on.
Who would have guessed?
It actually is something that, like, I try to be so careful about when I'm casting, is because it's such an easy mistake to make, right? Is you just sit there and you say what they should have done as if they knew everything that you did, you know? It's like, he should have really just been, if he just had, like, you know, waited 5 more seconds and then gone, was like, yeah, obviously, like, you know, you have X-ray, of course you could see that.
So the fact that now you've already had another swing and a miss to open up Nuke, it's that same sort of feeling again. Let's see if they're at least able to capitalize, right? Catch Spirit with a slow start here by breaking their money
Backseat casting.
after the results of that last round.
That's actually so dirty. Peeking that with no smoke, no flash. Okay, it doesn't matter.
More aggression coming in, but that's a free kill picked up for Zontix, holding the aggression. Orb spotted on the cross outside, but they never saw Magix make it down. And we talked about Nuke as a test of your rotates, a test of your protocols.
D-donked.
Blindsided there on the drop in a lower.
Oh, how'd this happen? Bomb loose in the garage.
What's your take on, I've been asked this quite a few times over the last year or so, but people asking for, like, 2 maps out and 2 maps in. What's your take on that, Anders? Do you think it's a fair thing to go for? So, you know, when they removed Vertigo for Train, what if they'd also removed, like, Inferno and brought Overpass back or something?
I mean, yeah, I think you could do it. I don't see why not. Keep things fresh. It kind of, you know, also, you know, as the local, you know, Edge King, I feel like because of the tools we have available, catching up on like new map strategies it's much easier than it was not that long ago. He's actually won the map for them. Like, the only reason he doesn't get the ace is he doesn't need to. Soy is the truth, isn't he? He's brought Sunpies back from the dead. But yeah, like, I think people misunderstand like how quick you can, like, obviously prepping it for them is one thing, but like you still have to play the maps a lot. But yeah, I wouldn't hate it. If somebody said let's do that from now, I'd be like, yeah, cool, why not? Like every new major season or whatever the fuck it is, you just say, like, you know, after a major you say, okay, 2 maps out, another 2 in, let's go. I actually think it would keep things fun and interesting, you know.
Simply comes down to the bomb being loose in yard.
Yeah, definitely make the pool feel fresher, I think, each time there's a change. Yeah, Mr. Shu, that's a crazy round for Sunpies to win.
It's interesting, Sunpies is super vocal. Every time we've cut back to him on the player cams, he's always weighing in with the things to look out for in the round, what he kind of feels, you know, his read of the game is. It's nice to see that Linus is the support of this veteran player in helping, you know, shore up some of these early rounds. You're going to need the communication to be on point. You're going to need ideas.
But yeah, I mean, like, I kind of, you know, I was doing like the whole map review thing for the map core stuff, right? And there are actually so many maps in that I think that could become professional, like, you know, pro level maps. In a way, that's like that is like a big failure of the communities that we don't like. I wish somebody would run like a tournament with like. Obviously, the problem is the tier 1 teams are never going to agree or whatever, but like, it'd be sick to have one where it's like high level competition on maps that people don't know, just to get to see. Because the problem is, like, if you show people like a new map that's just like in the map core pool, everyone is going to say, I don't want to play this map. But if they saw, you know, Spirit and Na'Vi play on it, they would say, oh, I want to play this map now. Like, this looks sick, you know? So it's like people's opinion about what is a good or bad map is so heavily influenced on whether or not, you know, the pros are playing it or not. So I wish there was like more community support for the mapping people, because yeah, they do a lot of work and nobody cares, because we're all like just playing Dust 2. Sunpires is fucking sick.
The intrigue coming from the Spaniard on that AWP as another multi-kill round is put forward by Sunpires.
Well, I said it earlier, I'm going to reference it again. When I think of Sunpires on Nuke, I think of that Ents run when Ents were,
Can't spell Spain without pain, Vince. I don't know what I'm doing, bro.
He's losing his mind. That's what streaming so much does to you, man. You've been grinding the last week or two.
Yeah. A tournament for Owner Pixel, yeah. Get him on the phone. Cunning stunt. Hi, Anders in chat. Sorry I'm late. Please don't write me up. It's a big request. This, you can get away with it this time, but we expect you, on time tomorrow.
Absolutely allowed Heroic in this match.
Yeah, community maps are great. We'll get back to some of the mapping stuff as well a little bit later.
Madden calling for support at the right time.
And it's Sunpires here to join him.
I mean, the thing is also, like, if you ask pro teams about maps, like, if you're a professional team and you have, like, a 6-map map pool, why would you want anything to change? Like, you're not going to give an objective answer to the question of would you want new maps. Your answer is going to be weighed by the fact that you're already good on enough maps to play every tournament. So, like, asking those people is not to say that they would lie, but, like, why would they, that they're so colored by the fact that they're already winning a lot, right? But I mean, if push comes to shove, they're all going to be able to learn new maps. So I don't know.
Yeah, plus, like, realistically, if you ask the pro players at the top level, they're making really good money.
Yeah.
In a position where they feel familiar and comfortable with. They have absolutely no incentive to try and rock the boat in that way.
Yeah, exactly. Ooh. FTP CSGO. When are you casting next? Miss you hearing your voice at the big games. I'm going to be doing a bunch of online Counter-Strike, I think, for the next month or so. But actually, one of the reasons I'm streaming a bit more, just to give this speech again, is because it's become a lot harder to get hired for the big tournaments. So I'm starting a cult, which you can join if you want. And part of the goal of the cult is to try and get me back to more tournaments in the future. Because the truth is, I kind of need my fans to kind of be vocal about wanting me at tournaments, because otherwise the tournament organizers won't know that there are people that want me at the tournaments, So, that's a little bit what I'm trying to do, so that, in a friendly, calm, polite, cultured fashion. But I kind of realized at one point that, I feel like I have a lot more community support than even I realized, which is really cool, and I'm very thankful for that. But I've just done a very shit job at directing that support anywhere. And so as a result, you easily become a little bit invisible, because the esports landscape just moves really quick. Like, if you haven't done an event for a month, you're kind of old news. It's crazy. Like, it really is crazy. Like, this is how it works, It happened once before in my career when my daughter was born. I took, like... It was actually her birthday real soon. When she was born in February, like start of February, I took December and January off because my wife was really sick at the end. Like, it was not an easy end to the pregnancy. So I had to take like a couple of months off, essentially helping her and helping the family get through that. And then she was born, and then obviously the first month of that, you're like, generally you're just stressed and not sleeping and trying to get everything to work. So that was like February, and then into March I started realizing, for a bunch of reasons, like, oh shit, I need to work so that I can actually pay bills. So then I reached out to a bunch of people and said, hey, listen, I'm back from the whole baby thing, let's go. And a lot of people in the industry were like, oh, we thought you'd more or less quit. And I was like, what the fuck, guys? Like, I've been gone for 3 months after having worked here for like 10 years, and you're saying that, like, you're saying that that's it? Like, it's crazy. But that's how it works. Doesn't matter who you are.
Yeah, shit like that can be really damaging. really, really damaging. For
yeah.
sure.
As you said, literally getting shot in the back to being the guy
Yeah, like it's
waiting for that up vent door lobby push.
It's your fault for wanting to support your family. True. True and based.
Make Spirit think A is free and Spirit go, oh, A is free.
I mean, when Walter was born, he's going to be 10, by the way, in March, which is crazy. When he was born, I left for Katowice 1 day after he was born, which I still think back on and think that was an insane choice. But honestly, the problem is, if it's almost true to say, if you don't make those kind of choices, then there's a really good chance that you're just going to get... It's not just going to be one event you're missing. It's going to be like... It could easily be like 4 or 5 where you're just like, oh, now we're hiring somebody else and we're just going to do that for a while. And, you know, it's like... Great. Yeah, freelancing in esports is pretty stressful. The amount of talent we have, yeah, that's the other problem, right? Like, it's not like they're hiring people that are worse than me, right? They're not. I say that also because all these people are my friends, right? So, like, they are really talented. They're really good. That is a big problem. I mean, not for the scene or for the tournament, but you know, as for each individual person, it's a crazy situation.
I do find it so funny how Donk is always the guy planting. I feel like he plants so much.
But yeah, I mean, anyway, for me, I think that isn't the only problem. The other problem is that, you know, I just having a relationship with your own kind of fans and sort of directing them in a way is just an essential part of having a career in this space, and I just ignored that for like 12 years. So that's my fuck up. I admit it.
6 rounds on the T side.
Yeah, nice and funny. I think unfortunately it was on... I blame Heroic for losing on Anubis. They could have won it. We could have had Train. Think of what could have been. Think of what could have been.
Oh, you never know. Maybe we get a Train in that G2 bet boom game.
That's true. That would be sick. That would be fire. Cheeks. Understandable, but you're not just telling that you have many people follow these events. But yeah. Well, I think that is true, but I think that's something that I have to essentially talk that part up more, right? I have to be more forceful in sort of saying to people, hey, you really need me at an event because of all these things, right? And having like a group of fans who are kind of interested in promoting that too is, I think, ultimately essential, even though it does actually go a little bit against my nature. But it's not a... You can't both say, I don't want to do it, and then also expect for other people to, like, do the work for you, essentially. Like, how does that make any sense, you know? No, it's not too late. Like, of course you could do it. Milchin, Richard did that part pretty well. Yeah, Richard has done an ungodly amount of work to cultivate his own fan base, and I mean not just from the work that he does, which is obviously of an insane quality, but also because of like his reputation as being a trustworthy person, right? That doesn't, like, it takes a long time to build that. So I think this year I'm going to be casting a lot more with Neo, at least for certain events, and we'll see what happens. Like, I think Vince and I talked about it too, like, it's possible that, you know, if we get a chance, maybe we do some casting. The thing is, nobody knows what's happening. Like, this is kind of like the truth of it is, like, it's not like there isn't like a schedule of events out there where we say like, ooh, who do you want to cast with for this one and how does this work out? Like, all you could do is like try to get hired, and it's either a yes or a no, and then you figure it out from there. So, you know, it's like a little bit, I think that it is what it is, you know. So it's hard to sort of say I'm going to be casting with this person and that's how it works and we're going to go for it, because the truth is, for everybody, if a tournament comes along, if somebody came along to meet with tomorrow and said, hey, Anders, we really want to hire you, and we've got DDK here to cast. You know, we've already hired him. Do you want to cast with DDK for this tournament? Of course, I'm gonna say yes. You know, because like, so then making these like deep plans about who you're casting with is kind of it's kind of you know, it's hard to do, you know, just is.
Yeah, it's fairy tale stuff at this point. Like, unless you're one of the top 3-4 duos that can basically like have a set amount of events that you're pretty confident you'll be working, then yeah, as Anders said, you can't, like, beggars can't be choosers type thing, you know. You just have to accept what you can.
Yeah, and also like those duos, right, have they have the whole year pre-planned for most of the events, right? Like they know at the start of the year what they're doing the entire year, or at the end of the previous year, basically, right? So it's a different, little bit of a different world in that sense. But yeah, I mean, like, you know, at the end of the day, for me at least, like, it's, you know, like I said, it's one of the reasons why the streaming stuff and content creation, hopefully more in the future too. It's just like, it's a good thing to add to my repertoire of things that I can do, so that I'm not just reliant on the other thing, right? And then just, I don't know, work hard, do work, keep doing the casting, whatever it is. Like, what else can you do, you know?
Important equalizer for Pius. And he's even able to get out.
Shout out to Maui for the blueprint. Yes. I mean, the truth is, Maui obviously did an amazing job, but like, Richard and Duncan have both been telling me for like essentially 12 years to try and diversify my output in terms of not just being a caster but also doing other things. And it's not that I didn't trust them or anything, it's just that I felt like I was very busy doing other things too that, you know, that I also cared about. I mean, like, we built Skybox as a company and it took a long time, but also every team in this tournament is using our product, and every team in the top 30, almost 50, I think, more or less. Like, so like, it all just, you know, like, I was spending a lot of time on that. But in terms of my casting career, maybe my time would have been better spent creating, you know, a podcast and some more, you know, stuff, you know, just in that sense, right? Because, yeah, I mean, that would have been a smarter investment in some sense, I think.
2v2 in the post plant. Going to wait for Youngster, but they don't have a kit right now. I don't think there is one in the round. This is awkward. They missed the timing on going up vent, right? Zontic's kind of now teed up in the lobby in a good position to shut this down. Madden walking in, back turn. Zontix collects that for free. And Youngster's been heard on this loud rotate in through main. So Spirit do not break a sweat.
Yeah, the old school Theorycraft is... I want to do stuff like that. I just want to do it in like a more structured way, so that there's like better editing, not just me talking for like a long time. One of my fears, I don't know if it's a fear, it sounds dumb. The thing that I think I did badly with Theorycraft is that I just did the videos, threw them out there and said, it's just me talking for like 20 minutes straight about different ideas and, you know, stuff. And then it's kind of too easy to forget about it. And then, like, you know, like, I think I need to be a better... Need to do a better job of, like, branding my content as really mine. And, like, sort of say, like, hey, I made this, you know, this is what it means, this is what it is, you know. Like, try to sort of, you know, what's it called, like, get, like, my watermark on those things a bit more. So that it's like maybe more consumable, but also like there's like more of a, I take a little bit more ownership of having made some of these things. Yeah, short podcast, like I think just the editing and the presentation alone could change a ton of things, you know. To say like this is the also like if I make a video like a Theorycraft video and it's like here's 15 ideas compressed into like 20 minutes, it's like, Jesus, that's a lot for people to consume. Like, maybe it'd be better to do, like, here's 2 ideas compressed into a video that's, like, 10 minutes long, and then we just do a lot more videos, you know? And then we still get all the ideas out there. We're not forcing somebody to, like, soak up, you might say, that much.
Now they hear Madden spamming the MP9, and that's a fight they would gladly lean into. Xcloud's been mollied forward. They deal with him on that trade, and they've got Madden.
Oh, the Beast has got one Richard Lewis sub stack. Sub left, so if you wanna message him, you can get in on Richard's writing. That's a good idea. Have you thought about casting the national matches? I think national team matches are supposedly picking up next year due to the Olympics. Yep. So I know the people who organize these things, and I am talking to them, and I'm down to do it. Like, obviously, casting really big tournaments is super fun, and obviously I love, and I think I essentially do my best work in front of like big crowds because I don't know, I just have more experience than anybody else in Counter-Strike doing that, and I love it. But I'm not like I'm not an idiot either. Like, if I don't mind doing work for money, you know, like, so if I don't, you know, if you hire me for something else, I'm gonna do it, and I'll do a good job, and I don't think of it as like demeaning to cast, you know, lower tier tournaments or even like some of the national team stuff, which obviously has a lot less eyes on it. Like, I don't care. Like, I like casting Counter-Strike, and it doesn't have to be Spirit versus Na'Vi for me to be enjoying it, you know. Who's organizing it? Something called IESF. The International Esports, whatever, Federation, something. I did some work with them last year. Hope to do some more this year if things work out. Chopper, the nose tape is not it. Well, what's up, Katie Glazer, by the way? It's a thing now, like, all the influencer bros that I ironically follow on Instagram, or at least get their reels, they all wear it. They're all into it. Damn, I think we've missed out on train vents. We've been wrecked.
Dream's dead.
Dream is dead. Let's go, Cheeks. Let's go. Maybe we just become Marvel Rivals casters instead.
Bro, I'm 100% down for that. I've been playing that loads over the last couple of weeks, having a good time.
It is really fun. It's also like a little bit more. I feel like if I play like 6 or 7 or 8 games in a row of that, it's like I do feel like a little bit brainwashed almost, where it's like, Jesus, what just happened? Like, I've been swinging around as Venom. Like, if it's all like the pace is so different, you know. So like, even if each game is shorter, it feels like you're like in a tumble dryer, you know, the whole time. But I'm having a great time with the game, but it just feels it's also wild, you know.
Yeah, I feel as if that game, like, a lot of people complain about being assholes in Counter-Strike and whatnot, but I actually think it's exacerbated so much more in a game like Rivals, because you have like different roles to play, and there's also no role queuing in that game, so you get people that will like insta-lock DPS and then cry because they don't have a second tank or some bullshit like that. Like, yeah, it's a lot of messes get found out quick in that game for sure.
Yeah, it also is it can be rough, right? If you're a tank, and sometimes you're tanking like 3 or 4 different people out of the 6 that are on the team or whatever it is, and then is it 5 or 6? I don't remember now, but
6,
yeah, 6. So then like, you're tanking like what amounts to whatever, like 70% of the other team, and your DPSs are just missing every shot, and you're like, okay, well, like, eventually I'm gonna die, and then you're gonna die, and then it, like, if you're gonna pick that if you're gonna pick the class, you have to hit somebody, you know. But I think it's a fun game. I enjoy it.
I think the issue with casting it though is that a lot of the Overwatch casters will probably switch across if it became a big esport, which is a big if, and I'm not sure it even will. And it'll be the classic thing where gatekeeping happens, and like it'll be very difficult to get yourself in there.
Yeah, maybe, probably. I mean, either way, I think like the people who love it and who like really genuinely think it's fun are just always going to be the ones anyway who are going to prevail in it, you know. So oh my fucking god, Chopper! That was some very quick headshots. I think in general, like, if somebody got like so into it that they were like, oh my god, I love Marvel Rivals and I really want to spend all my time, you know, talking about it, you know, analyzing it, casting it, making content about it, like, I think that will outweigh almost anything else, right? But like, so like, sure, you can get into the door quicker if you already have some connections or whatever, but like in truth, if you're just there for a job or whatever, like people will sense that eventually, they'll feel it, and then the community will like somebody else, and so on and so forth, you know. I think so anyway. But.
Comes up with that pistol. They are so sharp. Zontix is very optimistic, thinking he can get away there, but luckily enough, Spirit
I'll be back in 2 minutes, mate.
Drop in.
Yeah.
And knock Heroic out. Chopper's looked very good in this series as well. Individually, has had a lot of impact, especially across Anubis. Was involved in some of those late round 2vx's.
Picked up that.
ISF is organizing it. I think so on some level. There's something. It's kind of a weird situation with the Olympic Committee and all the rest of it. It's also not clear to me if Counter-Strike is going to be part of the Olympic Committee stuff or not. Like, it's kind of a weird situation.
Okay, only pistols, I say.
The thing is that CS creates very dangerous environments at times. Games like Overwatch and Valorant, you suck, you get shit on, but if you're CS, I guess, yeah, SA threats as a woman, yeah, I know, it's crazy. It's unbelievable. Unfortunately. I even see like a ton of meme things on like, on Instagram. I get like all these stupid memes where it's like, you know, as soon as like a woman talks in a game, they vote her out. I'm like, okay, cool, like, great job, guys. We have a new-born daughter, and I hope to God the culture has changed. Yeah. Man, I mean, I hope so too, but my trust in that is just really low, unfortunately. I don't know, like, all we can do is, I think, try to like tell people it's neither cool nor funny nor anything else. It's just kind of cringe, and hope that it like dies on its own. But you know that it's, you know, it is what it is. But it sucks.
As far as starting off your one gun round,
Spirit is just wrecking this game so hard.
Turned back around. Madden is low, and Heroic, you can get very much split apart on this T-sided nuke. 2 in secret, 2 in lobby. This could get claustrophobic for Heroic.
Done, yeah. The problem is too, like, the women in gaming thing is hard to talk about sometimes, because it is hard to not make it, like, if you wanted to make content about it or whatever, it's like, it's hard not to make it seem cringe by doing it. Like, you sound like this preachy person or whatever. I don't know, like, I don't know if I would know how to do it in like a reasonable way so that the people who need to hear the message actually understand, like, that it's just what they're doing is sad and not that funny. But like, you know, you have to find a way to say it in a way so that, because all the people who already agree, which hopefully are a lot of people, you know, they don't need to hear the message. They already agree, right? It's the people who think it's cool and funny who are like, you know, you have to find a way to reach them. But
Chopper's ready to creep out the hut. The multi-kill required. Chopper gets them both, and Spirit like that.
Oh god, they actually win the round. The weird thing is that video games in the infancy were actually advertised to girls. Yeah, I don't remember if I feel like I've heard this before, but I can't remember the context of it.
And this one is a mental break as the last second retake comes through. Heroic thought they were being given one more round,
Black bars, yeah.
To play. Only for Chopper and Shiro to rob it from them at the 11th hour. Last
in the 80s, 90s. I feel like for me, the thing for me is like, I just try not to categorize. I don't know if this is I don't know if this is a normal thing. I feel like whenever I don't know if my view on this is wrecked because of social media, but I feel like there are so many people who do this thing where like they categorize like all the people in their lives. So they're like, oh, I've got some like male friends, female friends, friends of a certain race. I've got some other people who are over here. Like, it's like, that's such a bizarre concept to me. I feel like I just have friends. Like, I don't think of my friends as being first like a particular gender or like come from a certain country or something. They're just my friends. But if you ask me about it, like I would have to think like, oh yeah, who, like, you know, who do you know who's like you know, from this country? But like, oh yeah, let me think about that for a minute. But like, It just feels like it's such a like a weird way to interact with it. I truly don't understand it. But like if you look at social media, it seems to be normal, you know. So I don't know.
Adden's crossed down a lower. He's even come back up the vent now, trying to fight for the yard control. Zontic's ready for it in this one, looking to come undone. Heroic might have been the most successful bounty hunters from stages 1 and 2. They might have turned heads.
I know black dude syndrome, yeah, a little bit.
Unit,
yeah, it's like if you.
Met their match
yeah,
in the
Spirit just won. They won. It's already won. Okay, well that's that we knew that was gonna happen. We said it. We're not surprised. We can't really be sad about it. It just is what it is. Hold on, let me update the stream title.
Semi-finals secured as Spirit stand tall. They assert their dominance on that second ground of Nuke, despite map number 1 getting a little bit complicated at times. Any nerves, any questions firmly shaken off, and we know that Spirit, they're the most dominant team in the server today.
Yeah, we kind of prefaced it coming.
I don't like. I mean, I feel the same way with like.
After watching Anubis, somehow, some way, they still managed to win the map, and Maui, it felt like they meant business on Nuke, right? They
like
came with one clear objective.
The trans friends that I have, like I don't think of them really as like my trans friends. I think it was like I just have some new like female friends, and that's it's like the concept of like thinking of them, like having them in that category first. Like it's not even like a woke thing for me. It just seems like I just don't understand. I really don't like. I feel like it would take effort to do it the other way. Like I feel like it would take a lot of effort to have to categorize my friends into all these different things, and I don't even know what I'm achieving by doing it. You know what I mean? What is like? What's the purpose of doing it that way?
Speaking of which, we've got James on the sideline with Donk.
Oh yes, I've managed to grab the greatest of last year and a dominant performance as always from Donk. But I'm going to start with before the game started. You really wanted Heroic to spend some more money.
Yes. We just want to play a win with everyone.
Yeah. Oh,
we don't care.
Wow, okay, so the plan for Spirit is all in every time, as much money as possible.
Yes.
I like that. You're using the format to your advantage. But it could have got a bit scary on Anubis. You go down 9-3 on your CT side, and okay, you fought back on the T side. It is the more favored side. But what problems were you guys having on the CT side? It seemed like you were struggling with what Heroic were giving you.
They were really good on the T side Anubis, and we just was struggling with communication, like because we have first game on the one, and it's like it's tough, always tough, and it's like it's okay. We're fine with this. We know why it happens, and we're gonna fix it and just try to get our shape better.
And your shape did look very good on Nuke. It looked very comfortable for you guys. People think that right now that obviously at times Spirit can get tilted. We spoke about this towards the end of last year. Do you feel like that side of it is better? Do you think you're getting less tilted, more happy as a team through the games?
Me, yes.
You, yes.
Yeah, I'm the only one who is tilting in our team, so me, yes.
But you're still tilting, or it's getting better?
Yeah, I was tilted on the Nuke.
On the Nuke. Okay, well you still won even when you're tilted.
Still tilting, even
forward,
winning.
But
That's
I'm looking
sick.
forward to see Spirit go all in every single time.
Still tilted on Nuke. They won that one handedly.
I mean, maybe he wanted more frags, so maybe he was mad that the teammates around him were stealing all his frags, or something like that. I don't know, but I like the fact that he's admitting to us and the rest of the world that he's had a bit of an issue with tilting, and as we spoke about, Maui, a young guy who still has to learn. People sometimes forget that just because he's the best player in the world doesn't change the fact that he hasn't been around for long, so as good as he is already, he can still become better at certain aspects of the game, and I love the fact that he's admitting that. I feel like
Shout out to you guys for following the stream. I appreciate it. It's helpful. Collecting followers, we're like closing in on the 20,000 follower mark.
Even in a huge landslide victory, that makes for what I consider the
Dissing Fury, then losing, yeah, that was.
Maybe that's going to be what Donk needs in terms of mentality.
Is it a 60-minute break? There's no way.
He also alluded to the fact that
wait, if it's a 60-minute break, we're gonna have to throw some grenades, guys. You know that, right?
Has a chance to put some money behind those I don't cares. Like, it doesn't matter.
Do you think G2 Shuhei 666 Tilo? First of all, welcome to the stream. First time message. Good to have you. I think either G2, but I mean Vince brought up earlier the idea that he could be going to Liquid for JKS, and I actually think that's a banging idea. That's kind of sick. I feel like Blast would never accept like a 60-minute break, if I'm going to be honest. So I'm sure it's going to get changed.
Who needs it, Pim? Who needs the cash?
Just money.
Yeah, people want the clout more than they want the cash. It makes sense. Let's wrap up.
But I mean, it could also be FaZe, I guess. People have said that. I don't know. I think if I had to guess, I'd have to say G2, but let's see. It's an interesting... it's an interesting conversation, to be sure.
Saying that if they want to stand any chance whatsoever in the heroic camp of making the game competitive, it had to be on the base of Sun Payers.
I love your voice, COSTREAM. Oh, thank you so much. I appreciate that so much. I appreciate the support. I'm actually sorry for not saying no. Don't worry about it. I mean, listen, it's fun when people talk in the chat, but I realize there are people who just watch streams and you know, just for the for the background noise or whatever, and that's totally fine too. Like, you don't have to feel like you're forced to chat all the time if you don't want to. It's fine. P.O.I.N.S, can you send me 20 bucks for some weed? Not easily. I think. Like, depending on where in the world you are. But I mean, it never hurts to ask, to be honest. Also, welcome to the stream and everything. You know. What kind of weed are the kids smoking today? Just send the weed, yeah, sure. Good point. Fortunately, in Denmark, it's still illegal. We're still a little bit wrecked on that front. But also, I'm gonna be honest. Maybe this is like me getting older. I don't know. That wasn't a no. Yeah. Push from Netherlands. I remember before weed became legal in the States and stuff like that. Or at least in some states, I guess. But I remember thinking like, this is like an outrage. Like people should be able to smoke all the time, blah blah blah. But like, now that it's become legal, I feel like some people are just taking it so far, you know? Like, it's become so crazy that I'm just like, I'm out. Like, I almost feel like it's too much. So, some people, yeah, and it's like smoke, and then like people are, you know, distilling it down to like, they're like dabbing it, they're like just melting into the couches. It's like, come on, guys. Just try and be reasonable. Isn't weed legal in Copenhagen? No, there's like one area where it's essentially like it is not legal, but it's just like enforcement isn't really there.
So we saw the Sun Pius round where he was able to pick them off in so many directions, but you could see that Spirit just made things easier on themselves. It's not as much of a spread.
It's always like quite.
They're just using 4 guys with the cross smokes, 1 guy on top.
I don't know. It's kind of a.
Whereas before they could get a little bit messy.
The problem with drugs in general, like not just like the fun drugs, but like but even like let's say medication you take for a headache, you know, paracetamol or ibuprofen or something, is that like in general, if you take stuff for like long enough every day, your body will like adjust, and then you probably need to take more, and then that's where things go bad, like no matter what you're doing. So if you smoke weed every day, you're going to need to smoke more and more weed, and then wrecked. Is Christiana worth a visit? I mean, last time I was there, it was fine. Like, I think if you're from the outside, it's probably worth visiting, just like a cultural thing. But I don't think it's like necessarily super exciting. It's just a place where people live that's like kind of part of the city or whatever. Like, I think it would have been more fun in like the 90s, where it's like the community-driven side of the place was, I think, a lot stronger. I think. Even Lip Balm, yeah. A lot of people don't know this, but I'm super into like all the like supplement nootropic things, you know, just because I think it's interesting. But like most things have this problem, right, where it's like you take a lot of something for a long time, eventually it's gonna have like diminishing effects, and then you have to take more and more and more and more of it, and then the side effects grow with that. And it's like, at the end of it, is it worth it, you know? Probably not. The Joe Rogan of CS, yeah, exactly. There's ice skating now? Oh shit, okay. I'm out of the loop. I don't really go to Copenhagen a lot, to be honest.
So any worries any concerns you have about Spirit coming off of that Anubis? They're done? Put to bed?
No, not at all. I still think, and as Dunk said as well, you know, maybe first game jitters, communication was a bit of an issue, and I think they played, in all honesty, horrible on Anubis.
I feel like most people can self-regulate that stuff. Maybe, but the problem is there is like a class of people in our society who can't, who, you know, and I mean, it's true for everything, right? It's true for gambling, it's true for everything. And it's not to say that those people have to fuck it up for the rest of us, but in a way, it can be a bit scary, you know? And it's probably reasonable to say that we should try and find ways to make sure that we don't just leave those people to their own devices and they just wreck themselves, you know?
I don't even know. I actually don't even. Is Vitality strong enough to hold their own against that? Probably the only team. Navi would be the only one that tests them tactically. So
Nestle, what is it famous for?
The semifinals or the grand finals.
Yeah, fair. I don't know, what is it famous for? That's a good question.
It's nothing to Donk.
To 80k.
I was about to say nothing.
That's a lot. That's a lot of bounty on their head.
Apparently, Donk says it's
Bro, it's 50 minutes between this and the next match.
There's no way. They're going to have to change that, I feel like.
I mean,
if not, I'm throwing grenades just to be warned.
Yeah, I know, yeah. Anyone who wants to fight, come fight us. Can at least somebody say, maybe we don't go all in, but half?
I truly don't think it's famous for anything. I hate to say it.
It doesn't have to be accept or decline.
I could be wrong.
No, I think you can have a little bit of, you know, there can be a bit of conferring going on in the studio. Yeah, I think that is a tactic.
Add something to it.
Heroic go home with 25k on their head, and I want to get your temperature check on them as a team, because obviously not.
Maui doesn't look tiny, I know.
Nevertheless,
but I did put a tweet out about his shadow trying to escape him, so.
With what we saw from this new Heroic.
Me too. Just the fact that in this studio was a big surprise to me. I think the way they played, the way they conducted themselves, the way they looked.
How tall is Maui?
So obviously,
would you guess in centimeters?
Also, we know that I Am Katowice
like
is coming up. We know that Tania secures
140 or something. I don't know. I feel I've never seen Maui as like a short guy. I don't know why. Like it's obviously it's funny to me about, and obviously he memes about it too. But I truly don't think he's like I don't think he's that short, to be honest. Like, he's a regular dude. Like
he's stood next to like tall people. Like Pimp.
Yeah.
Must be like 188 or something, I guess.
I think so. Something. Yeah, he is pretty tall. Like.
But I mean, we didn't really get to talk too much.
But also, like, I think the whole short guy thing is just so stupid. Like, who cares?
I really liked what he brought in the opening stages.
Weed dependency also affect your mood, appetite, sleep pattern. Yeah. Yeah. Again, like I'm not against. I'm not against these things in general, but it is kind of easy for people to. It does say 47 minutes. Fuck.
Heroic proved to be some of the most successful bounty hunters, but even they were not able to stop Spirit. But you did also kind of have a bit of an unlucky route now with having to come in with a stand-in. Just let's touch on this Anubis to start off with, because this was looking very good from the start. But are you just happy with how that result went, or does it sting still because obviously you weren't able to close it out despite having the 9-3 lead?
To be honest, I felt we were playing good. We didn't expect them to play that fast because they were playing quite direct, right, on T-side. And I think that that is what we were lacking, like how to play against them, because we expected them to play slow like they always do. Yeah. But they were playing really fast, and I think it was just duels, because to be honest, it was so many 2v2s, 1v1s, 3v3s, that if we just win one duel, it will be a difference maker, right? So sometimes it's like this, obviously.
I think it's a.
For you, though,
oh, sorry, go on. Wait a minute. Let's see.
You even had Madden now standing in for this one. How is it for you to be back on the server and be back with this team? You look happier when I'm seeing your player camera.
I'm really happy, yeah. I mean, I was just missing this a lot. I was grinding this time, and I am enjoying the game. I'm happy to be here, happy to be on LAN also, happy to just have the opportunity to play against a team like Spirit. Obviously, they are right now probably the best, if not the best, a top 3 team in the world.
Do you feel like it was a bit of a blessing when Falcons removed you? Like, was it a good thing overall?
I think it was needed. Yeah, the team didn't click, and someone had to take a step back, and they decided it was me. So nothing bad to them. It's just it didn't click, and something had to change.
The good thing for you as well, though, is you're back with Saw. How much does that fill you with confidence? Because obviously he knows you very well.
I think it's really good. It's like a close friend for me, and obviously we have really good chemistry inside the server. So I think it's really, really good and fun to be back with him, yeah.
And lastly, just looking at what the team did online to start off with, right, against 3D Max and Liquid, and overall just when you had the full team, how confident does this make you for the rest of the season with this new Heroic project?
I think I'm really confident. I can see already like the practice. When we practice, we are learning and improving really fast, and we are step by step going like up and upper, you know, like playing better on every map. Like for example on Nuke, we didn't expect the peak, and also we didn't practice, so it's hard. Obviously, we did our best, but obviously we didn't have time to practice. Otherwise, who knows? Maybe it was closer again. I don't know.
Well, it's good to have you back, Pius in a heroic jersey, ready to get the job done across the rest of the season. But that's the end of the road here at the Bounty.
Yeah, despite facing a formidable
nice.
opponent in Team Spirit,
It's good to see him happy. Pius in a good mood.
For Heroic, as Pius aptly said, you know, that first map, it was a question of maybe 1 or 2 more duels going in their favor, and then we would be awaiting train as a decider.
Well, the results are actualizing the preparation, so that's already a good sign. You know, taking
I wonder,
down 3D Max, taking down Liquid. You know, in the moments, and Pius
I wonder
showing
if I could.
frustration, but even zooming out for a split second, recognizing.
Could I do this view and then put
them.
Counter-Strike in the background?
They're happy to be here. They're happy to show the world what they're capable of, and I'm sure they're going to show.
Or is it going to lag?
Oh,
it will, won't it?
I think most people are excited to see Heroic play at IM Katowice. I think most people are excited
That's gonna lag so
get
much.
an idea of whether or not they can replicate the kind of performance that we saw online. And I think most people are excited to see Tenir return into the lineup as well. And then there is this obvious question with Nilo as well, waiting on the bench. So still a bit of drama.
That's the confusing part.
Yeah,
well,
go on, give me your thoughts. I'm going to throw a spanner in the works. What do you think's going to happen with that?
I mean, I feel like Nilo.
He was expensive.
Yeah, so I feel like he could take the. I don't know who he'd take the place of off the top of my head.
Youngster? Or?
I mean, I feel like he's more aggressive than Youngster. So it's Nilo and Tenir. I feel like are battling for a spot.
Yeah, that's like a long break, guys. Goddamn.
I honestly don't know how they're going to use him necessarily.
I mean, if Tenir is going to have ongoing visa issues, then it probably plays out by itself. You know?
Truthfully, I just hate the line they used on the whole tweet. Like, you know, he doesn't. He's not the roster's locked, so he doesn't have a guaranteed spot, but he's on the team. He can fight.
I did want to do more theory crafting, but I I feel like
wording that I've seen on a release like that.
Out of respect for Blast, if I start doing a lot of other things with the audio just in the background, but streaming Counter-Strike, I'm kind of wrecking them a little bit. I kind of don't want to do that, you know. So we might just stick around and just kind of watch this and just chill out, because I've Blast have been very nice at letting me co-stream this. I don't want to like. I don't want to suddenly cannibalize the audio and then do my own thing in the background, you know, like I feel like it's going to be weird.
So stay tuned for that. We'll see you in a few.
I have no idea what the rules are here, but I just don't want to be disrespectful when they're being nice, you know? We vibing. Yeah, but I might go cook some pasta for some food. What are you eating tonight, Vince?
I think pork loins. And probably some vegetables.
Pork loin. That is actually a banging choice. You know how I cook those. I mean I just obviously I try to like rub them in salt and pepper, and I use for them, or I don't know why it just became a thing for me. I use like, you know, you can get like granulated garlic, like garlic powder kind of thing. So I just rub it in that, and then I just cook them all on all sides, and then but not for like just enough to like make them have like a nice surface, and then I chop like mushrooms, and then I make like a mushroom, like a sort of cream of mushroom sauce, and then I put the loins back in and just let them rest in that. And it just is like it's so good.
The only part of that I can't get on board with is mushrooms. I'm not a big mushroom fan, but it does sound really nice.
It's the texture, right? Like of the mushroom. Yeah, I know, like I totally get it. Yeah, like I think it's weird because I mean some mushrooms they taste super good, right? But like a lot of people have that problem with like the texture is a bit weird. I get it. Yeah, it's Tio's cage. Yeah, I mean I get it. I get it. Listen, I know I've been teasing it, and I keep saying like I'm gonna do a cooking stream, and then I just never do it. But that is the plan still, to do that in the future. We'll get everything up and running, okay? It's gonna happen. Back soon in 8 minutes. Okay, so they're probably right now figuring out like, are we gonna do like a podcast for a while? Do we have content we can show? How do we make this work? So you're making ossobuco. All right. I've actually never made that, but I could be persuaded. I made cookie dough. That's true. Don't know if that really counts as cooking. It is literally just mixing the ingredients and putting them in the oven. It's like, there's no, you can't fuck it up. It's impossible. Nico with his broken desk. You've got your own broken desk situation, Vince, from the controller.
Fortunately, my desk is super like sturdy, and it's like oak or something. So it's like just chipped at the top, but the desk itself is fine. It can take a beating. I'm not sure what material that desk was that Nico smashed out. It looked like it was really thin, like paper thin wood.
It is like those desks are just made of like this weird material. So yeah, probably. Soft baked cookies. Yeah, soft is the way to go for cookies. Like hard cookies are a weird concept in my opinion. I feel like I've never really been that soft raisin cookies. Yeah, that's also banging. Like is it like oatmeal raisin kind of cookies? That's insane. You love some hot cookies, all right? Yeah, too dry and just like, I don't know. It's not my thing. Just don't bake it. Now that is the base. The problem is you put egg in them, so after a while, you know, might be an issue. But I appreciate it nonetheless. It's a good idea. W, eat raw egg, raw milk, raw meat. The alpha male diet. I'm into it. I'm gonna go on one of those all male camp retreats. Have you seen these, Vince?
I haven't, no.
You're missing out. I'm gonna start sending you some of this brain rot stuff on. I'm gonna start linking you stuff. You can't be missing out on this stuff. It's like these retreats where like they advertise as like no women, like only like dedicated men who are like trying to like perfect their business craft or whatever, and then it's like, you know, they're all eating like raw meat and doing push-ups to like and networking, whatever the fuck that means. It's great. I think it's funny.
And showering together and massaging each other and stuff as well, right?
Yeah, like presumably. You know, they all have this thing that they say, it's like your network is your net worth, as in like, it's like if we get enough losers together in a room, we're all going to be really valuable somehow. I think it's great. I love it. It does sound a bit gay, but if they would just at least admit that, I think it'd be, you know, it would be actually more respectable, you know. They had those places in the early 90s? No way. It's not even, listen, if you wanted to make like a camp for like, you know, just men to improve themselves, I think and that's even fine for me, like whatever. It's just the way that they sell it is so cringe. It's unbelievably cringe. Like,
yeah, that's the part of it. It's a bit weird. Because like women have their like women retreats and, you know, their spa days and everything else.
That's fine.
That's
yeah,
completely cool. Like no one has an issue with that. But
yeah,
I think, like you say, it's the way they advertise it and the way they're like, yeah, we're Sigma chat. It's like, nah, bro. It's just weird.
Just super weird. Yeah, like, yeah, if you want to do like an all women's retreat somewhere, then go crazy. That's fine. That was just a joke. Fair enough. Not bad. Not bad. I don't know. Yeah, my Instagram algorithm is wrecked with like cringe stuff, industrial accidents, and like a lot of pugs and other like animal videos. If I wonder, that should be a thing, like where you just submit your algorithm or give your phone to like a psychologist and just make them browse through it, and they just diagnose you based on that. And they just say like, you've got problems. Like,
you just get the call back. You are irredeemably fucked.
Yeah, we've checked you into a facility, and they're gonna come get you right now. Have a spa day with the homies. That sounds great. Sounds like a good time. Turn you into a case study, yeah. Sonic WTF, you bench some Pius, who is certainly one of the best AWPers. And they bring back Dexter. Damn. It is interesting to see some Pius play this well all of a sudden. I admit it, like it, I don't know if it caught me off guard, because it's not like, if you ask me, like, what are the chances that some Pius just went from being sick to bad and just irredeemably could never return? I would obviously every time say, like, that's probably not how it works, but it's kind of, you know, when you see it happening right in front of you, you're like, oh, okay, cool. Like, what? Then what's happening in Falcons? You know, like, what's going on?
Yeah, I can't help but feel as well that he was probably very aware, because he's like 26. I think he's probably very aware that this might have been one of his last opportunities to have like a real big impact. So you got to go all in on this heroic team. Like, there's no half-assing it at this stage. Like, you're gonna go down as one of those other players, if not, that had like glimpses of brilliance back when he was a Movistar and like Ents, but never really lived up to expectations.
Yeah.
And then kind of languished away in this Falcons team that never really worked. So I think he realizes very well, like, this is it now. I've been sat on the sidelines and benched for ages. Like, gotta make the most of this.
Yeah, that's true. That probably is an incredible source of motivation. That's true. Next door guy saying Falcons is the new NIP. Oof. That's not the brand you want, is it? But it could be true. But yeah, I mean, I think, yeah, that's got to be scary as a player if... I think especially, like, being compared to, like, the shadow of your former self. That's got to be such a weird feeling, right? Where you're like... The community's like, oh, remember he was doing this and now he's this bad. It's like, oh, shit, guys. It's time, and they just show a creepy picture of Apex. Rivals in Mexico. Where's Casad? Bring him out. That's pretty sick. Hell yeah.
Yes, the season of the Rivals is almost upon us. Going live from Monterrey in Mexico at the end of April, April 30th to May 4th. Pre-sale for tickets is live now, so make sure you're signing up to get your hands on those tickets first, because Jacob, these are going to be the best of the best teams that are going to be going to Mexico.
It is going to be the best of the best teams. It's only 8 teams that get to play the tournament itself. Top 4 on the Valve ranking will get invited into the tournament, and then you have 4 invitationals to 4 different regions: Europe, NA, South America, and of course Asia as well. So you are only going to have top quality opponents at that tournament.
That's pretty sick for Mexico, I gotta say. I don't think they've ever had a tournament at this scale. The closest thing before being the America's RMR that was held there. No real audience for that one.
No.
So honestly, I just buy the tickets, guys. Like, get in there. Vamos, vamos.
I feel like the crowd's going to be crazy. You were there for the RMR, right?
Yes.
Do we have any Maui recommendations of any restaurants we should be looking at? Any places for a couple apple juice?
I know,
There was some ECS, yes, you're right.
Love a beverage here and there. Mezcal undefeated over there, okay?
Yeah, that's gonna be super cool.
Had in the States, nothing you ever had in Europe. It's a much higher quality.
I'd love to go there, man. That'd be sick.
Tacos, come on, like, it's obvious, right? Surely, like, Mexican food, not enough of it in Europe.
So much to look forward to as we move on to Rivals in Mexico. Great surprise indeed to be added to this broadcast. Speaking of, I'm not going to say great surprises, more like
African
crazy
event.
surprises were unveiled last
Yeah, that
night
is harder to do, isn't it?
Maus cutting their
I mean, I was in Morocco doing an event, but
literally seconds into 2025.
I didn't have it for years, Freya. Okay, the only reason they would have cut him is if they were going to sell him, and it doesn't look like
I've been slacking posting food pics. That's true. I do need to do. Listen, I'll get back to it.
The season progresses, but for Spinks, Are you kidding me? They're making Brolin the in-game leader, and with no experience doing that. Like, no one's ever really talked about him
That's gonna be
being that
interesting.
big of a secondary caller, a secondary voice. There were times during the ESL Pro League broadcast where
The only problem with Mexican food is the cilantro. I'm one of the I'm one of the soap tasting people. Sucks.
And if he can
I'm missing
step
out.
up to the plate, the takes on this one, like, I got 100 still, though.
Yeah, I agree with you. I remember those times as well. I remember observing Brolin as well, body language, you name it. You can even look at his position within Mouse. He's an anchor.
Oh, your
player
buddy was
who's on the
playing Marco?
outside
That's cool.
perimeter of the maps, even in the seating position in real life, whenever they're at the LAN. And
All right, I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna try and just look at what the food situation is like. Yeah, I know, skill issue. Sucks. I'll be right back, Vince. Give me a second.
I'm curious to see how that's going to pan out. I think he's going to get a lot of help from Cyclone as well, the coaching, and maybe he sees something in him that we haven't seen yet. To me, that's not the biggest story, though. The biggest story is still Shuhei. You know, having a player of that caliber, having a relatively young in-game leader that should be sought after by so many different teams, free on the market now, arguably maybe even at a discounted price instead of just sitting him on the bench, running up. You want to sell him now when he's still hot. You don't want to sell him in 6 months when the value of him is going dramatically down. So there's teams out there right now that should probably look into Shuhei, look into the contract scenario, and figure out whether or not they can collect some money and buy him out.
Let's put a pin in that conversation for now. Production, if you could do me a solid and bring back up the Shuhei tweet, I want to focus some attention on a couple of words in here. Clashing visions. Does that make any sense for you? I think that's the thing that surprised me the most out of Mouse.
Who even cares about what they say? They never tell it.
That's true. The truth will reveal itself, surely.
Yeah.
No, I mean, clashing visions, to me, the one speculation that I've caught on to, just kind of going through the weeds of this issue, is just people thinking, was this Mouse acquiring Spinks, and did they want him for either Brolin or Shuhei, and they just eventually voted, we're keeping the fragging? And frankly, I don't agree with that.
No.
Everything in my being disagrees with that, as a matter of fact. I think that this is a horrible route to go down if you're Mouse.
Okay, there's many layers we can dive into, you know, a couple of them being one. Jimfat, we know he was rumored to face, Vitality, you name it. For some reason, I don't know how, I don't know why, Mouse found a way to secure him, re-sign his contract, stay within Mouse. That was a clear sign to me that the entirety of the lineup would stick together. Jimfat would not have re-signed with Mouse had he known that something would change or new players would come in and go. He would have joined FaZe then. He would have joined Vitality if he wanted to. Another layer to this one as well, and this is one of my favorite things to do. Instead of reading a statement like that, I would just like to translate it. He could have wrote something along the lines of, I can't tell you the truth, I'm not allowed to, so I'm just going to write whatever, and then we're going to find out in the future what's going to happen. That's the thing. So instead of, you know, speculating, we don't really know. What I will say, though, that is, I don't believe that they found Shuhei to be not good enough to lead that project for the future. Could there be classing visions within the team? Could he want to go in one direction, other players in another direction? Maybe that plays a small part into it, but I bet you Jimfat would not have re-signed with Mouse had he known this was going to happen. Then he would have went off to Vitality, FaZe, or somewhere else.
I mean, the only clashing vision I can see is Shuhei saying, guys, I've led Gamer Legion to the major finals before, okay? Like, my vision is to make it deep in arenas. You guys are letting me down here, and they just said, I'm sorry, Shuhei, we're gonna leave you right there to dry.
You want to hear what happened?
Go on.
I have a theory, and I know this from a player perspective as well. What happened is that somehow, some way, Mouse convinced Jimfat to re-sign the contract. Unfortunately for Jimfat, G2 came knocking on Shuhei's door, or came knocking on Mouse's door. Maybe another team did as well, could be Liquid for that instance. What then happened in this iteration for you was that Shuhei expressed a desire to leave and join those projects. And now all of a sudden the rest of the team feel very betrayed by Shuhei, wanting to leave the team after Jimfat re-signed his contract. It has happened before, we've seen it before, and I think that's exactly what went down.
Where were you on January 6th, Pimp? That's a crazy conspiracy right there. No, I'm just...
Anyway, moving on. For Spinks, is this a good move for him, objectively? Does this make sense for him to moving into Mouse?
I figured
better than NIP, I guess.
Yeah, I figured this honestly to be a landing spot for him when I was just kind of theory crafting where he could possibly go.
But not with Shuhei being removed, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
It was more for a shifting of roles. maybe Brolin out was kind of the figure I would have identified as the odd man out in this situation, because yeah, he has some of the space-taking positions. It's not one-to-one role for role, like position, but in terms of overall gameplay and style, I feel like Spinks could have slotted into Brolin, or they just shift a couple people around. Like, MOUZ have tried shifting positions multiple times on Dust 2. Like, they swapped Exertion from mid to B to long to now being the CT rifler, and it's like they're gonna keep moving
I'm
around
back.
and nothing's really working right
Chair
now.
stream.
And they crashed out of this tournament.
I knew
and
you
so
guys would
they're
love the
saying,
chair
"We need
stream.
to hot fix this by switching out our in-game leader." I think you have a player problem, not a leader problem.
I am curious to see how Spinks is going to work out in MOUZ. I think MOUZ is known to be a team that always makes the most out of the player material they have. I also think Cyclone is going to work together with Spinks and get the most out of him as well. You'd also assume that Spinks going from Vitality into MOUZ probably means a reduction in pay as well, so it's probably a desire for Spinks to come in and I guess regenerate himself, reignite himself, rediscover himself as a player, because people low-key forget how good Spinks were. I know his latest
Helminen, yeah.
wasn't
Football night, fair enough.
you'd like to see, but in
I appreciate it. See you back here next time.
That a lot of people, including myself, we had him in our conversations when we talked about the
Tilo, yes, just send me a DM.
Spinks has not been at that level for quite some time, and maybe he can rediscover that form.
We can bring up the tweet from when it was officially announced that Spinks would be joining the team just a few hours earlier. Yeah, totally makes sense. Excited to be joining the boys. Looking forward to playing with them. And yeah, I guess, I mean, he's been on the bench for the Vitality, bringing in Rops. He kind of had to make that decision. I think it does make sense. Maybe
just on here.
He knew who he was going to be traded in for. Like, I'm very curious to know the kind of ins and outs of that.
Me too, and I think that's where the whole conversation gets spicy. You know, what did actually happen, what actually did went down. I also think, as I said before, it's a better move for Spinks to go to MOUZ than NIP or someone else who could afford him. We know NIP just got a big investment from some big company that probably could have afforded him, but I don't think that would have been the project.
Big investment.
Showcase himself. So overall,
let's go.
It's a great move for Spinks, and it could be a great move for MOUZ, but Shuhei out there on the market, that's curious.
I would.
What are you investing in, Vince?
Chance of success of this move at
What am I investing in?
Really.
Yes.
I think they would fall out of the top 5 for sure.
I kind of wanted to go down the stocks route, to be honest. It's kind of boring, but index funds and things,
probably pretty reasonable.
Been looking at because of the uncertain nature of the business and everything that we're in. So yeah, I don't know. It's a tough one. I'm actually that's actually a question that I've been thinking a lot about to myself the last few months.
They're even winning games. Like at the end of what happened last year.
How about you? Is there anything you're investing in?
They beat Vitality. They sent them home, and then they beat.
I don't know. I guess I'm more, and I think of it more of like I'm investing into, like the stream and the content, all these different things, you know. So you know, like I think of that as like a sort of investment of my time and all the rest of it.
Sure.
Try to go that route.
It's the most valuable investment or resource as you have is time. So
yeah, and yourself, like a lot of the time too, right? It's like, you know.
To work out are quite small. The issue is if it doesn't work out, if Brolin as an doesn't work out, then you're forced to go out there and find an engagement.
Condolences regarding cilantro. Yeah, it sucks, doesn't it? Like some of us just can't enjoy how good it tastes apparently, but like we're getting wrecked.
Think of it from a player perspective as well.
It is what it is.
You're applying a lot of pressure to Brolin, maybe even Exertion, maybe even Torsi.
I usually think, I didn't know about it, but I remember thinking like every time I'd go for like tacos or like Mexican food in the US, I'd be like, oh, this tastes really good, but there's just like one weird aftertaste that I'm not enjoying, and I'm like, what is it, you know?
Everyone but Jimfed, who didn't go to Vitality, who didn't go to G2. He had all the options. He is arguably one of the most interesting anchors and on one of the most important roles in the game. I bet you he could have gone anywhere, but he decided to stay with MOUZ. If I'm Jimfed right now, I'm thinking to myself, oh, this is not what I was promised.
Maybe he did want it, but I mean, no. I hope not. I hope not for his own good. You know, if he's got his head screwed on correctly, then I don't understand this at all.
How come I can't?
Like for Shuhei, and what comes next?
Like,
for him?
Yes.
How come I can't like make this window smaller in OBS and it just lags? Like, why is that a thing? Or is it just as soon as I like if I click away now, it's gonna go nuts?
Pick up the phone and call MOUZ right now, Joker Steve. Okay, we see what's happening with Liquid. All right, dial that number.
Does it work if I do it like this?
Hit him up.
And then this? No.
JKS. Okay.
There we go. Yeah.
You get JKS
as soon as I like
you're not
click away from the VLC player, it just gets wrecked.
Anyways, that new ruling came in that
but
they
why?
can't actually switch over to that. And so you're going to be an American team, and at this point, like you as Liquid,
Star Wars Coriandor. What a great reference. I've been trying to sell Andor to people, but I can't get any of my friends to watch Andor in spite of the fact that it's so good.
Their finishers are very uninspired, so Shuhei would bring that level of
I've got it on the list right now, and I'm going to give it a watch some point this week, I think.
Yes. Let's go. I have like Andor what? Stop.
And I think with Shuhei within Liquid, look at that lineup potentially, and that's a lineup that could be a top 5 team in the world. One thing is, it's the beginning of the season. I think this is a curveball, and you know how these big organizations work. They have budgets, and I think the entirety of the budget within Team Liquid have been
Andor, and then
so they have to go out there and find a new big
what's the other coding statement? If then. Star Wars if then.
Probably on a big salary as well. That's not going to be cheap. Another one is Twist willing to give up in-game leading? Personally, I hope he is, because I want to see Twist at his absolute best. But I also do sense that he's quite passionate about this new role of his. So is he willing to give up that?
I once submitted like a whole coding thing in.
Otherwise, it makes an awful lot of sense to get Shuhei into.
What were we coding in? I don't think it was C. It was some other language. But I just my entire software, like the program that I made, just was all like if-then statements and then go-to lines. So like, it was like just go to like, you know, I had no like global reference. I had no like variables or anything. I just all go to this line. It go to this line. If this, then go to this line. If this, then go to this line. And I remember the guy who was like reviewing it was like, what the fuck what are you doing? It's like, I don't know, putting in no effort. Isn't that obvious?
And I also feel like if you're Mouse, you're gonna feel out the initial suitors.
Just raw dogging it from, you know.
Okay, that's what they're
assembly.
No one's gonna offer anything more. And keeping Shuhei in contract jail, I'm sorry, but
that's all programming is. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Yes.
Fandom, and if you throw that away by keeping Shuhei in contract jail, the
Coda's trying to make it sound like what they're doing is difficult.
One of the players that they love,
they're just gluing shit together.
Your own PR too, if you're on the Mouse side there.
It's a business.
Yeah, I want to get a North American take on Twist, you know, releasing him from the mantle of in-game
I see Katowice talent got announced.
Would you like that? Do you want to see him going back?
Oh shit! Well, I guess at that time, like it's right around the corner, right? So.
You lost a Heroic here. Okay.
For casters, it's pretty much what
but Tanir shouldn't
expected.
Be out-fragging Twist in a series. I don't care if it's on.
Yeah, I mean it will be right. So.
Kassad's there though. Let's go. I guess now we're technically brothers, so I should be happy.
You should be happy, yeah.
For his success.
True.
You have Nerds, who I think is one of the most underrated players in the space of Counter-Strike right now.
Stunner's there as well, which is cool. Good to see him now.
He would be, right? Like, I would be shocked if he wasn't.
Love to see Twist, you know, just back to frag.
That's like a top 5 team right there. If you're just taking that rifle core right there, and what Ultimate has shown us in glimpses, not as consistent, but in glimpses.
We've got Ian Chambers, who's that?
Has been the op whisperer, okay? He made A-core.
That's a good question. Actually, is he an interview or something?
He is the op whisperer. He made
I guess, yeah.
Feel like he had a renewed sense of self after what happened with Dexter. Ultimate is gonna play.
I think he's gonna be like maybe a stage host, or because he's next to OJ Borg. So.
Okay. Cool.
I must admit, I've not heard of him before. But
me neither.
Interesting.
Could be a good thing. Who knows? Maybe we learn some new shit. You know.
And that is G2. Obviously, it's a bit complicated with them coming into this new season. We knew that Nico, he locked in that Falcons deal. He made no secret of it in the last months of the year.
Sure.
I would say that, I mean, Maui, maybe you're the man to speak on this. Makes sense for them to be looking for a new caller, considering how much Nico was inputting in those mid rounds.
Be careful, you may have to apologize again.
Hey, I mean, I'm glad I'm not the only one saying it, okay? Because I feel like I maybe got this train off of the track.
Assembly is so comfy.
Started it up right there, just saying, hey, watch out. I don't think Snax is qualified for this position. And then we're starting to see, you know, these signs here and there. These mid rounds are a little bit awkward. Hey,
you're sleep deprived. Help. Do you take anything for sleep?
I'm seeing Hunter talk way more than Snax at this point.
Just you know, quick disclaimer. I'm not a doctor. Don't follow my advice, but I do have some experience in this field.
Come on, that cardboard diet sounds pretty good right now.
Yeah, I know. I'm gonna popularize that. Yeah, word of advice, guys. Don't take your supplemental or medical advice from Twitch streamers. If you were going to do that, it's a bad idea. Haven't in a while. I would say there's a reasonable chance that everyone watching this broadcast is probably deficient in magnesium. As a general rule of thumb, pretty hard to and it affects a lot of things. So.
In the sense that I'm leaning towards Snax, perhaps not qualified for the job. However, give him some time, maybe he can make it work. But look at what
and it's pretty low stakes, to be honest, taking Magnesium.
And they brought in Flamesy. They guaranteed success for their future team by making a tough
I take something for sleep called L-tryptophan. For anyone that sounds wild. I'm deficient in IQ, if that counts. Nice, Eugene.
Same, man.
Yeah, aren't we all?
Isn't it like, you know, you can download more RAM? Can I download more brain cells? Is that possible?
Get that up and running?
Yeah.
Say it louder for the people at the back. Oh, by the way, that's Snacks.
You can consume vast quantities of mercury every day. Nice.
Would be picking into G2 Boom
like
coming in as the 5th seed
our friend Newton.
For the LAN finals of the Blast Bounty. I said there was an asterisk for Heroic earlier. There's 2 for the side of Boom. They're arriving with 2 stand-ins, no less Maui, and it's 2 pretty instrumental roles. We're talking the AWPer and we're talking the in-game leader.
This is about as bad as it gets, honestly. For a team like Boom that really upset expectations there, overperformed with Boomich at the helm, with Zorte firing off as their opper. We're going to see Nafany and Chiron back in their stead. And yeah, I mean, you can rate Nafany all you want. You can rate Chiron all you want. But this team, this Boom core that we're now witnessing once again, they never
Nafany will humble Snacks.
beat a team ranked into the top 9 in the world the entire time.
Definitely not lead division.
So this is unfortunately an objective downgrade for me.
I feel like the problem with IQ tests is like, how do you know if you're like taking like an approved IQ test? You know what I mean?
I just love the fact that you have.
I feel like there are so many of them, and every time somebody talks about it, everyone says like, "Boo, like this isn't. You're taking the wrong one." So like, all right, cool. Who cares then if it's like that complicated?
I think it's been proven that he was not desired to be in Boom. He's not been desired to be in any of these top teams. So I guess people within their scene would know better than we do as well. Chiron is interesting in the sense that a couple of years ago, I think most people thought he was going to be the next big thing. You know, he was brought into VP, have a crazy good aim, but maybe there's some, I don't know if there's behavioral issues.
Out of server issues.
Yeah, out of server issues. That's what it feels like. I do want to say we saw the lineup of Boom before.
Mensa will come to major cities and towns and run them for free. Really? That could be fun. I could see myself enjoying that. Have been extensively and frequently debunked. I think it depends on what people are searching for with IQ, right? Like it measures like a certain thing, right? But the problem is people want to believe that it measures like some sort of broad intelligence thing, but it's like I'm not sure that's really necessary. Like, you know, hold on.
How much time did you have to get ready?
I mean, I saw in social media that Magnolia said that they will play without 2 players, and I was like, seems like they will write me soon. And around like 10 minutes, our manager told me that, hey, we really need you. Is it fine for you if you will play with us? And I said like, I think you really need points. And I had some plans, let's say, but as far as I really, I mean, my ex-teammates really need me. I say that, okay, let's try to do our best.
Good guy, Nafany, just throwing those plans aside. They need the VRS points in all seriousness to be, competing in what this new circuit is going to be in 2025. We got some thoughts from Magno
Jez
yesterday
paid, like,
during the draft show.
an extra amount to go back in.
Who on earth's going to be calling?
How
What's
that
happening
works.
here? He said
I mean, if he has an agent, then I'm sure an agent is going to say, hey, listen, you know, you're going to need to like find a way to make this reasonable for us, you know?
Yeah, because he said he had plans, so I assume he got some bag to be there.
In a live environment to develop more of what will become his secondary voice as a caller, because obviously Boomich is going to come back in, take up the mantle once again. But for Magnajez, sometimes teams do that. They've talked about, I've heard people like top tier coaches say sometimes the way we mix up practice is by actually making our secondary caller our
Hopefully they ban
caller,
agent so we can see another map like train. Yes.
And I actually feel like it's a
also,
great
Maddie,
trial by
welcome to
fire
the
for him
stream.
to just
First
kind of
time
think
message.
about the macro picture, because Magnajez as an individual, maybe he didn't pop off the page with a 1.2 rating through the group stage, but he had a lot of impactful moments as a player, and I feel like his recognition of when there is a win condition that needs to be found and when there is a losing condition that needs to be shored up is actually actually quite strong.
It's a freebie, you know, when you think of it. As you said, Maui, they're coming in. There's absolutely
Didn't
no
see
expectations. There's
G2
no
play train.
demands from anyone. There's no argument to be said that BetBoom should win this game. So
I want them to play train, but I'm also scared that they're gonna steal the grenades that I've already made and haven't put online yet. It's a very weird position that I'm in, you know.
Free for BetBoom in a sense. I don't expect them to win. Nobody does. They're playing as a mixed team, but there's always a learning in it. There's always some players that can use some more stage experience, gain something, maybe getting to know, okay, Magnodis, how do you react when pressure's on in a LAN environment? You name it. So we can always learn, but again, it's a freebie. If they were to lose 13-5, 13-5, I wouldn't even be surprised.
More permanent changes over on the side of G2, however. This has been the first time that we've got to see Heavy God in the server for G2. So far, how are you liking it, Maui?
Heavy God is hitting, I'm going to grade him a B+ so far, okay? He hasn't completely blown me away. He had an excellent Dust 2 to close out big in their series there, hitting shots that I know not many people in the world can hit with a rifle. So that was obviously impressive, but there had...
Yeah, Mr. Potato, exactly. That's what I'm scared of, you know. What if they stole your lineups? That's what I mean, like, what if they stole the lineups? It's weird, because I want them to use the lineups. I just want them to do it after I've had a chance to, like, publicize it, you know.
That kind of way to just kind of upset expectations is something that attackers are always going to have to be worried about, because Heavy God, he has incredibly strong individual movement. Like, his movement mechanics are so precise and sharp. It's like you're putting Donk in an anchor position with all of the shifting body positions and the way to use CS2's movement to just make himself so hard to hit, but his accuracy is crazy too.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Heavy God. I think he's coming into a team that obviously are going to face some difficulties replacing Nico. That's been the conversation every time we talk about him, but from an individual standpoint, he's shown off to be a very reliable player. Maybe consistency will build into it as well. We don't know if the online form he was showing is going to be...
Train incoming, we're all hoping, we're all praying that they will.
Has been better than most people probably
Let's go.
And it's not been him that's directly, you know, had to fill any of the holes that Nico's left. It's more been Malbs being promoted into
Wait, Anders, didn't you have pass run or something? Did you forget about it?
Well, we didn't know.
I ended up, so my wife had made like chicken cheese burgers, basically. So I grabbed one of those, but I probably will grab the pasta later on. But you know, they had a spare one, you know.
I was just worried in case I heard like a fire alarm. Like, oh fuck, I forgot to check it.
Nope. But I appreciate it, Vince. Looking out. You know.
It's all good, man. We've got to keep the cult leader alive, you know.
Yeah, can't die until the cult is significantly bigger.
Yeah, it'll be a proper shit death, wouldn't it?
Maybe Malbs can go toe to toe with Nico in terms of pure firepower, but it's kind of what happens next, and sometimes getting caught in the rotations. But I also think that's probably part of G2 having to iron out their comms, their staging, their protocols, which Malbs is trying to put into place. And in a weird way, you know, Hunter's actually the one that seems to be orchestrating it.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when you say that, I come to think of the issue, right? I think we're missing the big picture. To me, Malbs, we know from an individual standpoint, he can maybe go toe-to-toe with Nico in the future. Maybe he can find that level, you know, in terms of raw impact on the server, getting the kills, you name it. But that second voice, which we constantly talk about, someone will have to fill that void. And I think if anyone can do it within G2, and if anyone should do it, step up to the occasion, use the experience, it'll be Hunter. And I feel like he's gone under the radar a little bit. We speak about Heavy God, we speak about Monacy for obvious reasons.
Yes.
We speak about Malbs, and again, we center the conversation around this, you know, awesome individual output. G2
Heavy God seems to be the type of guy that drinks a root beer. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, I have no idea. What even is root beer?
It's a very American thing, isn't it?
Yeah, it must be.
Is he gonna step up to that occasion? I don't know, but that's
I have to Google what root beer is now. 1 sec.
It's like some sort of soda drink.
A little bit about Monacy, because this is where the comparison between the two teams.
I feel like I've probably had it at one point.
For obvious reasons.
It is a sweet North American soft drink traditionally made using root bark. Okay then.
I mean, in terms of
so it's not alcoholic then, which is weird considering it's called a beer.
Yeah, I don't know.
Was one of the first
soda and it's good. Okay.
In his performances throughout all of 2024, and coming into the bounty, it feels like some map to map.
I feel like every place has like their own thing like that. That's just like a local thing. I know every Scottish person I've ever known has tried to sell me on Iron Brew.
Oh, it's so good.
Yet, if he's
You're not a fan?
His place on this team, thankfully,
I can't remember what it tastes like. I've had it, I feel like, but I just can't remember. So
it's hard to compare. Honestly, it's very unique. Oh, so for UK people, apparently the equivalent of root beer is dandelion and burdock.
Let's have a conversation with
okay,
himself. It's Monacy with James Banks.
I actually quite like that, so maybe I would like
few
root beer.
officials with the new G2. I just first want to ask you how it was with not having Nico by your side after so long.
First of all, hello. It's welcome to the new season. I mean, we started kind of slow, I think, on the first official against Bait. I mean, not having Nico on our side is just not having like big voice on City side, because he was usually calling a lot, and he was like kind of our, I would say, leader on City, you know. But you just need to get used to it. I mean, and we just try to all step in, you know, and help each other on CT.
Had to come back to say Iron Brew, so it's alright. There we go. We got some people.
How much does it affect you in terms of that voice not being there? Does it make
Anders, when you get hired for the Austin Major, you got to try the root beer. Well, let's get me hired for the Major first, boys. Let's see how we we can do that first. You know, that is, I think, not a given. So
even more freedom. I think
the cult has to grow stronger. You know.
I mean, it's the same as before. I think we don't have like the guy who calls more and maybe have some like ideas, you know.
But yes, I definitely would. I really enjoy being into. I've never been to Austin, but I enjoy Texas in general. So.
More freedom, maybe, I would say, yeah.
Insightful words, as always, coming out of Monacy. What was your takeaway there, Jacob?
No, I mean, it's a great point to bring up the conversation around Monacy. We speak of the voice in Nico being gone, and we've also heard Monacy praise Nico over and over again and say that part of why Monacy was playing so well. And
I wanted to. There's like an account that I get linked every once in a while on Instagram that shows you like plots of land for sale in Texas, you know, and it's like giant pieces of land with like a cool house on it, and it like costs next to nothing. And I'm like, I mean, it's also in the middle of nowhere, but part of me is like, that's sick. I kind of want that.
Now he's left without his sidekick, and sometimes that can make or break a player that is doing well.
Well, gentlemen, I think it's time
Yeah,
to
if I had no connections to the UK, so obviously still got family and everything alive here.
Sure.
I reckon I would be tempted, you know. I reckon I would. I suppose for you as well, it's like uprooting a wife and kids is obviously a big part of that as well. Like, it's a huge decision.
Yeah, and it's like, it's not just that, but it's like the extended family too. It's like, you know, like you'd have to move like so many people to move. Even somewhere else in Denmark's hard to move, to be honestly.
This is probably the best pick you could go for.
It kind of sucks. Like,
of course, the opposite instrumental on every single map. And G2, I think they've been liking. Okay, yeah, they've been liking Dust 2 quite a bit lately. They obviously defeated Big to get here on that one.
Yeah, I'm curious to the Anubis pick coming in. Nuke not being played makes sense. Bedboom don't want to go into that very team communication-based map. For G2, Mirage is up for the grabs, and I think it is going to be Mirage as the third deciding map. Ancient Gun right here. That makes an awful lot of sense.
This isn't a bad map pool, though.
No, it's not a bad map pool for Bedboom either.
No.
You know, as a mixed team, and that's what they are. I'm going to call them a mixed team because they are a glorified mixed team. You get to play Dust 2. That's probably the most simplistic map out of all of them. You run a couple of defaults on the T side, and you can always hit them with a B split on A go. Everyone knows how to do that. That can be dangerous. I think Anubis, to pick that as yourself, you're right in saying that you don't necessarily need an AWP player, but I almost would put Anubis in the same category as Nuke in terms of communication and synergy on that CT side in order to be competitive. And I think that's going to be incredible tough for them. They will start most likely on the CT side as they pick the map, and I think they could go down and only get.
Wait, what were the maps again? Oh, there we go.
We'll see. I mean,
no train.
For me
no train.
Is Axel going to keep up the individual form?
Fuck these teams,
really
okay?
all I'm really worried about here, because I don't expect Bedboom to win this.
The stream's over. We're not watching anymore. We're done.
So can the individual levels from the people that are actually moving forward with the team hold up?
Well, we've got our maps, but we do need to take a quick break before the action can ensue. When we return, G2 versus Bedboom team, a second quarterfinal here from the Blast Bounty 2025.
I low-key do wish I could move to like another part of the country. Like the part that I live in is like the most expensive, and there's just no reason. Like, it's just like needlessly expensive, you know. It's just expensive because it's kind of like near the water and near Copenhagen. But I don't care about being in Copenhagen, so it sort of doesn't matter. But like the problem is like moving is just like, you know, you need, ideally you'd want to move like a bunch of people, you know. Maybe I could buy like a rundown property and then get like the cult members to come fix up the house, you know. Could like work to fix the house. That sounds like a proper cult situation.
Yeah, property flipping is a very real thing. You can make some serious money off that as well.
I sometimes wish, like, instead of fucking around at university, I wish I would have like got like an education as like a carpenter or something, or you know, bricklaying or something. I feel like that'd be so, you know, like masonry or something. I think it'd be so sick to be able to like just, like you said, like buy a you know, a rundown house, then fix it, and then, like, you know, obviously I'm saying it's not just an easy thing, obviously, but in theory that'd be sick to have the skills to do that. I would love that. Send address, yes. Let's go.
I so wish that I'd learned like a trade like you said. I would have fucking loved to have done blacksmithing, man. I think I would have taken so much joy and pride in doing blacksmithing.
I still kind of want to do that, like, even though I just want to try and I like, if I had, there's another thing where I live now, it's not really possible, but like if I had like a place that was like a little bit out of the country or something, like I would try and get like all the things for it and just like kind of go. I think it'd be super fun. Like I could see myself spending hours, you know, hammering away at something.
100%. Imagine the pride after you'd finished it as well. Like you made a really good blade or some component of machinery or something, and you were happy with it. It would be such a fulfilling thing, I think.
Yeah, for sure. Just looking at, like, there are like areas where you can buy like these like discounted houses, but these because they're basically in like in a complete state of disrepair. So I'm looking at like one of them now. Jesus Christ. Hold on, can I link you guys? This isn't Danish, so it's probably gonna wreck everything, but buying a house in Detroit?
Every time when we play against any team, we prepare the same ways.
Need to stay in present always and not think about that we are better than anyone.
Here comes the cat hit. Modest is on the ramp. Barely any time. Bomb has to be planted. Head trick comes off, and now he needs the kill.
Oh, what a shot from Modesty.
It's really good opportunity for us because it's showing we can do things really good already. You have one chance, you need to do your best.
Axel wrestling it back, but it's the 1v1 now, and he knows where K-Toronto is. Mid-air for Axel.
We're taking to the stage once again for G2 taking on Bet Boom Team. And these guys now have a chance.
Jerky's minion, alright. That makes sense.
Just a little bit higher.
Did I convert to K-pop already? Not quite. But hold on, let's hear what these people say.
The favorite team in this one.
We'll get to the K-pop afterwards.
Some, shaky games. You've not looked like the best G2 just yet. Are you still going to risk it? Are you going to go all in?
Of course we go all in.
Oh, okay. I expected that though.
Nice.
Now it's up to you. Are you going to accept his challenge? Are you going to put an extra 5,000 down for this and go all in as well?
For sure, no.
For sure, no. Why no? Come on, fight a little.
Because money is a dust. It's we don't need it. We're just gonna bank it and it's fine.
You play for interest?
Yes, let's go.
Okay, well, it's going to be a normal game. No money happening. No money extra thrown down, at least. We'll have to see what happens between G2 and Bet Boom Team.
Yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, Bet Boom didn't want to. They don't believe they've already lost. They lost the mental game.
People might think, I mean, you could look at some salaries and go, yeah, 5K, I mean, they make that in 4 days. But if you look at these guys, like, to know that that amount of money still matters is, I think, what also makes this format really cool. So, no bet, though, but $5,000, I think is, like, kind of, I mean, $800 each if you split with the coach and everything like that. It's like, that's kind of funny. Yeah, that's kind of funny. I thought it'd be like
Of course. Let's just take it. Of course. You know, because they do have a 25K in the bank, right? Yes. So, I mean, you know, that was only 1/5 of BetBoom savings. It was the max that G2 could bet themselves. Obviously, the bounty that they have on them.
Connor, how can we believe in them when they don't even believe in themselves?
That's what I always say. You're using
but now we have numbers.
That's true.
Now we have numbers to reference. Before we used to just assume they didn't believe in themselves. Now we know.
Fragile mentality.
You know, we'll save all the gambling for
You lose already. True. Gotta step up. Gotta start fighting a little bit harder here.
The experts, so they're called, over with Freya, broke down that.
But then again, if I had to bet money on beating Monacy myself, I probably would. Maybe it would be hard to do that.
And also by the end of this year's tournament winnings.
How are you doing, Juggies Minion? What's up? How have you been?
BetBoom, you've done well in your upsets. Take that cash, walk away with it. You know, maybe that extra 5,000. Maybe that's what they're handing over to Nafany for showing up.
That'd be nice of them. Yeah. I mean, maybe they leave with more today and wish that they actually made that bet. But we are also.
The cult has been steadily growing.
With, so I can understand why they may
Things are improving at a rapid pace.
Of course, that's not just one player swapping out, as we saw on Heroic earlier this evening, but also 2 players, Mohan. And a big one in Boomich, because Boomich was the new head of the operations.
Boomich isn't big anymore, my friend.
Well, he still towers over me, tall guy. And yesterday, on the one of the most interesting things about one of the funniest parts of the draft show was hearing Major compare his opponents to
Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson.
Yep, and then Blade probably slipping the.
Got plenty of stuff I learned yesterday as I took a new class. Oh, what are you studying for now?
Interesting tidbits of information that came forth was Magnojez saying that with Nafany, ex-in-game leaders return to this roster, that Magnojez and Nafany are splitting in-game leadership roles 50-50 for this matchup.
Yeah.
So, you know, that's just a bit of
Mr. Potato, that's rough. That's a rough. That's a rough situation.
And I think it's not because
you took up the new welding technique. Okay.
So there's stuff that must be
okay, interesting. Yeah, I guess that field gets updated too over time, I suppose. So that makes sense.
I mean, you know, it was emergency preparation coming into this stage.
Surely.
But man, with emergency preparation, BetBoom did a lot already. With 12 days, said they were 10 days, said they were practicing 12 hours a day, and then put together a real lineup. And yes, they started missing grenades on day 2.
Well,
so they started to get a little bit worse. But what's actually more impressive is how good and clean the CS was on day 1. So they have a lot of things in place, and they have history with Nafany. It's not totally random.
I'm guessing there must also be like new materials or whatever, right? That kind of get brought in, or like new, just like new tools where somebody comes up with like a clever new thing. So.
Try calling. Yep. Maybe you can lock down that mouse contract.
Well, okay. Yeah. Maybe. Who knows comes knocking? Because it felt like Roster Mania was over until last night.
The biggest move of the season.
Insane. So yeah, who knows? But I think entering this matchup
very fun.
The
all right.
Open possibility of causing an upset, and if you get eliminated, you can always point to the excuse. Not that you're going to use the excuse going into the first round of the map as we're about to. This is a G2 that showed improvements over time. This is a G2 whose T sides in some rounds looked.
That's cool. That's good.
However, clean out of the
here we go. Monacy, where did that smoke land? Oh, okay. On the left side of the obelisk. And then they're rushing the other side? What the? Oh, they're jumping down. That's such a sick idea, but unfortunately, Chiron and Mango Jizz they're too good.
Not been noticed by Siren, who was trying to keep eyes on this. He is now behind the 2 players in dark. This is one of those magical snacks moments. Or at least it could be.
Oh, it's just so many players. If it was only 3.
Oh, baby.
Oh, my God. He didn't get spotted?
He actually spun around. He must have been on the radar, maybe?
Are we going to kick it off with money first? Kick it off with a knife.
Love that.
Okay, the comms
that's
are
kind of insanely based. It's like, am I going to try and get a double kill and turn it into a 1 versus 2? No, I need the money. Give me the money.
And I know, I know. You know?
My brother, my friend. Snacks, what are you to do?
And no brother realer than Snacks for the Pasha biceps. So bomb to be retrieved right now. 1 CT sitting on it. Honestly, they continue to give him like winnable spots. Tag down to 70 if he hits this headshot.
Okay. It would have been cool. We all kind of wanted that to happen, but Who have you got in this one, Vince? You got a favorite?
Has to be G2, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Two replacements for Bet Boom, like, has to be.
Yeah, you'd have to be kind of crazy the way that this is shaping up. Chiron, Nafany. Unfortunate. That other Bet Boom team is so much fun to watch. Makes me sad.
Was it visa issues? Was that what happened again?
Yeah.
Oh, it's rough.
Racist Denmark, unfortunately. It's not just Londres anymore.
With the gun from the money made from snacks. Don't tell me that that's enough. CT scrambled down into the site with some flashbangs out from middle, just trying to be disruptive if anything follows. We do get Modesty catching a second.
It's the golden AK, that snack spot for him.
Third servings, perhaps? Magna just dropping the smoke. Does that open a door for G2 to push up close to B?
They're all going to be rotating around now. Chiron could get caught, but he could also catch something. Let's see, Modesty goes down. They'll have to go back and grab this, just taking a quick glance. We don't
Is
see
that
armor sets on the rest of the players.
what is that thing that's on this map? Is it like an old crane type thing, or is it a trebuchet? Did they have trebuchets in like Egypt at the time?
I would assume so, but I'm actually not sure. Whereabouts is it on the map? I don't remember seeing one.
It's like outside of the A-bomb site somewhere, or between A and mid or something.
Oh.
They did. Trebuchets are medieval.
Man, Heavy God still outside of A is
Yeah, but like
awesome.
everywhere in the world.
Because if he makes any noise at all, they're going to
I have no idea.
confused. They're the ones down a player.
I'm guessing it's like it must be like more of a crane, counterweighted crane or something. Oh, when Caesar visited, that makes sense. What are you, Vince? More of a trebuchet or a catapult kind of guy? Look in front, like, right here.
I think Ballista, if I had to choose, but that wasn't an option.
That's a banging choice, actually.
Yeah, it's sick, right?
I might join you on that.
Magna Jazz has a visitor, but smartly, he's being very careful here, even in the saves. And it is all about the money for snacks on the last round. And that money made that golden AK.
Crazy thing got loaned out for like 500k each month. There's no way that's true, right? There is no way. I feel like that can't be real. It is? Jesus.
Easy bounce back here for G2.
500 versus Sashi predictions? Wait, are they playing again? They just played in the ice tournament. I mean, 500 won. Wait, did they? Yeah, they did. They just literally won.
He threw it when he was there, but just was there a second too late.
They played in ice and they played in Yellow Compass. 500 keep out. Like, I can't pick against 500 right now. Ships is... He's too crazy. But don't take my advice. I'm just saying.
Yep, they're there.
Ships is a fucking crazy person.
This game so far, just a second too.
Trebuchets can throw cows in Stronghold, in Stronghold Crusaders, so they win. Strong argument.
Oh, yep.
Epilepsilon, still an exciting name. I like ballistas because of Warcraft, you know.
Evacuated, offered over to G2. The T side begins strong.
Magna Jazz, like, this is why I don't call. He was such a, I mean, will still be, but he's such a good player to watch.
Passion
right now.
UA CEO said it. Why would you?
He's going to be at the heart of the lineup success if they are successful.
You like shamans because of Warcraft. Makes sense.
The current iteration with none of the stand-ins. Boomich is trying to recover his career. Axal's trying to recover his career. But both these players still have so much more they could give in their careers. And then
Did you ever play World of Warcraft, Anders?
I did. All the like revitalization of it kind of made me like almost nostalgic for it. Yeah, I did play in Classic and at the start like Burning Crusades, I guess. But then I kind of got very disillusioned with the fact that there were so many bots in the game because I... This is going to sound weird, but I liked I like playing the auction house as much as I like the marketplace there, you know. I love the idea of like controlling like a couple of resources. So like for me it was like silver and copper. So like I think I almost ended up running the silver and copper market on the server that was on until the bot showed up. Because I just like I found so much of it, and then whenever people would put shit on the auction house, I just bought all of it, or it was under like a certain price, and then I resold it, you know. So I just became this like crazy person who was like not even playing the game, just playing the auction house like a madman. Yeah. But no, I love the game. I mean, the game itself was also fun, obviously.
There was also other games from Heroic at this event that were really great. And
what class did you play?
Mage. I always play like a mage or a wizard or whatever. In any, if I can get away with that, I'm always going to be doing that.
So he went to call for Senga, recovered his career, got another chance, give it to him. I think
Horde.
That's very interesting, actually.
Horde skeleton mage.
I feel like in real life, if you were back in medieval times, you'd be like some big brute with like a fucking massive two-handed sword or mace or something.
Probably, yeah.
You got the build for it anyway.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I do think warrior classes can be really fun too. It's just there's something about like the excitement about like unlocking new mage abilities that I think is more fun than unlocking new warrior abilities in most of those games.
You can show your worst self on a team, and on the next team completely erase that preconception of you. So always believe in yourself.
Because if you don't believe in yourself,
Chinese farmer, yes.
That's right. So, well, BetBoom didn't.
It sucks though. It does suck that like making real economies work in a game is so hard because of like the manipulation, you know. But then again, making real economies work in the real world is also hard. So, so maybe it just is that way.
Early days and up against
It's like a hybrid. Yeah, true. Yeah.
team that also showed flaws. A team that
looked lazy.
Yeah, Shaman was also fun.
Discombobulated, and it's still the same roster.
Did you play, Vince?
They're trying way harder now.
Yeah, I play since vanilla, but I would say like Wrath of the Lich King, which was the expansion after the one that you were playing.
Yeah.
That's where I like fully lost a lot of time and effort.
Damn. Yeah. I mean, but it was obviously like a legendary time in the sense that like just getting lost in World of Warcraft was an amazing feeling, you know.
Oh, it was incredible, man. Like Wrath of the Lich King, I think that was when they peaked in terms of subscribers and everything as well. That was like,
yeah.
Oh, it was super popular just before things started to go a bit sideways.
People wanted to play, I think. Yes. Coming into this.
Yeah, when they started doing the stuff where like you could like queue for like all instances with like random people or whatever, so you didn't need the social side of it. It was like, oof, that was kind of rough, right? Because the social side of that game is so important, right? So, yeah.
Good recovery from a 4v5. Molotov gives Nafany a bit of a play here. He honestly racks up a lot of damage, but clearly well worth it. He's in that bit of a position where he can still nab one.
We'll see. I want to make my own video game now, Vince. I want to make my own.
What kind would you, like genre or whatever, would you try and get into though? Would you go the like fantasy RPG route or something else?
Yeah, I have like a big fantasy story that I kind of want to try and tell. So I'm trying to get there, you know.
So these are those kinds of mid-round moments where
but I have to write the story first, and then I have to try and convince people to read the story, and then I have to turn that story into a video game. So it's not going to be like, it's going to be at least a couple of weeks before we're done with all that.
Will it continue to be convincing?
Just a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Not had their in-game leader show up with them. This is a big
But I think I'm trying to do the writing for it myself, because that's kind of like the thing that I can do, you know. So we'll see how it goes. I've come up with some, what I think are some cool concepts in my own mind, anyway. So, do you think Madden will replace Hunter on G2? Or Hunter, what is that now? I don't know, but I really like Hunter, but at this point, I actually think it would be an upgrade to get Madden, in my opinion. So, unfortunately, I have to say that I hate it because I really like him, but I feel like he looks a little bit lost sometimes in terms of like where he is in the game. I don't know what's happening, but I think I actually rate Madden pretty highly. So, but yeah, I've come up with there's a. Yeah, I agree, Dance a lot. I've come up with an idea, Vince, for there's a city in my story that's like essentially at the bottom of like a mount of like two mountain ranges that meet. So it's got like somewhat natural coverage on like two sides of the city, and then the only other open side to the city is where like the city gate is, and the city gate is like it's just a giant millstone, and I mean giant like as in, you know, like 10 humans tall or something like that, you know?
Yeah.
Maybe probably bigger than that, like really big, and it's just called the Millstone Gate. And the idea is that because it's so huge and it weighs so much, so when it rolls like to and from to like close or open the gate, you can hear it like several days travel away. Like you can hear the thunder of like the gate that rolls, like, you know, and you can like feel it if you're like you put your like your ear to the ground, right? You can sort of like feel. So it's like a small earthquake every time they have to like open and close it, you know?
Yeah, quite literally a force of nature then.
Yeah, and to open it and close it, they have to put like this whole like wooden shovel mechanism into a river that runs through the city. And then the river basically powers the movement of it, because you couldn't move it with human beings, right? Like it just wouldn't be possible.
Snacks. Heavy God waiting the smoke out. We just saw him waiting for these sorts of double pushes. This time, though, 3 players coming at him. Will they clear this? They try
so, I'm trying to create all these different places. The Millstone Gate.
Fantastic. He gets the numbers evened out, but middle has already been taken over by G2, and I don't think this is the direction.
But it takes time.
Yeah, G2, they smoke themselves out, but they make a right choice in actually going through it. And Nafany right to their side has a chance with a 5-7 to put together a clip, but it's only a kill.
5-7 is so good.
You got Monacy and Hunter left over. Molly won't stop the dark peak, but Hunter gets off that bomb plant with a few seconds to spare. Monacy's on the angle, will not miss his chance to strike down Siren. Magnajez clip trying to cross. We've got G2 on fire, and nice answers in rounds that I think are made interesting by BetBoom. Throwing out these strategies to start, trying to catch G2 off, but G2 playing a good
Monacy looks happy.
game in this last round.
And Connor, even when they got their
I also think G2 could buy Glaive and Natu. Probably two players that just fit me right away.
Which again, it's so early. It was great to see that like opening strat.
It's actually also not a crazy idea, to be honest.
People making crazy plays, there's support behind it now.
Probably be a lot more controversial, I think, but
And again, my suspicion is that they simply
not necessarily a crazy idea.
There wasn't really a central authority in Snacks to make sure that things were, you know, there's always some baseline of protocols that you followed first instead of just scrimming it. But even with all that sorted out, there's still some getting used to, you know, is it A or B and how are we committing? Like we saw that Inferno round.
Yeah, that's the one that I think kind of cost them.
Is there a buzz from our microphone? It might just be turned up too far.
I don't hear anything at least.
Okay, hopefully not. Buzz from the stream? Oh yeah, there is. But I think that's from like VLC. I don't think it's... Hold on.
I saw photos recently of the last day with Nico of G2 back at Shanghai once they got eliminated, and you know, Hunter kind of consoling him, and Monacy in tears, in fact.
Oh, maybe it's the top. Oh, so maybe it was like the cable. Could have been.
As he was presented his #2 player of the year, saying that he wouldn't
hopefully everything is fine.
The driving force behind his commitment of practice. So Nico has been sharpening these blades for some time. Right now, all 10 players with blades of
yeah, dance a lot. I mean, I think what you're saying makes sense, to be honest.
Needs to slow things down at a minute.
Great time to block,
it does.
But
it
Snacks,
does.
I mean, they're going to get a peek, yeah, for sure. There's no one holding dark. This is a little weak on the map for BetBoom, especially on a buy, where they simply do not know what's happening, and then they don't have a safe way to go back and get map control. Magnajez was thinking, my smoke's going to come up in a few seconds,
Molotov.
and we don't have sufficient enough control.
Molotov there.
Player catching them off in platform. Monacy then not anticipating an obelisk peak, so good positioning from the BetBoom pieces to catch both those dark
to give Monacy a reason to stay.
And advantage shifting in, but yet again,
maybe
this solo A lurk has found great timing and space inside of a site for the bomb to be called over.
Guys, well, you're living in the wrong world, man.
plant not getting interrupted as
We need the... We don't have the attention span anymore.
Not ideal. Already of a retake for BetBoom. And if Hunter finds
Can
his
you
timing
move
on
the
this
cam
mid-peak, it
middle
goes from bad
right?
to worse. And timing to a T.
The problem is it's kind of hard. Like, no, I feel like no matter where I put the camera, I'm kind of like screwing. Because the problem is that I don't want to put it over the ads that they play. I guess I could put it like up here or something. Is that less annoying? We could even put it out so it's just like my... Do it like that? I don't really care. To be honest.
Stay at the pillar exactly where he was. So it was a conclusion they'd win that round once this kill came in, and then Heavy God found
Yeah, the problem is like on the left side of the screen, they throw in ads every once in a while, and not that Blast have said anything to me, but I feel like, you know, again, they're being nice, so... If Flom has it there, we're gonna do it. We are, after all, on a mission to try and steal Flom's viewership, so... Get the word out. We're coming. We're coming for Flom's viewers. We've got 6 or 7 of them now, I think. So he's sweating right now. He knows it's coming. He knows it's happening.
Where we should see that edge, I just, despite the first week performance, was nervous that we wouldn't see it anyways. It's a great chance for G2 to kind of put themselves on display. Maybe raise their stocks here in Bounty. Axile trying to lean out for an AK. Got his hands on it. Big duel for Axile to straight up win. We saw what m0NESY could do with a single rifle. Now it is Axile's with Kevlar. He gets a third frag. So putting them back to work. Man disadvantage for m0NESY and Heavy God to figure out.
Again, 2v3. Again, here m0NESY full kit of utility. Plenty of time to make a decision, of course. The A walkouts have been
GG.
really
Is the buzzing back? No way.
But if they continue to play,
I feel like I would be able to hear it too. I like anything that I say in the microphone, I hear in my own headset.
Very strong team right now coming towards
Not because I'm a narcissist and I have to listen to my own voice, but it's like a it's like a whatever, like a work hazard thing. I find it to be super hard to do commentary now if I can't like also hear my own voice for some reason.
100%. It's because it's easier to, I think, assess the volumes and like how loud or softly you're speaking at the time.
Yeah.
So it's really important, yeah. I'm the same as well. I used to prefer it off, but then once I got into casting, I could never go back again.
Yeah, yeah, you just get so used to it. There is some buzz. I wonder where that's coming from. Hold on, maybe I can just look at the audio monitor. Hold on one sec. I'm just going to mute VLC for a second. Sorry, guys. Okay, I'm definitely hearing something too. I just couldn't tell you what it is. That's weird. Yeah, like, I mean, when I turn off some of this stuff, it changes. Hold on.
Somewhere on screen for these matches. I think it is actually such an important talking point.
When the bets come out,
wagered, you know.
Sure.
Weird.
Nice timing from Nafany to find an opening and a gun round here for BetBoom.
They always know he's going to be close by. He's been playing mid extremely aggressively by himself, and I think G2 are just like, okay, well, we'll focus on that then, because that's the freest opening kill you can get. Heavy God's listening to this push, and they have the A site. They know there were 8 players here, so I think it's just understood. He doesn't have to move though, really, until they lose a player.
I wonder if it's the background noise from Counter-Strike.
If Heavy God comes around to the stairs, he's got a better fight.
I think it might have been the waiting screen for Counter-Strike. There's no way, right? Did I have that on? Game capture. I don't know.
Chiron's gonna keep the hopes alive here for BetBoom. Yes, sir. If they've got the kit and the time, which
I wonder if that made it better. I think it might have been. I think my setup's pretty decent. Like, this mixer is actually banging. Does a great job, I think.
Kind of freestyled some flashes there in heaven, and I think
whatever you changed made it worse? No way.
A main was still secured by the CT side. If Heavy God had wrapped around a little sooner, or of course found a fight a little bit sooner, then maybe they would have been less scared and didn't feel
What
the
would
need
it
to
be
expand,
though?
But fair enough. I mean, BetBoom did hold on to good spots, and they made G2
Much
clean.
worse.
Yeah,
Oh
made
shit.
them
Okay.
Insecure. Chiron's been
Hold on one
looking
sec,
for
guys.
some hard kills as well this game. Second round well earned.
Great spray control there to really open up the Heaven retake.
One thing I appreciate about Nafany is he's playing aggressively at mid by himself.
Is that better?
Also, like, he will be a liability if G2 are going to focus on him.
Well, he's bolstered by Axile in round 10.
No? Jesus.
G2 still disrespecting the smoke. Good flash from Axile trying to finish off Malts. Can't get there. Not in time to go for the multi-frag.
No change.
Catches one. An immediate
What the
reaction
fuck?
over from Temple and the solo A play. Heavy God disrespecting the smoke.
It's weird because it doesn't show up in the monitor.
He knows he is so
How strange. Amaso, what's up? It's from the stream? Is it? Okay, hold on. I'm gonna mute my mic and just end the... If I mute my mic, is it still there?
A second set of feet comes forth. Siren able to get a few more shots off.
Okay, that's good to know.
It is G2 thriving on this bomb site.
But then, is it actually the stream or is it VLC? Is it like the capture for the VLC? It's strong when you turn it up.
I think it's G2 understand what he's going to do, but I don't think Nafany realizes.
It's the clean feed thing? Maybe I just need to like reload it. Like maybe it's like if I reload the VLC stream. Do others stream? Yeah, that's a good question.
But then the other part of this is they combine the mid control with the Molly outside camera right away.
Yeah, but I used to... So I'm using a different capture technology now for the audio lossy, so I hopefully this one won't do the crackling thing. If it does, I'm going to be upset. It's not on YouTube. Like on my YouTube live stream. I am running one, by the way.
Love how sharp G2 are looking. I think this could bode well for a run here in the land portion of Bounty. I think BetBoom in their minds, G2's that is, BetBoom are just appetizer.
Okay.
And then it's about really showing why G2
Last YouTube. Okay. Hold on. Let me try and I'm just going to try and reload the VLC thing. Give me 1 second, guys. Quit VLC. Open it back up again.
Getting those numbers up, we'll have Magno just try to get aggressive.
Does that do anything?
Honestly, just feeling like he's kind of in the zone now. Hitting some of those harder shots, being a part of the bloodbath.
It's not in YouTube for you. Wait, which one? There you... Okay, it's fixed now. Thanks, guys. That's weird. But we did some tech stuff. That's good. Audio... You know what? Fuck audio. Video... Routing video signals is like... the easiest, most straightforward, logical thing in the world. Anything audio related just has every capacity to be wrecked.
Audio's the worst problems to have, dude. It's so annoying.
Yeah. I had an audio problem that I think was made by like, what do they call it? Like it's like a grounding error where like theoretically you can get like noise in audio from having like multiple things grounded through like the same whatever thing. It's like it's such a mess. Like when something starts buzzing and you're like, oh, what is it now? Like, could it be a loose thing or is it something like it's just it's crazy. PTSD, yeah. I used to have it with my keyboard. Like, it took me 6 months or something to figure out how to actually make everything work with it. Like, yeah, way more than that's true. Yeah, I actually, maybe this is like a problem for me, and I should grow up. But If people call me on like a regular cell phone connection and they're not wearing a headset, they're just talking in their phones, I actually don't want to have a conversation with them. It triggers me so much, like and I don't ever speak on my phone by putting it up to my ear and just talking. Like, I wear a headset. I want to be able to hear what you're saying, and I want you to be able to hear what I'm saying, and I can't, like, just, you know.
Especially when they put you on speaker, man, and you can just hear everything in there.
I know.
It's just like, what are we doing?
And then you can hear yourself too at a delay. And it's like, gosh, come on, guys, don't do this. You know, I don't want to. Same with headphones. Just just be a normal person. Just wear a headset and call me. You know. Bluetooth audio for calls. Yeah. Yeah, so I can hear me 3 times. Yeah, that's also pretty rough. Yeah, the other people are the people who call you. I have people who call me, they're on a train or something. They're like, I'm calling you on a train, so the connection might drop. I was like, just don't call me then. I don't want to have to, like, deal with this. Never call Anders. Got it. Yes. No, if you have like if you're in a quiet place with a proper microphone, or at least something that kind of works, then we can talk. You know, it would be funny. I cannot handle this radio. Yeah, true. Just people are trying to calm some position, and I'm just like, I'm not picking it up. I'm like, no, until you guys solve this problem, I'm not doing the nomenclature thing. Can we make Twitter chat cool again? No, I don't think that's possible, unfortunately. I think we can't make any Twitter anything cool anymore. I think that unfortunately that platform's probably done. It's Jova, as they say.
G2 hitting the ground running here in week 2 of the inaugural Blast Bounty, making mincemeat Mohan of the double stand-in situation, which is obviously not ideal for Bet Boom team, but it is what it is. And
it is what it is.
You know, they're trying to put up a good fight nonetheless, but 10-2 scoreline on their map pick, not ideal. A T-side to try and bring it back will bank on pistol.
Monacy is here, folks. Not missing, peeking everything.
Hallelujah. Mobs is gonna get gushed, has Monacy to help.
Musk went downwards after his Iron Man camo. I've never heard about that theory. That's what did it. In truth, I think there's a outside chance that he was always crazy. I could be wrong.
That he was so good at sneaking into. He'll give Bricks the jiggle. Chiron on the recovery here versus the 2. Siren looking for the bomb plant.
It's Jova, Bet Boom Bros, yeah. That's true.
Reload is going to cost him. Poor Axile didn't have a gun to fight with. Hunter defuses. G2 to 11. What do you want to do after this, Launders?
Very close trades.
Very close and
very close trades.
His own dad called him a regard on his podcast. That's rough.
You know, you had Nafni and Chiron still occupied at B.
Heavy God was, you know, one hit. Was that really good?
Late bloomers term? Yeah, I know.
I'm also not surprised to see
Family's full of late bloomers, true.
On pistols too is big because I so far this event haven't been amazing.
Yeah, come on, Hunter.
When they're at their peak, you know, that's the most important.
Good times. Good times.
Them Hunter pistol strats. Makes everybody better.
That is true, Dancelot. I heard about this too. Late bloomers.
That's what Hunter should sound like.
Yeah. Be very odd if he did. Coming from the country.
Yeah, the people who weren't part of the family grind from the beginning, true. The people who joined the cult late. True that. Man, G2 are kind of they're not making this the most fun for us. This is even BetBoom's map pick. We can't.
That's looking pretty over.
The worst thing is we can't even. There's nothing to conclude apart from the fact that BetBoom didn't have their lineup, right? It's not even like a cool thing where we can sort of say, "Oh, this is sick." It's just kind of meaningless, right? Fuck.
The same boom that Monacy brought to the solo AK buy in round 2 of their T side.
The second he gets peaked.
Ain't life funny?
I guess for me it was kind of expected though with the two stand-ins that I couldn't really see how BetBoom would take G2 far.
Make sure camera timing isn't there.
Yeah, no, you're right. Like, unfortunately, you're right.
I was just talking about that with my chat there before. I'm curious if you have anything with this as well, Anders. Are there any sounds that will trigger the absolute fuck out of you like almost instantaneously, or are you pretty chill with that stuff?
There's, I think it's like there's one. It's not just a sound. It's a sound and feeling. I don't know how to explain this, but like, it actually does make me feel bad even thinking about it. You know, if you have a balloon and you have like, and you'd have sort of like wet, like if you dip your fingers in water and you try to sort of like rub the balloon.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I get what you mean.
Like that feeling and like the weird sound of it, I hate it.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
But other than that, I think I'm mostly okay. But like, yeah, but that there's something about like the combination of feeling and sound. I was like, oh, I just really don't like it. Pretty fetish too for some. Yeah, probably. Good luck to them, you know.
Obviously, we are privy to a little bit more of their communication once they're on land.
For some reason, guys, you had to add that in there.
20-6, by the way, here, folks. Monacy ain't playing games.
Oh, there's the Katowice announcement. I couldn't see it before. You're right. It's launched. It's live.
Spit it out. BetBoom getting mauled by Malbs in dark at the start of round 15. 3 players inside of this execute. BetBoom going all in, trying to get this game to extend. They find footing on the site, but the kills trickle out. Hunter and Malbs, Nafany tasked with what feels like an insurmountable 1v3.
GG.
At the very least,
Nafany is left.
more room to wiggle around in. Pressure from the utility bomb to be scooped up. Poor Nafany, 58 health. Trying to do his damnedest as a stand-in. But G2 have come to Copenhagen with something to prove. Haters gonna hate until they show up on land.
Yeah, G2 looking simply commanding here in Copenhagen. That may have been the map pick of their opponent's BetBoom team, but they
GG, guys. Yeah, that's pretty. I mean, what can you say?
Entire first map. That was just such an impressive way for G2 to show up to the stage today.
Yeah, I think exactly what I was fearing actually transpired in this game. You pick a newbies, you start on the CT side, and you never
Who's on the desk for it? Yanko, Pimp, Steel, Kassan. That's gonna be pretty cool, actually. I think.
Were looking great today, you know. The individuals were showing up. They seem to be on point, but for BetBoom,
Happy to see Josh do some work.
risk to start on the CT side, which they were forced to do, given that they picked Anubis. That was never gonna bound well.
I don't really feel like there's any particular map that I feel like this was going to go too much better, which leads me to Scrawny's finishing line right there, saying haters going to hate until they show up on land. Like, Scrawny, we did build this up as like a huge undertaking for that boom. Like, this kind of was unfortunately sort of what we preempted. At least Axel did show up a bit.
Yeah, we'll get onto that in a moment, but
Shots working cattle, yeah, sick.
Sourly from BetBoom, basically from the word go, because guess what happens in the first round? Oh, that's right, it's a knife kill right in.
Damn.
Yeah, I mean that's always nice, you know. At the very
MacMade, how are you doing, brother? With a view. What do we call your viewers? Who are they?
You know, and I think we should play that straight away because that's when I knew the game was over. I think to myself, BetBoom, you win the pistol.
How you been?
You get off to a good start on the CT side.
It's been a minute. The scrubs. Okay, well, I hate to say it, my friend, but you've just enlisted all your viewers into my cult. I'm building one. You know, we all missed like the golden ages of cults. You know, they're like back in the 80s and 90s, all of them, maybe earlier than that. I figured I'd make a new one. Be exciting for a while. So far, it's all fun and games. The FBI hasn't got involved yet or anything, but that's all coming. What do we? Well, it's mostly like a cult of personality around me right now. So far, it's pretty chilled out. Like it's all fun and games. No one's been thrown out of the cult yet. No one's been asked to sign over all of their property or anything. But it's early days, right? We'll get there. So one of these days will happen. There's a Discord as well if people want to hang out. They're welcome to. I had control of the Discord for all of a week, I think, and then now it's doing its own thing, which is exciting. It's like an experiment, you know, like in a petri dish. Acid or shrooms? Good question. Shrooms, I guess. Gotta love that, yes.
Absolutely. This game, watching him in these kinds of defaults in the latter portion of the first half was just
yes, thank you. Have a good time, Mac. We'll catch up again.
He's not holding the line, waiting for someone to
yeah, I mean, there's not a lot of Counter-Strike to enjoy right now, unfortunately, with BetBoom in the way that they are.
It's just so fun to watch, honestly.
You said the FBI hasn't gotten involved yet, and my browser crashed. I'm questioning that statement. Well, okay. To my knowledge, as far as I know, I haven't been contacted by the FBI. They might be watching, but they don't have anything on me. Hold on.
Now, looking at this, did you expect them to be going for Anubis, especially with the fact they had stand-ins? I know they can play it, but obviously they're kind of up in the air.
I feel at the moment we are expecting everyone to go for Ancient, and everything else is also good because we can, you know, practice our map pool and see how we stand on other maps.
Does too. Any worries about that at all? You won both times right against Big and Bait, so you feel comfortable with this?
We feel comfortable, but we only played one map, right? Time to focus and play another one.
Keep the focus. That's very key. Let's see what G2 do going into the second map.
Yeah, keeping focused, obviously going to be the name of the game for G2 going forward. Taz, looking quite relaxed, sounding quite relaxed. I don't think there was really any point where they had to even consider pushing the panic button on that map.
No, I mean, we labeled the game as a freebie almost for G2 as well. In no world could we imagine they would lose, but I still think we got to give them some credit for winning in the style they're winning in. You know, it seemed like every player was fired up. Obviously, we saw m0NESY play well. We saw Heavy Guard having a great showing as well, as per according to the leaderboard. Hunter, which we mentioned coming into it as well, had a good showing, found an awful lot of impact, involved in the clutches. So, you know, A+ all the way around for G2.
Yeah, and Snack showing that he's a fragging in-game leader. Big upgrade in terms of rating over Hooksy. No, I'm just kidding, honestly. No, I mean, there was really never any doubt in this game. And honestly, even though it's 6-11 scoreline, like the knife kill was instrumental to getting off on the wrong foot, on the right foot at least. So no, I would even give him credit there. Not really too much to say.
What have you learned about Heavy Guard?
Who's the mole? Yeah, that is a key part of the cult too, right? Like we need moles, like inside, you know, traders, enemies we can look for. The constant, Jesus, the constant paranoia that someone's, you know, telling on us. Double molding. Yeah, we need. That's true. We need FBI's in the mole. We need like moles in the FBI too. That's a good point. Cult members who become FBI agents.
use movement to just the fullest effect. I know people have talked about that in the past, just kind of like what movement means, but if you watch...
And we need those people in the IRS too, so we can, you know, dodge taxes and all the rest of it. There's really a lot of planning to do. The building a cult isn't easy. Takes time and effort.
So drastically different than 2015, where every single corner that is peaked, people are doing it now in
The new Freemasons.
Far from the wall, you're crouching,
Paper clips, yes.
There's all these little tricks that people throw in, and
Just call it a religion, no taxes. That is very tempting.
Instant headshots, but if it's a prolonged fight, he goes for these crouch uncrouches just like Dong, throws in a couple slides.
What if I'm
here and there,
Anders' wife, moderator, and a shit poster? That's a lot of roles to play at once.
I want to see more on the CT side, though. That's why I want to see him play against a Vitality or a Spirit.
Leave the tech stuff. Nice. I know a guy. Don't ask questions. Exactly.
He really just feasted on him.
You can even see that like crouching, uncrouching in this round, right? It's kind of wild.
It's so concerted. It's like people were talking about Robs in this rarefied air because he was one of the first people that did that.
You just now installed 7 TV.
The thing that I like about Heavy God,
damn.
a little faster, and he
Emily, you've been
with the same amount of effort that people
missing out on a lot of things. Okay.
It's a fun thing that involves at all times. You know, we see the donk slide as well that came in, and that became popular back in the days. To those who played Counter-Strike 5, 6, 7 years ago, Subnix became known for always shoulder peeking. Like it was impossible to kill him because he would never show his full body anywhere. Who just constantly keep you on your toes by constantly shoulder peeking. That's something everyone is doing now. So I like, you know, this tendency of following the meta in terms of movement. And I bet you in a year, 2 years, it's a complete different way of playing Counter-Strike in terms of peeking or going for the dupe.
Well, we've seen the man, so let's hear from him himself. It's a Heavy God in his mic'd up moment.
Just positions, guys. What are they playing before? Siren A?
Siren A look, XL B look, Magnojez and Afani probably.
Anders, I was talking about Katowice casting a little while back, and then about you coming to Oss. So Tinky Winky.
Okay, XL B look, Siren A look. That's important. Everything else.
Yeah, I'm not going to be doing Katowice. I mean, I've never been to Australia. I would go. Sounds like an awesome time. But, you know, I've got to be invited to events before I can attend them. Yeah, I mean, I would love to go to. Love to go. The Australian crowd seem absolutely amazing. So it'd be super exciting. But I think the chances, unfortunately, are not that great at the moment. I've ended up on the naughty list for getting hired for events for some reason. I don't know why, but I'm sure it'll change eventually. Time is a flat circle and all that. In the meantime, we're casting here, doing some streaming, co-streaming, content, cult building. Come to Australia and do a shoey? I mean, I would obviously have to do that, no question. Sign me up. Yeah, organizing the defense of Greenland too. We're doing that. There's a lot of my life. A lot of things happening.
Find some output, find some frags, and really, Axal did. Axal took some good fights in this one. He was really kind of testing G2. If their spacing wasn't good, he was able to punish with multi-frags, and I feel like a lot of people have been sleeping on him. I really think that Axal has been a totally solid piece for last year's Cloud9 team, and just because they weren't going deep in tournaments or even qualifying for them, people kind of forgot that he was putting up, throughout that entire time, like 1.15 ratings. Like this stat blows people's minds. In almost the exact same amount of maps in majors,
we've had a lot of weird emos, Emily.
At both majors last year. Okay, like people
some of the 7 TV, yeah, they are. I think this is one of the more, possibly one of the more bizarre ones. Absolutely crazy. Wow, then. Well, guys, could be a short evening, unfortunately, with the way this is playing out. Like, what can we do? I mean, we can throw around grenades afterwards. I know you guys love watching me throw grenades into the walls for hours on end. It's banging content. Yeah, exactly, Amity. 7TV kind of is a game changer, it really is. For all of how insanely stupid it is, it's still great. Feminist. Oh, we've got a Liege Bald Eagle as well. That's sick. That's actually sick, Eugene. Are we adding sus emotes now? Yeah, I think unfortunately we're just adding a bunch of. We got Moses, and Bald Fraud. How come the Bald Fraud isn't Moses? That's a shame. We need. Well, that's what we needed. Jorkin. Don't judge me. Definitely being judged. I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, Emily soaking. Oh. This is a good time for me to remind all of you that the actual chat and the streamer have nothing, like, they're not a reflection of each other. The chat is an independent thing, and the streamer is, you know, its own thing. Just need to point that out. There's no correlation between the two. Studies have proven, scientists have discovered that there's no correlation. Stop, guys, stop. It's too much. Yeah. Damn. Okay. We are back. Vince, what's the Dust 2? How quickly are you going to win this one?
13-5 G2.
13-5, okay.
What do you reckon?
Pretty comprehensive. I was going to say like 13-7-ish, but it doesn't, like, that's not a bad idea. Something in that region.
That's a very good question. Obviously, they chose that heading into the series. It's not something they've just done, but I think after watching the first map on Anubis, I wouldn't start with the CT side. I think the only chance BetBoom have is by coming out on the T side, both on Anubis for that matter, but also on Dust 2, and try to set the pace. As I said, Dust 2, probably the most simplistic map that you can play in the map pool right now. Everyone can run a default. Everyone knows how to take long control, or at least can contest for it, and everyone knows how to throw the B-split smokes and go for that. So if I'm BetBoom, I want to give myself a chance at setting the pace on the T side, maybe rattle out Monacy and the boys on the CT side, but it feels like when they're stuck to playing, you know, laid back and stuck to playing the CT side, they will just receive the sick right from G2, and I'm not sure that's a great idea.
I also would just never pick CT side if I don't have an opper. I don't think you can really, gonna op, yeah, I don't really think you can play a defense on this map without one, sometimes even two oppers.
Tree jam, cat jam. So damn, okay.
I don't see this getting any easier for BetBoom.
Do you want Axel to pick up the orb? Did I just hear you murmur Axel?
I mean, he's done that a couple of times I've seen when they were struggling back in the days, but no, probably not.
Not bad. Not bad.
Also no.
But there we go.
Oh yeah, do remember to follow the stream, guys, if you haven't already. Appreciate it.
I don't really see any of these guys picking up the AW.
It all helps, you know. It all helps.
Yes, like, it has fallen into Axel's hands before, but it shouldn't become a regular occurrence.
Can you maybe put into words just like, obviously map dependent is the orb efficiency, right? Like, Dust 2 is one of those maps where you really do need to be pulling it out. Why is that? Why is it so important on this particular map?
Long range fights, a lot of opportunities on the defense.
Essaying, that's actually great.
Where you get the first pick on catwalk.
That's a great emote.
Usually you're going to fall back at that point. Either play ramp, play car, then you're going to take another shot. There's so many unabated shots, or you're forcing the utility out of the tees that you need to be able to punish. If you actually just don't have an op, and there's no
should be called Broheim chatting. The rich cord is leaking again.
They're going to have that mid to B corridor area ready, and if they
Grimathy,
have that much staging
nice.
without any threat of an op, you're just going to get run over.
I think it's the most important map to have an efficient AWP on.
Yep.
I think historically speaking as well, you're spot on. So for them not to have one, it's going to be a massive issue. I will say though, they get more than 2 rounds.
Yeah?
Yeah.
How many?
3.
3.
Okay.
I guess that is
Real
50%
generous
more
today.
than last time. I mean, is that
Okay, they said 3 rounds. Damn.
Just push lower B a bunch, okay?
Yeah.
Just like
Boomba.
that's all I want. Like go up cat fast, go push lower B.
Incredible.
Go for tunnel crunches. Just be really a nuisance because if you play back on your hands, you're just gonna get demolished.
Well, G2 looking to close this one out quickly. Let's see if that can happen on Dust 2.
That's a pretty generous day for Jacob, I think, Mohan.
Damn, look at these two.
Very clearly in a good mood this evening, I think. But the question boils down to whether BetBoom can keep the mood high after a thrashing on Anubis.
$5,000 says they don't believe that they can, and with the 2 stand-ins,
70 was a mistake, yeah.
like that's going to be the case. G2 obviously
Man.
also scaling with LAN.
Lorna's going to be the best-looking racist of all time, I feel like.
So it's about as scary as it gets here for BetBoom.
Land God.
God is good. Here it is, Heavy God. He was he's also the scariest part about this new G2 lineup when it comes to Dust 2, and we saw what that meant when he was.
You still have to do work? Yeah, that's
versus
right.
Fate. So
Don't we all?
let's see if their
Don't we
game
all?
here on Dust 2 is going to be better than when they played versus Bait, and if they are going to 2-0 this, go over under on 3 rounds.
Game on.
Okay, I like this.
Now he gets what he wants immediately.
Push lower. Siren, are you going to join? Yeah, okay, there we go. But G2 seem to know. They have the bomb out there? Oh, this is... We've seen this... Actually, we've seen this round before, and it completely wrecked. They just completely screwed it up, so... Very, very curious how this will play out. But I imagine they're going to rotate. I think everyone is going to rotate. When you see 3 people that long in a pistol round, you're not... You're just going to go for it. Unless you've done some serious research. There's the smoke down. Let's see how many people move on that minimap.
Yeah, I know. That's what
Not a smoke down. It's actually just a decoy. There's the smoke. And they're walking in. Oh.
Nice pop up. It's actually Siren's
Okay.
kill, but it clearly
If Modesty lost that fight, he's still in trouble, but...
for the BetBoom team. Modesty grabbing the dual Berettas up in
What a
tunnels,
wicked
deals with
round
Nafany as
already.
well. And we're talking about Modesty with the bomb.
It's interesting though because he's clearly trying to get towards Heavy God, and there is no smoke left for the T side. I don't know if there's one dropped. Oh,
Okay. Heavy goat.
yeah! What a shot, Heavy God.
More of that.
See if he got one more in him. Oh, he's got a little bit more. That's a body shot to Chiron, but a flick nonetheless. Here's we got Siren now in a 1-on-2. He hit a zinger, but the bomb getting planted already. It's going to be his heart sinking, I'm sure.
Man, they recovered the pistol. BetBoom on the road for 3 rounds, and the pistol gets taken back because the Modesty duels picked up in tunnels. Individual fight here for Siren. No support yet for Modesty, so he could just clip that head off.
That's a great recovery for G2.
Shoulder tag.
Yeah, that's sick. What was it, 2v4?
Yeah, and Modesty had to win the fight against Magnolius over at top, like upper dark, and then Heavy God had to hit some crazy shots. Okay. He's got 3 bullets left, by the way. Oh no, they're trying to. So
what is this?
I don't know. Oh, that's funny though. What a good time.
A good time for everybody apart from Siren, who's probably like screaming internally.
Yeah. It's like, come on. Don't do me like that.
His mag 2 jumped off the site. That round really had it all.
For better or for worse. Yes, it did. Big recovery, though, for G2. That's really kind of the sad, gut-wrenching feeling for BetBoom. He had a man up.
That hurt, yeah. It's a bit of a rough time, isn't it?
$25,000 bounty.
What could you do?
Head will push G2's bounty ever further.
Huntua.
Okay. I want to see who gets the $100,000 bounty first, but we're not there yet. More where that one came from, Snacks. Beast, brother. Beast. Down beneath Mobs. Clean snap down to Siren. The unarmored pistol's not working out too much, but 2 frags in a round like this.
Talk to a girl has disappeared, hasn't she? Ever since the crypto thing.
Shake it off, shake it off.
I don't even know who that is, if I'm being honest.
Rounds are about to begin.
Vince. How do
I'm such a
you...
boomer.
How do you expect to... How do you expect to keep up?
That's the plan. I don't want to keep up. Because normally when I find out what one of these things means, it's always something really weird or like cringy or...
She said like one half sort of like meme-worthy line in a random interview on the street and became like an overnight global celebrity.
That's true.
And then...
Yeah, that's true.
And then for some reason that went on way longer than it needed to. Like that, the meme of that joke just kind of went on forever. And then eventually she decided to do like a crypto coin and rug pulled, you know, people for like a lot of money.
Oh Jesus! What? So she like is she in trouble with the law or something like that?
It's hard to know what the law thinks about crypto things, you know. If in theory she obviously should be going to prison for like 50 years, but in reality, it might just be more of like, who cares, you know. But sure, like in any other context, if you decided to sell a bunch of stuff and then once you had everybody else's money, you just kind of like, yeah, pulled the rug out from under them and said, LOL, all your shit's worthless, but I have your money, goodbye.
Yeah, that feels like a one-way trip to prison.
Yeah, but we're living in a brand new world, so... I mean, I think Trump essentially did the same thing, right? Like, so probably going to be fine. They're probably all going to be fine, to be honest. So it's all good. Don't worry about it.
And Chiron's going to keep this one clean. That is his second frag of the round. Crossfire here between Monacy and Hunter. Hunter is low, so anything he adds is
Look at the health. Look at the health.
Chiron's going to chase him down. Hunter from the back of car.
Oh, and Nafi's moving so slowly.
Yeah, he's not moving very quick, and he was oh. Didn't have the kit either, so he kind of had to run if he wanted to fight that.
What was Nafani doing that whole time?
I actually don't know. I don't know.
Segregated attack right there. They needed to, if they're gonna commit that hard, obviously through the window, it was a matter of trying to trade out Hunter, who started by peeking down in the CT spawn.
This is the problem, though. Like, this is why this game is kind of a bit unfortunate, because I don't even think this game isn't even a reflection on Chiron or Nafani or anybody. It's like a reflection of nothing, basically.
Yep.
There's like, I wouldn't judge Nafani for playing good or bad or anything. I just wouldn't care. It's like, okay, well, like, what does it matter, you know? You can't judge him as like leading the team. You can't really, like, it's just all kind of a bit of a shame, you know. But I mean, it happens.
Yeah, he said in his interview that he heard last second, and he actually heard through Twitter first of Magna Jez saying that they couldn't make it.
Yeah.
And then he got asked, like, officially afterwards, so they've had pretty much no time to, like,
yeah, I mean,
set
like,
anything up.
You can't do anything about it, right? Like, it is what it is, as they say.
For that whole setup, still less than a Thomas.
I think it is what it is one of the best phrases that's been invented in, like, the last couple of years, you know? Kind of sums up my philosophy on life.
Yeah, similar here.
Why not? Not bad. Some money made.
What the fuck? Jumping Nova.
It's my boy Kira TV that brought it into my mind. If you guys watch him on YouTube.
I can kind of see why
Kira, great guy.
Now.
Yeah, it's an extra $1,000.
I wonder if that decision was.
I recommend. I recommend his content.
$200 extra per player. You take that. $200, Mo. That's a business upgrade on the way home tomorrow. Assuming they are eliminated tonight.
Yeah, you don't know that.
I don't.
Flying Nova shotgun. Nice look. They're all laughing. At least they're all having a good time. That's important, right?
Cheeky smile. The other thing about shotguns, extra money made.
Of course.
Thomas just has no advantage.
Remember someone asking on live stream how he felt about having to stand in? He said,
You can't get the deagle with
It's like, I'm not playing and I have to have a paid vacation for that week. Yeah, that makes sense. Like, I mean, it is probably fairly stress-free being a stand-in, because no one's going to judge you if you play badly, and you can just fuck around, and like, you don't have to care about the outcome that much, you know? So a lot of the time, that's also why a lot of times when you have a stand-in, they can kind of go pretty crazy.
Yeah, I buy a Nova sometimes.
So you buy a lot of scouts.
Do buy a lot of scouts. That is my, that's my vice.
It's not the worst addiction.
That is noose. Oh, tagged. Just barely through the corner of the door. You can one-shot through that door if it's through the, just the lip of the doorway. Jazz doesn't know how lucky he is.
It's funny we don't see this boost more that Chiron's doing here.
Again, round 2 in terms of gun rounds.
It's like people just don't really bother to do it, I guess.
Did you watch the Elise interview with DDK?
No, I haven't. No, I haven't. How'd that go?
How many years did they all off on the bench? I actually don't know, but that's a good question. I mean, I guess it made sense to do it if he's just there. You know, if you need one.
Good conversations. Definitely 2 people worth listening to.
Bedboom playing without the AWP. Yeah, I don't know.
Referenced how anime has helped him.
Really?
Yes.
Oh God.
So, well, you watch anime now, so now you're just joking when you say, "Oh God."
Shut up, Wonders.
Connor watches anime, guys.
Shut up, dude.
Send him recommendations.
No, I don't.
He got benched. Okay.
Tucked into the corner.
That smoke's too deep to protect Siren.
On his own, man. This is not an ideal spot for Siren, but if he can catch them off and keep the spray hella
I mean,
it's his for the taking.
he's got nothing on
Not enough. And that is going to be
on Benchkey.
for his moment.
He's got to have the world record for being benched the longest.
And G2 offer 1 gunfight.
Yeah, no, he's been benched by Dupree at this event. Feels bad, man.
They lose that gunfight. They lose round 5.
That's great.
It's not a great way to solo
Rebenched.
the site. Just, I mean, obviously he had a smoke there for a few seconds, but it was so deep as well that he didn't even know when it was going to be done. I mean, unless he kept that timing in his head, he wasn't watching anything. He was just hoping and praying. And what's going to happen after he gets the first kill? Just a 3K spray down?
Well, G2, I think Pimp said 3 rounds, she's at 5, I said 7. I feel like my prediction is going to be really overrated at this point. It's crazy out there, isn't it?
It's just been a little bit one-sided.
Just a little bit.
The top box, hang on, Chiron, hang on. He's fighting tooth and nail for a FAMAS. You got to work hard to keep a FAMAS nowadays. So really just no potential for like solo leveling from Siren in that site is what you're saying.
Yes. References.
Okay.
Reminds me of my pasta. Community has agreed in honor of Bubsky for dying for Nyholm Sin's lies. 3 places on Mirage will be named after him. 1 in A, 1 in P, and 1 in all the benches. That's pretty good. That's not bad. That's actually great work. Triple benched.
But Scout, maybe a different story. Clean kickoff. But how many 5v4s have we seen BetBoom establish just to have it taken back? Usually won't stop.
Could be really confusing for the gym bros if you're like, oh man, who's got the best bench? And it's like Bubsky, and then there's your picture of him. It's like, that guy can't bench much. You'd be surprised, bro. You'd be shocked to learn. He's probably benching harder than anybody else.
All the rounds, barring 2 so far in this series, racked up by G2. Chiron, that FAMAS, he fought hard for
In your weight loss and health journey, Anders, did you ever get into lifting much weight, or were you more on the cardio side of things?
I fucking hate cardio.
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah. I mean, I think all the science is even kind of out on the relationship between strength training and weight loss. So like, you know, if you only had like an hour, you're wasting your time doing cardio if you want to lose weight, if you just want to lose weight, basically. That's my understanding. I mean, I'm not a fucking, you know, take everything I remember. I'm just a guy on fucking Twitch, right? So with no education. But that's my you know, but I think cardio could be important for a lot of other things, right? So like, I don't discount, I try and do cardio anyway. I hate it, but I do it. But if we pretend we're living in a world where somehow we could only, oh my god, we could only work out for like, you know, we only had like 30 minutes a day, and it was very important to like, you know, like weight loss was the main thing. It feels like strength training is just the way forward, basically.
Wow, that's crazy. That is
There's only one kind of cardio machine that I've ever really enjoyed, maybe two, but really mostly one. But like I think the rowing machine can be okay, assuming it's like a high enough quality one. And then otherwise, like the assault bike stuff is actually I actually wish I had an assault bike at home. That would be cool. They're pretty brutal, but it's kind of fun.
Of how many?
And it's a clutch.
Yes, sir.
Which is nice.
Have you tried one of those, Vince?
The like rowing machine, sorry, or
the assault bike.
I don't know what the difference between one of those and a normal cardio bike is.
So a normal cardio bike has obviously just the pedals for your feet. An assault bike has handles for your arms to kind of push against.
Yeah.
But more than that, the flywheel of the assault bike is like wind resistance, basically. So it's got like a giant propeller at the front, and it's hard to explain this exactly, but basically what it means is if you press harder or like push harder with your feet, you increase the wind resistance, and it becomes harder to do it. And it means that there's no dials that you're not like, there's no knobs that you're like pulling to like to try and, you know, to try and make it such that the thing is like harder or easier. It just means if you push harder, it just becomes harder. You've got this like one-to-one relationship with like how hard or easy it is to use the machine, basically. And that, for me at least, that feels insanely good. So nice to be like, I can put myself like exactly where I want to be in terms of like how much, you know, how hard or how easy it is, basically. It's a fun feeling. I can't explain it. It's worth like trying at some point.
Yeah, never have tried it before. I definitely will at some point.
He's gonna do it. Moe's gonna do it. Oh, it worked.
That was actually really beautiful.
Double kill plus the dink. So plays a dangerous game, but comes out on top of it.
You know, I wish Nafany would have got that like 4 or 5 man spray down, and he stands up and he shouts, you know, Maui Snake, apologize now, apologize now. Like he just said yes. He just said yes to playing in this because he knew Maui was going to be on the desk, and he just wants to find like one chance to like little bro him, you know.
That one top was disgusting.
Yeah. You could see it didn't taste good either. You were like, oh no. What the fuck?
How many did they see crossing? I mean, they think they know there's at least quad.
What do you guys want to do after this? Do you guys want to throw grenades on train afterwards?
Rack 'em up. Easy kills for Axile. An assist on the 4th, so no ace. Snacks is going bounty hunting. And Nafany's going to shut him down. So BetBoom hit their 3. That's the quota put forth by
Yes, people are into it. Okay.
Shaking right now, shaking and crying.
Little size 8s.
Though that being said, it is just 3 now.
Look at the utility in your hand. Yeah, I know. We've come up with a new concept, Vince, for potential content. You might like this. It's a kind of content where we basically like you go into certain positions on the map and you show people like where to stand and where to look with the grenades, but you never throw them. You're just kind of like teasing people that you might throw like some utility soon, and then that's it.
So just utility blue balls, basically.
Exactly.
Interesting.
I think it could be a big thing in the future. Like I think people are sleeping on this genre.
An IGL and coach's worst nightmare.
As fast as the responses you could ask for at a
Yeah.
run, but one bullet to the dome through the smoke with his own flash.
You see like pro players, like they pull the pins from the grenades, and then they like put them away again. They come back, they do it again. They never really throw them. Everyone's like, "What the fuck are you doing?" Like, it's this new thing called utility edging. You guys haven't heard about it yet, but it's huge. What in the fuck was happening with Axile?
up the mess.
No smoke to cross.
I actually have another idea for like content that I genuinely think would work.
I guess the smoke's still there.
I think you could do like
Good at this moment. No molly
you could basically do like a content where we're just throwing aesthetic grenades, and I think that would be the name of it too, like aesthetic grenades. So we're throwing like smokes that land in like beautiful, interesting places on the map. They have no purpose at all, you know, but they're like hard to throw. They land like right on top of a tree or like right on a sign or on some little ledge, and that's it. And you could just, you know, you can just learn those, you know. Not everything has to be, you know, we're getting so caught up in like the practical utility of everything, you know. It's not very Zen mindset. Sometimes you gotta throw some beautiful grenades, you know.
First T side of the event, but nice to see him be able to tap back into that potential off a good long spawn.
That being said, what do you think is the most beautiful piece of regular utility that people use on a map? The one that you're like, that looks the nicest at a glance.
You fall around it, and that's totally fine. And what Malps did on it would be fine if it wasn't just so many times that he tried to play. But Dust 2 is a map where
Most beautiful piece of regular utility.
really even support them much more than what
Like, for example, the one that always sticks out to me is when people would smoke on Mirage Connector, and it would bounce off like the top wall like 5 times and then land perfectly in position.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Like, yeah, it has like a really long kind of like drop down to it. That actually is a really good pitch. Some of the grenades people throw now from T spawn that lands in B on this map, like the B door smoke from T spawn on this map is actually pretty wild because it bounces off the window basically, or the scaffolding, that wall back there, and then it like bounces back down. That might be a strong contender. The problem is like all of the best ones, obviously, were when the jump throw binds were in the game, right?
Yeah.
So a lot of those are like, you know, like again, thinking back on it, it is a little bit ridiculous, but you know, you land on like a pixel of a door frame and you have to like look at a certain position in the sky and all these things. Like in a way, it's like I'm glad we're not doing that anymore because like, come on, like, kind of hard to justify that that's how the game has to be played, you know.
They don't think the long push is coming out. The CTs are going to be really worried about A for the moment. So yeah, 3-2.
Good adaptation and a lot of pressure here. Magnajez and Siren try to play it in mid. Siren, nothing. Just like Magnajez, 2 players down with no frags between them. And so many members of G2 up that Hunter decides to stick around on the close van corner. It's going to be a difficult retake to push through this. And I alluded to the money that BetBoom had, but a lot of it would get swept under the rug.
They're at 3 rounds, so they're about to. They should be able to beat Pimp's prediction.
We'll see if Snacks can topple anybody else.
Yeah, they're all sort of vulnerable right now. Axel separated away from this. Monacy will find him. Yep. Snacks is already past Playground.
Yep.
Yeah. Not playing this one together, so we'll see.
Handball in 15 minutes. Who's playing? Also, Chiron's got to have one of the most like confusing career situations ever, right? Getting replaced in the middle of the Paris RMR, and then now he's standing in here, and it's just like it's a mess.
Yeah, these are, you know, you told me before about lack of pressure. I think for a player like Chiron, there might be a lot of pressure actually, just because you're in the shop window, desperate to try and make it into a team and like get yourself solidified in.
Yeah.
So you've got to make the most of these opportunities, you know.
Yeah, I think you're right on that. That's definitely true, right? It's a little bit easier to be chill about it if you're like somebody who's like kind of already has a kind of a sizable brand, or people care about who you are and like they want to play with you anyway, right? But it is definitely different if you're like, I'm trying to kind of like recover my position as a player. Denmark versus Switzerland. Do you think Chiron is worth keeping? I mean, not over the people that are currently missing from BetBoom, right? But I mean, I mean, my sense is that like I don't know how to judge him as a player because, like I said, his time with VP or whatever was like so messed up. That's kind of hard to say anything about. You just have to say, okay, like that was weird. So I guess I'd probably have to reserve my opinion on it a little bit more. This is the sort of stuff we need Neo for, you know? Neo would have, I think, a better picture of, like, exactly who Chiron is and stuff like that, so.
unfortunately has to wait for his next.
We'll tag him in. We'll get him in next time.
Just looking to keep money for the final round of the half. Bet Boom, you got 3. Don't stop believing now. It is a journey after all.
Do it for Pimp. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
Jacob can do both.
Did he actually run a marathon? He did that. He did that recently, right?
Yo, he ran a triathlon.
Yeah.
Is there a marathon in the triathlon?
I don't know if it's a full marathon in the triathlon. Maybe there is. Maybe there
so
isn't.
much less impressive then.
No, but he like surprisingly.
Pip getting wrecked.
For a marathon pretty late.
I'm pretty sure he has.
Just curious on your take. Is NA on NA? Is it forever doomed? Nope, I don't think so. Actually, I would say that this so far this year, and in the last year, we've actually seen more American talent that looks interesting, in my opinion, come out than we have in a while. But I mean, it unfortunately, NA is its own worst enemy in the sense that the American ecosystem for esports is very, in a way, it's actually very business smart in the sense that it's a lot about like picking up new things that are exciting that people want to watch, and you know those new things typically are also a bit cheaper in the beginning. You know, if you're picking up a team in, let's say, Marvel Rivals right now, you're not going to be paying Counter-Strike salaries, but you might be getting way more than Counter-Strike exposure. So if you just look at the business side of it, it's like, well, it's easy choice what we're doing. The only problem is you're not building anything for the future, right? Like, you're not building some long-term relationship with, you know, fans and whatever else. So that's the part that sucks. But I mean, like, they're not dumb. They know what they're doing. It's just, it's unfortunate if you're a fan of Counter-Strike and a fan of American Counter-Strike, because you wish that there was, like, more development in the space, you know, who could, like, that could sustain it. But, like, that just doesn't exist, so... Mr. Anders, when are you going to apologize? Who am I apologizing to? Does it have to be a sincere apology, or could it be one of those I have my dog next to me to soak up the sympathy apologies? NA, yeah, that's true too. Like, there is a lot of problems like that. I mean, the other problem that NA players have that I just think is hard to maybe... I don't know how much of this is responsible for it, but my sense has always been that the other thing that they have working against them is the fact that there's always this pressure, or there's always this outside temptation to just become a streamer instead. I say that as someone who's trying to become like a part-time streamer, so no hate on the streamers or anything, but you know, it's like if you're an up-and-coming, like, you know, rising star in that space, and you can either like grind the game for like 10 hours a day to try and compete against like European people who are probably going to crush you anyway, or you could just, you know, stream like 6 hours a day and make 4 times the money. And you know, it's like for a lot of people that's a hard thing to say no to. And you might play the game anyway that you kind of love half the time, you know. You might still be like, oh, I'm still playing video games, having a good time, you know. Instant gratification, yeah. I mean, and also money. Like, streaming, if you're successful at streaming, it scales to a crazy degree, right? I mean, obviously for most people that doesn't happen, but you know, I get it. Like, in a way, like, I'm not even passing like some big judgment on those guys. I'm just saying that, like, for a lot of those NA guys, like, there's a huge market that's more ready-made for them than it is for European streaming stuff.
I think that the future is going to be brighter for NA though, because the Valve changes that came in with the representation needing to be primarily like NA or EU or whatever.
Yeah.
You're going to start to see, I think, more American players getting picked up for that reason, because it's going to be a more lucrative idea for orgs to actually try and get through like the quote unquote easier way of the major. And you also saw like Complexity go for 6C and Nyx, picking those 2 players up from NA. That, I mean, 6C's had a bit of a kind of like, you know, a rotational element, but Nyx is very much like a newer guy to that kind of like level. So I think that, yeah, they're in a rough spot right now, especially if you compare them to EU. But I feel if it is in like another couple of years, and maybe things are looking a bit better, you know. I'm not as pessimistic as some other people are about NA right now.
Yeah, me neither. And I'm glad you brought up like 60 and Nyx. Like I have a similar feeling. Like you know, Lake and Swisher, I think are another two like people who are like super interesting. I really like them. So yeah, like I'm not as pessimistic either, but I do think that like it is unfortunately a little bit true to say that there are some big, like I'm about to phrase this like I'm some sort of genius, but I think a lot of the time people are just we're incentive based creatures half the time, right? So like if you have like 2 roads to go down and one of them is like instant payment for, you know, for streaming and hanging out with your friends, and you know, you don't have to travel around the world, and you don't have to boot camp, and you don't have like a boss that's telling you what to do, and there's like a lot of money, like that's the one side of the one road, and the other road is like, you know, grind hard for less pay, and you're accountable to a lot of other people, and you know, you have the wins and the losses to deal with, and all the, like, you know, like it's like damn, like that's crazy. Well, yeah, I hope it. I'm kind of I'm a fan of NACS in a way. Like I think it would be sick if it was up and running like full speed. The game would be better for it, but the same is true for British Counter-Strike. Vince, where are your people at?
Hey, listen, we got Mezzy, all right. So yeah, and Smooya, of course.
Literally, all right. Well, they cancel each other out. Is that the point?
Yeah, you know,
making?
I'm reaching hard when Smooya is the second name on the list.
We've got Mezzy and no, it's fine.
We had Alex for a bit, but he kind of disappeared.
What in the fuck just happened?
Okay, yeah, sure. 2 headshots through smoke.
Oh, is Vince crackling on this? Oh, so it is. Maybe it is this plugin thing that's weird. Oh no, that makes me upset. It's supposed to be working. Try to say something, Vince.
Test. Am I crackling or is it all good?
Is it better now? I can't hear it, so it is the plugin on OBS that's doing it, I'm pretty sure. Ugh.
Audio issues, bro.
Yeah. I wonder if it's I wonder if part of my core problem with this audio stuff is... well, hold on, I'm just going to do this one sec. I'm going to remove this plugin. And then I'm going to do this again, and I'm going to do this. Try and say something now.
Go. Test.
Is that better? I don't know if that actually... It might not restart the actual thing. It might just, like, not... Still... So what would do it? Hold on, I'm gonna hang out Vince and I'm gonna call you back.
Yep.
First outing in the online portion of the event, an absolute success. Can't take that from them. And this loss will be easier to write off.
When you see the stand-in thing, you're like, just not the coach. You know,
If you join the voice call, see.
Just not the IGL.
Yo.
Howdy. How are we sounding? Is it better now?
Tis the big question. Good? Okay.
It's all good? This is just a cheeky restart then. Fix the
I
problem.
didn't even restart I didn't even restart, like, Discord.
Oh, okay.
I just literally hung up and... Weird. I wonder if the issue is... I don't know if this can be a problem, but, like, I think... So, the audio that I'm broadcasting is 320 kilobits. But I'm wondering if my PC is operating at, like, 192, that there could be some sort of like weird buffering or syncing or whatever issue. I wonder if that's if I need to like align it at like 192 the whole way through. Presumably 320 doesn't fucking matter anyway, right? Because like no one has the headset to hear the quality difference or anything. So
Honestly, a little lucky there. That was all the neighbors set up.
I'm pretty sure that the issue is like the plugin in OBS for capturing audio is weird, but I wonder if my different kilobits thing is like the thing that makes it weird. I don't know. Fuck audio. We're back to that. 11-3. Wow. I was very optimistic about my 7 rounds.
There's a way. There's a way. If Batman can win this, oh, never mind. Rest in peace.
Is it much of a sneak? He makes sound on the fall down.
No, I mean the CT snuck over towards B side, and they almost came out to him.
Flashes.
Yeah, that's our default position from now.
So easy pickings for Hunter.
What? He didn't even know that. He's just surprised the rest of us. He's like, what?
Almost did like a double take. Like, wait, 2?
Yeah, what the?
Please get this ace, Chiron.
Or hell, even just let Siren clutch up. They fall silent to the 15-second mark.
Siren has 3 kills. Don't think he's going to be clutching all that much.
They start walking out. Chiron starts sprinting. Molotov goes down.
The buffer size is too low. Yeah. I don't know how. Oh my god, he tried to knife Siren. Runs out of time. LOL.
That was in that mid-round situation, them just taking a little bit too much time. Right? They knew.
That's brutal.
There's no one on A. Worst case, there's 1. Right? And after those 2 kills, they should have just made a decision.
Those nades were perfect. Look at the way the frag grenade landed on the first 2.
Yeah.
He actually was already aiming away. Like, I don't even know how that happened. Whoa. G2 having way too much fun. One more round. He's tilted. Yeah, I mean, like, I can't blame him. It's gotta suck. Like, if you're Chiron and Nafany, you're like, oh, let's travel. I guess all of them travel to Denmark, but like, you're like, oh, let's travel to Denmark to play with this team for like no time at all and just get blown up. Cool. And then we're leaving again.
And now we all can understand why. This is good though. I mean, again, this is kind of setting it up.
I would be mad.
4 teams with the bigger bounties.
I'd be a little bit mad.
All look to sail through their quarterfinals. And G2 stepping it up on LAN only bodes well for the level of competition that we're going to get as we get closer to the big games.
Pimp is gonna be right. I know. Aaron Stone, you're on point.
Quick drop
Or
to spawn,
Aaron.
the smoke open. He will delay it, and that's going to find the scout and the ramp runner exposed.
Malbs calling up. He's like, stop this.
Deagle in hand here as G2 are going to prove to all in Copenhagen.
Oh my god. I mean, they're gonna lose anyway, but that is a very, very sick Deagle shots. Not that it matters, but fair play to him. Fair play to the lad.
5 rounds in the best of 3. That is a move.
It's not great. Now, does Maui have the... Does he have the balls to blame Nafany? That'd be funny. He's like on the desk saying, I've always said it.
There's a huge caveat to the opposition they were facing, but they have steamrolled their way to the semifinals, Jacob.
They did everything we expected and more to it as well. I thought that BetBoom would be able to, at some point in this game, apply a bit of pressure. Whether that would result in maybe 3, 4, 5, 6 rounds on a map and us, you know, begging the question, maybe it could have been close. However, at no point in this game did I feel that BetBoom showed up. At no point did I feel that BetBoom stood a chance whatsoever against a well-playing D2. Malp showing up, you know, in spades. Monesi playing fantastic as we expected.
Damn.
Continuing the online form into the
That's pretty sick.
You cannot ask for much more from G2.
Well, Vince, it was a real pleasure hanging out with you, as always.
Yeah, likewise, mate. Sorry I'm so quiet. I'm still getting over this trash, whatever it is.
Well, I don't mind. I sometimes it's just nice to hang out with people, even if, you know, you don't have to, you know, talk all the time, you know.
That's true. I appreciate the offer, and I'll let you get to your grenade throwing stuff.
Yeah. If you're back on tomorrow for more of it, I'm down to do it again. Like, it's just nice to chill out, you know.
Yeah,
watch
for
some
sure.
games, whatever.
I'll see you tomorrow then, bro.
Nice. All right, peace.
I think we tried to stick to our game because in the past I had a very bad experience losing to stand-ins and many times. So we just needed to play our game. We needed to stay focused, always in the present, to not give them a chance because they are really good players individually, and if you give them the chance, they will use it, of course. So
let's throw some grenades, guys. Okay, we have to.
We played well.
Now, you did play well in this game, but you've had a few games now.
I know.
Online, this one here just gone up against BetBoom.
You're right.
But
True
you've got
self.
Heavy God next to you. He's very loud, I've been hearing. How is it playing alongside him?
I mean, he's a very nice guy, a very good player overall, and I think we finally have an anchor, like real good anchor that you can like trust and leave him sometimes even alone if you don't have a good economy, and trust him that he will do a good job. And it's very, very good sitting next to him, but sitting between him and Snacks, it's not easy, trust me, they are eating a lot, so yeah, on bootcamps. But yeah, he's a very nice guy, overall everything is fine so far, and I just hope we'll keep going like this.
So you've got to make sure you stay away from their snacks.
Yes, exactly.
And for you, you've been looking better on the server as well. Has this change brought in some change for you?
I mean, not drastically changed anything for me, maybe 2 positions overall on all maps, like on Ancient and on Inferno. So yeah, overall, like, I think I'm happy with the team. I didn't expect it that good overall, like without, I mean, losing Nico is very, very, very big thing. It's very tough. He was very vocal in the team, and of course Nico is one of the best players in the world still, and he's the best rifler. So losing him is not easy. We all need to really step up, and that's what we are doing so far. And I just hope we'll keep going and keep playing like we played.
Okay.
Now, you just mentioned that Nico was very vocal, but I've been looking at the cameras. You're talking a bit more. Are you trying to be that extra voice? Are you trying to add some more to it?
Yeah, I mean, he was doing the main job and he was in the team, but now Snacks cannot do it on CT too much because he's anchor on most of the maps, so I'm trying to help the team because I have a lot of experience, and I want my boys to be really focused on Crosshair, because when they are focused on Crosshair, they are really good, all 3 of them. So yeah, I'm trying to help as much as I can, and yeah, that's it.
Well, it certainly worked out in this game. G2
what a nice guy.
Move on forward, but we'll have to see how they get on going into the
I want him to do well.
That's some very good insight, very valuable insight.
Let's go. All right, guys. Let's throw some grenades. You guys said you wanted it. You're gonna get it. We're throwing some music as well while we do it, okay? Hopefully Spotify's gonna be working. We can all enjoy it. I think it's a nice way to sort of cap out the day, you know, throw some grenades. But the real big question is, which map? I really want to do the one grenade on Anubis. I wonder if I can recruit some of you guys to find it for me instead. I know it sounds lazy and all, but let's see. Call to Duty right here, yes. Spoglass, what's up? I'll show you guys which one I'm talking about. We'll start here. Well, you don't necessarily have to have a grenade server. You can just launch it in practice mode and all that. But I guess you do need all the settings if, you know, there is that. But it's doable. Let's go. All right, guys. Let's see how this one plays out. We're going to be looking for some very, very, very specific grenades here once the freeze time is over, because we have to. I really don't have like a really good idea for how to throw this one, unfortunately, but it must be possible. It just has to be. We are trying to find a grenade that lands here. Hold on. Might as well do this. We're looking for a grenade that lands here or here. Both can work. I don't know. My brain tells me this one should be easier in theory. But, yeah. If we land a smoke here, we're going to be happy, okay? So anyone who does that is gonna be, we're gonna be happy with it. And it's harder than it seems. Okay, further back.
Checking our start point.
Okay.
Together we can do this.
It's gotta be possible, right? It just must be. There's something that I haven't thought about. If we're up here, how can we throw the grenade down there? Like, even from this position, it's like, it seems so doable, right? Just straight down. But the problem is we can't get it straight down because we're always throwing it from like outside. And we can't really bounce it off like this either, can we? Okay, so like in theory we could do something like this, assuming that we could kind of like hit the top of the spire. Well, this is getting crazy. How am I gonna use this in my... I'll show you. Here's how you're gonna use it. But we need to obviously find it. But let's say you've got some people holding this position, and we land this smoke from the outside. You know, we throw it from out here or whatever. Then we can do this. Like, it's so much easier to shoot through. Yep, Jonas, it was massively quick. So anyway, hold on. If we do it with an AK, you can get a sense of like how strong it is. So yeah, anyway, I think it's gonna work. I think it'll be fun. It's an interesting kind of one-way. But not if we can't throw it, is the whole point.
What do you see? Back at our start.
Can't be. It can't be. It just can't be. Anubis hands down the best map right now. Well, Jonas, I would agree, but man, there are a lot of things that are wrecking my grenade throwing attempts at the moment, and that's kind of, that's making me a bit jaded. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I doubt that's even... What the fuck? I like Anubis as a map. I just hate the fact that I can't throw this grenade. It's making me super upset. But I love this song. Classic song.
Checking our start point.
Okay.
What is happening? Back at our start.
Does it make... Let's just pretend. Let's pretend for a moment that we could just go and stand here. Would that even help us at all? Okay, in theory, you could. Now, for obvious reasons, this is not really a solution. So maybe you could throw it from... I mean, it would make more sense. Am I fucking stupid? It would make more sense to throw it from down here anyway, right? Because we're trying to go on the other side to do that, so... What did... Have these always made this sound? Okay. Pretty hard limit on how far we can throw there. Yeah, that's what I thought. Holy shit. They said the switch to Source 2 wasn't worth it. Look at that. I guess we, in theory, would want to be standing like this, actually. This actually would be a banging spot for you. We can't really get shot from there. We can set it up ourselves. But can we get it far enough? Christ.
What do you see? All clear.
Okay, we can. There's no way you can hit this every time, right? But let's just pretend. Where was I looking? I was looking at kind of nothing. That makes no sense. If I put myself... I'd almost have to like find... If I put myself on this nail... I just don't want to get pushed there. And then if I put... Christ. Okay. So we're looking to put the 4x right next to that thing.
What is happening? Clear.
Why? Okay, would it be easier from here? Then we can't really fuck it up so much. And then we can do like this.
What do you see? All clear.
That would be the 3x right next to this door. Window. Round B over before you line it up, yeah. Welcome to the stream, by the way. Rex Plety. I think that's one problem. I mean, the more obvious problem is the fact that if I go back here and do this without the preview, right? Like, if I do this without the preview and I'm like, okay, I'm gonna try and put like the 3 like this, like I'm never hitting the same one again, right? Yeah, there's like 0 chance I can do that. Because the tolerance for like failure or success here is just totally insane. You found the smoke that lands at the weird place to the water? Which one is that? Was it
What is happening? At our start point.
yeah, this is too far away. Nice. The problem is we kind of don't want to be throwing grenades here. Like, we're going to get peeked and it's going to suck. I always knew Anders, listen. This is great music. I'm not gonna be a hater. Wow, we actually can't throw that far from here. Is that little height difference? How interesting.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
That's right. Okay, what if we align ourselves with this little thing?
What do you see? Back at our start.
The 1x is right between there. Can we do that? Think what? Let's take a bet if we can do that again. What do you guys think? Can I do it again? If I run away from this, then I sit down. I try to align myself here. And then I put the 1x right here. Let's go. Nope is the answer. And part of the reason of that is that I'm presumably not far enough out here. So what if I just go way on the other side? Is that gonna cut it? Oh, hold on. No? Okay. Interesting. What is the difference then? Because it was here, right? It's so ridiculously precise.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
Yeah, for sure. Either link it here or on Discord if you want. But yeah, feel free to send a link. That's fine. Again, like, my trust that I could throw this smoke is so low.
What is happening? At our start point.
But let's just try it anyway, okay? Come on, bro. There's gotta be a way to do it. Okay. But if I'm in the water, yeah, I'm so exposed, even here. Too risky. That's why, like, this place would be sick for it, but... How would you do it? If I was playing matchmaking right now, would I wanna... go here, throw a grenade like this, and then use that time to set up, like, another grenade? You could. I mean, this is just a little bit for the memes, right? And a smoke dome.
What do you see? At our start point.
It's actually so cooked. Is it better here? Let's just ignore the risk. On Discord, alright, one sec.
What is happening? Back at our start.
Okay.
What do you see?
And we can't bounce it off of anything dumb, right? Like... Hold on, let me check this code. Oh, right. Yeah. The issue is, right, like... If we have to throw it from over here... We're crossing this main thing. And obviously, we can't throw it for ourselves. Maybe it is going to be the only way. I just feel like there's got to be a way to do this without risking, you know... Because if I want to do this as a silver player... Okay, that looks pretty solid. What's a good reference point here? I'm putting the 2 crosshair, like, right around there. Does that... What's the tolerance for that? It's pretty fucking minimal. The second dot... Yeah, okay. Let's see if we know how. So that will give us that one. Okay. And then let's see what happens. Can I throw it again without the help? Jesus. The problem is, like, we find smokes with, like, such a low... You need this playlist? Yeah. Look at how close it is. My God. So it's like, it is there, but it's like a little bit further out. But if it's just a little bit too far out, we're fucked. And that was too far out. Okay, wait. We're flying up here. And we're basically coming down, like, right at this angle. The better thing to do would be if we could find a way to, like... Like, hit it like this. Right? Alright, whatever, bro. But you know what I mean. You know what I mean. This playlist is called... What's it called? It's called Songs to Sing in the Shower, I think. On Spotify. It's pretty banging. I like it. Okay, wait. Maybe this is easier? What actually happens if we smoke that, just for the... Presumably nothing. You remember when I said we wanted aesthetic smokes? Do these also make sounds? No, they don't. What the fuck, Valve? Why are the other pots special? Okay, hold on. Just before we do that, just look at this smoke, okay, guys? What is happening? The smoke, we really want it to land like here or here. It doesn't really matter. It just can't go all the way in that corner. But either one of these positions is fine. Like, if it lands up here, it can't again go like too near the wall. But like anywhere like out here, or I think anywhere along here is going to be fine too. And it is a little bit more rough. You have one from the outside B T spawn side. Oh, cool. Let me. I'd love to see it. But yeah, like the issue is, in a perfect world, we want to be able to either throw it from here for a teammate, or we want to be able to throw it from down here for ourselves, right? So like, you know, one way or another, that would be nice to be able to do. But I mean, it's some very niche shit that we're in. That one, and then the problem is like if none of these crosshairs are like in any kind of reasonable position, then it doesn't really matter, right? Because we have if I move my mouse like 1 inch, it can't be like this 1 inch thing. Nobody's that accurate, right? It has to be like either something where it's like so easy to spot where you're aiming, or it's not gonna work basically. Wait, oh, we just throw grenades through that. That's kind of interesting. Get in the corner, crouch, and aim at that spot, and then jump throw. Hold on. Where am I aiming? Okay, let's try it. Hold on, which corner are we getting into? This one. It sucks so much that they've made all these corners stupid like this. Because it means like, it's hard to know what getting in the corner means, you know? Oh yeah, I have to crouch because otherwise I'm like... Okay. Wait, how the fuck does that even land there? Oh shit. That's kind of sick. That would actually be so sick if we could do this, like, constantly. That's an interesting idea. I like it. Oh, okay, that's what you mean. So, like, go here, look at that spot, and then kind of stand up, and then do it from... Damn that. Hold on, let me see. Okay, we're aiming a little bit lower than that. So crouched, I'm looking there, and then... I mean, you can kind of see it. Can I, like, align myself against this dot or something, and then do it? Damn. That actually might be replicable. Oh, but it might land too deep in. Yeah, it does, I think. Unfortunately, that probably lands too deep. Oh, that's so annoying. Because that's a really good idea. But it kind of makes you wonder if we couldn't find another way to make it not... Because you see the issue is here. It lands very deep. And then it doesn't block like enough. For our purposes, you know. Because the issue is... Here's the problem that we're trying to overcome. If I'm holding this position, let's say, and then I see this smoke, like I'm gonna be aware that someone could be kind of shooting through or whatever. And in theory, the idea should be that if we can get one that lands like this or whatever, then right away, sure, it looks a bit weird, but then it kind of does cover like everything, you know. So maybe you just kind of ignore it. In a perfect world, you're just like, oh, okay, whatever, you know, and you go back to holding these angles. That's my thinking, at any rate. Or if you're here, right, like, if I'm here and this smoke lands, I'm like, oh, okay. But like, would I know that in theory someone could be like easily spray me down like this? Be the question. You can hold on. You can make the spots. Let's see. Damn, honestly. What happens if we go really far out? Okay. That's honestly still pretty close. Damn, why is the music so... What if we go the other way? Then we kind of don't hit it at all, or what? What if we go a little bit lower? Then it doesn't really go. Okay. What happens if we go here, but like a little bit higher? Oh.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
I mean, I think it's already better than what I've been doing, because at least this can be replicated, right? Like, I think this smoke we can throw like more or less 10 out of 10 times. We just need it a little bit different to like land further out. Makes you think, doesn't it? Could we do need like this kind of angle, because if we throw it through this one, we're gonna fuck it up and it's gonna like bounce back here. W and jump throw. That always scares the fuck out of me when we have to do that, but let's try it.
Check in. Back at our start.
Yeah, but I'm just crouching at the start, right? Or what? Oh shit, you're right. If I stay crouched. Okay. Oh my god, there's no way.
What is happening? Back at our start.
I feel like I'm getting even more frustrated now, because I'm like, this is obviously like a way to do this, but can it just fucking work already?
What do you see? Our start point.
Sorry, if I am a little bit higher up and then...
What is happening?
Stack, do it. That actually does do it. Nicked Arvin, what's up? Thank you for the raid, appreciate it. Welcome to the Counter-Strike Brain Rot stream. So a little bit further up like this, so we're just kind of like, wait, you said middle of the neck? Middle of the neck, okay. That would be obviously even better if we could do that. Whoops. Whoops. Have you guys had a good stream? We're listening to classic music and throwing some fairly absurd grenades, sorry to say. I think you're not standing up. No, yeah, that's true, I'm not. I like the idea of staying crouched, because the problem is if I have to stand up, then like running forward is going to be kind of a mess, but I can try it. Like, I feel like it's so easy to screw it up. Maybe I'm wrong. So if I do this crouch, then... Holy shit. Unfortunately, those don't spread. So if I do this, and then turn around, I crouch, I look. Middle of the neck, kind of. Whoops. You don't need to step. Yeah, still. I mean... That feels like a lot to have to try and memorize, you know? Like, in that sense, I think it might be easier to just kind of like do it crouched forward like this. Honestly, I can't remember. Does this one even work? Because it's a lot easier to do it if you can, like, you know, just duck, stay ducked, move forward, ducked, just jump throw it. That's gonna work, right? If I do this, and then I do this, was that the one that I just tried to remember? No.
What do you see? At our start point.
I think this is the better way to do it. At least for me, I don't know. Hold on, let's see. Let's pretend I've got a teammate here. And then... Hold on.
Check in. Back at our start.
You're used to W jump throws? Yeah. I mean, that's fair enough. That's pretty much what we want, right? So if that grenade was just thrown and I'm walking in here... I mean, it's even kind of crazy with the fucking... Okay, anyway, I think this would probably be for like a... Regardless... I like it. Vizuk, I appreciate it. Let's quickly look at train a little bit too. So I think this is like the best, the far and away the best result we've got yet for that kind of grenade. To be honest, I'm not gonna lie, that it definitely is. Damn. A lot of people are asking me about Katowice right now. Holy shit, guys. But yeah, Visuk, that's great. I appreciate the help. It's nice to... Oh, shit. You posted one on Discord? Sorry, I just changed the map. Oh yeah, that's when we're in. That's when we've crossed main, right? It's just so hard to do that. I mean, it's gonna be so hard to try and cross main there without risking too much, you know? Is the problem. I think anyway. Okay, but listen, throwing grenades is a bit of a patience game. Can I still throw this grenade I put in the shorts video is the big question. Yes, is the answer. That's good news. Otherwise, I would be a bit of a fraud, wouldn't I? If I'm making YouTube videos and then telling people how to do shit and they can't even do it. Now, what's the other thing that we need to be able to do, guys? We need to be able to throw a Molotov from... I'm gonna say like here. Obviously not like that. Like a little bit higher up? No. A little bit deeper in. Okay, hold on. Does that work? Nope. It has to burn this corner. We know we could do this because we tried it already, so it's not a question of if we can, we know that. What's up, Elma? Good to see you again. How's your day been? I mean, in theory... Does it even matter? Am I overcooking this? Like, I probably am. Maybe we just do it like this. Yeah, okay. Is there any downside to doing that? Counter-terrorists win. Frankly, awful. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. But the awful is done. Okay, good. That is good to hear. So, you know, sometimes... Some days you just have to... It just has to happen, right? Okay, so there probably are a lot of ways to burn that out. Remember, there's that line, yeah, you know, I thought I was cooking. That's the problem, you know. It's like, damn. Yeah, it does, doesn't it, Trevor? I kind of like it too. Is that... How do we want to deal with this position is the question. What are we actually trying to achieve by doing it? If I'm coming in here on the T side, what do I want? I have many angles. I want to limit how many angles I have to peek at, because I'm not going to be able to peek like this. You know, like, that's not going to work. So I'm using grenades to get rid of some of the more, and especially if people are close like this, it sucks, doesn't it, to be like, you know, I'm not clearing this angle like this. Because if they're like down there, I'm super dead. But in truth, people are also holding down here. Could you ever land a grenade that like covers everything? Yeah, so that would be super peak. Because this is a super common area to hold. So that's our new goal. Because, I mean, we might as well do more things with one grenade if we can. Just a quick little sanity check. We're never going to be able to throw it from over here. That's never happening, so... We're not going to be thinking about that. But... Yeah, we can't do it from else. So we have to try and throw it from here, basically. And the issue is that, like, we can't obviously be running into the site either. Is it possible at all to do it like this? Let's just assume for a second that we are okay with the risk of it.
What do you see? Back at our attack.
Be so sick to be able to do, but man, they're not giving us a lot of tools here.
Checking our start point. Check in. At our start point.
If I'm standing here, I actually hate all of this. The
Back at our attack. Check in. Checking our start point.
weird architecture this is. Really weird. I spent an hour on this spot already. It's technically possible to bounce it off the arch, however, it could... Yeah, I couldn't... Oh, that's interesting. Trash. Glad to hear I'm not the only one who's suffering from crippling mental illness. Yeah, I mean, you can definitely... The thing is, like, we can easily Molotov this position out by just simply doing this. This works. So we don't have to bounce anything. This is going to burn out the entire area. And I guess it does burn this out, which maybe that's good enough. We just say, fuck it, you know, like maybe that's good enough. And we just accept that we can't also Molotov this. Can get shot from oil. Yeah, that's maybe fine because, like, you know, like, we're not here for a long time, right? We're just like, if I peek this with an AK, I'm like, okay, I'm still alive here. I'm still alive. I'm just switching whatever for my Molotov, and I'm aiming, like, basically at the back of the oil train, you know? So I'm just doing this, and then I'm done. I think that's okay. Right? Yep. Although, funnily enough, that actually doesn't fall down. Okay. What's the, like, optimal? Is it there? Yeah, I mean, it still covers everything, right? Yeah. Yeah, true. But okay, if we aim... So we're aiming, like, not necessarily at the train, but we're aiming at, like, this piece of wall back here. If we really want to do it, we do it like this. I mean, I think that's... Well, that seems still very weirdly inconsistent. It matters though, because if I'm coming out here, probably what's gonna have happened already is that there's like a smoke either there or up there. But if there's a smoke here, it's a huge difference between me having to just fight this corner or having to do both. And it's actually a big problem because here's the issue. If I'm swinging to... Let's do this. Someone there. If I'm swinging to peek this guy, like, you could see how dumb that is for me to deal with both. Like, I can theoretically do one or like, but doing both always is gonna put me in a weird position. So I always, you know, I can't even do like a shot. I can maybe do like a really shallow peek, but it's so much nicer if I know that by the time I'm peeking this, like, that position's always gonna be burned out. And sure, like, there might be others that I'm worried about, but... And that still burns out everything, right? I think so. Let's find out. If I'm standing up here. It doesn't. That's not good enough. Yeah, we can't really get too close to this, right? So, like, we have to be respectful of that fact. Okay. I mean, I never want to be doing this. Will this really be a repeatable molly? Well, I guess that's what we're trying to figure out. I mean, I think it's pretty easy to throw. The question is, like, that surely burns out everything, right? If I'm up here. What's up? Sumner is kind of doing a lot of non-esports stuff, by the way. I mean, the problem is, like, look at how weirdly inconsistently it burns, right? Like, this time the corner didn't get burned, that didn't get burned. It's like... But yeah, Sumner is kind of doing non-esports related stuff at the moment. That wood door is fucked? Which one? This one? I don't know if he's coming back to counter necessarily. What a banger. Yeah. Let's go. What's up, Katie and Glazer? There's another grenade that I kind of want to be able to throw, to be perfectly honest. I'll show you guys. You can help me go full autism mode on this one. I kind of know a little bit. So, let's do a test. Let's, for the fun of it, say that I am giving weapon AWP. If I'm holding this angle, right? I can see... like there-ish, right? So I want to be able to throw a grenade, preferably like, kind of preferably, it might not be possible, but no, I probably can't, can I? Holy shit, that seems so messed up. Like, what I really want to be able to do is throw a grenade, like, sort of like this. Well, obviously not like this, but sort of like this. that burns out this corner. But the problem is I don't want to run into it and... Yeah, I still talk to Semler like about once a month-ish. Respectable name for 2069. Good, that's a good name. When you round the corner of long, running, throw aimed at halfway up the bottom of the block near the arch. Lip to get good coverage. For the last one you're going for? Wait. When you round the corner of long, halfway up the bottom block. These blocks. Nearer the arch, and you get good coverage. Like that-ish. Yeah, so kind of like standing here. A little bit lower. Can we just do it non-running? I mean, presumably won't burn out everything, because again, like, this corner is fucked. Right, like... Like, the problem is, for a matchmaking game, it doesn't really matter, but for a professional game, it super does, like... And you have to be sure, like, we can't, there's no... What if we stand further back, though? Like... This is probably insane, but... Okay. Doesn't matter if we stand up here, right? And this doesn't work right now. Yeah, it's always like a risk versus... I mean, it's always like a thing where it's like we have to try and figure out, like, you know, how hard is it versus, like, how worth it is it or whatever, you know? Like, also, the fact that you could see when the line does this, it's, you know, no pro player wants to throw this grenade and then say, oh, fuck, I needed something else. But, I mean... So, like... reliability versus whatever else, right? Like, this is why, like, this is why the retake grenade that I put in the shorts video is so good. Is because it's, like, so reliable to throw it, right? Like, you can throw it 10 out of 10 times. Like, wake me up at, like, 3 in the morning, I'm throwing this grenade every time. But as soon as a grenade becomes like, oh, it works most of the time, it's like, it's tough, you know? Like, or at least the payoff for the grenade has to be so big for that little bit of insecurity. That's why we like grenades where we stand in corners, like tight corners, like I'm standing here. There'll probably be somewhere to line the smoke, like the Mirage. Through a smoke like a Mirage. Oh yeah, that could be. Yeah, but it's like, it's almost too much effort, right? Like, I'm just, again, it's, This is no bueno, emo. But it's also a question if standing on that platform was a good place for. Well, I've seen it in pro plays so far quite a bit, right? And I think it's like a. It's not like a. Like the power of standing here is that you can get flashed in by somebody, right? So you can take this peek. Like that's why people would do it. So, look, if I've got a friend down here, and we do this, and I have another friend on the platform. It's like you're super mega dead, so that's why people do it. So they stand here, and then it's actually still a good position for anyone down here. Like if people are coming through here, like clearing this is not necessarily easy because you're also, even if you have these smokes up, let's say you've got some smokes like this, you're still clearing like a lot of stuff to, you know, like this, probably this. Like, people are going to be playing these angles, right? So, I think people already are standing there. The question is, like, how risky is it to throw these nades versus... And the question will always be, like, yeah, you know, if it's too risky, then it's not worth it. It does sort of feel to me like the better way to do it is just to do this. Well, LOL. Like, stand here, aim a little bit low, run forward, and just accept the fact that you're gonna be... Maybe you Molotov this, but probably not. Like... Maybe. DG Volt 11. What's up? I think that's it. I actually... Yeah, that's true as well. Mod user Reno. These are like all the things you have to weigh all at once. It's like, how risky is it versus how good is it? Like, you know, right at the beginning, what I really wanted to do was like... I wanted to land a grenade that lands... I want to land a grenade that lands like this. Because, well, yeah, if we can burn out this entire space and this, it's obviously golden. But we probably can't, like, or even if we could, it would involve some really dumb shit where we're crouched like this, and, you know, we're trying to do something like this, and obviously that's, you know, like, is whatever it is. DG Volt asking, why don't you see me at more big tournaments? I don't know. I mean, I'm here, like, waiting to get hired. I wish I had a really good answer, to be honest. But like, it is what it is. I'm doing the streaming stuff now more because I'm hoping that to become a little bit more visible again by doing the streaming and some content and stuff like that. Hopefully, people will say, "Oh shit, yeah, we forgot Anders was out there. Now we remember," you know. But it's a crazy industry right now, to be honest. So, you know. I'm hoping that I can keep casting Counter-Strike, basically. It's my dream, so... I've liked it enough to do it for 12 years, you know? Kind of want to keep doing it, but... Anyway, is that the only way to deal with that position? Is there anything more fun we could do? What happens if we smoke it, just for the lols? Okay... That doesn't do a lot. What if we smoke, like, the corner of it? Oh, wait. Are you for real? SE regeneration true? Damn. That's a great command. Thank you. Competition's tough, yeah. It's a crazy landscape. But I mean, I'm not even necessarily like... I'm not only gonna be happy if I get hired for like all the biggest events. I just want to be hired for some events. You know? Because it is my only source of income, so... Not getting hired, I'm not gonna lie, is scary. That is a really funky... Could you imagine, like... What happens if we run out here? What? We just take no damage? Oh, wait, am I taking damage but it's just regenerating? What happens? No, I would know. Yeah, I mean, I think... Thank you, TG. Well, I try to be honest about what's going on. Like, I think it's like, you know, I'm not gonna lie about, you know, the position that I'm in. Like, also partly because part of my strategy is to try and connect with the community more, and I feel like if I connect with the community in like a dishonest way, that's gonna be like, that's not gonna work. So yeah. Okay, hold on. Let's say I could throw that smoke and it just lands right there. Could I run out here as on like a pistol round? It blocks. I guess it does create this. So if someone is down here, but in a pistol round, you wouldn't be, would you? I don't actually know that. This might be a little bit. This might be on the cooked side of cooking, which is okay. Again, I don't think this is gonna work, but let's just test.
What is happening? Clear.
Probably not worth it. It's my opinion on Kusuke, if that's how you pronounce his name. Is he ready for tier 1? I don't know yet. I'm gonna be honest. I haven't taken a close enough look. I hate to say it. I should sit down and watch some games with him. Like everyone's talking about him. I feel like I need a better opinion, but things are busy, you know. Also, if you don't want to answer it, don't. But thought you announced last year that you're working with Henry G. Is that still a thing? I mean, I think Henry sort of expressed that he wanted to like do different things. So. I think regardless of anything, it's very hard to say I want to be working with this one person right now if you're not like part of like the top 3 like casting duos or whatever it is. Because if you get hired, like if I get hired for something, I said this earlier in the day, like if somebody came to me right now and said, hey, we want you to cast with like DDK, or you know, like can you do that for an event? I would say yeah. Like I mean, I have to, right? Not that I don't like Dan, but just that, you know, a lot of us aren't in a position where we can just say, oh yeah, no, I'm only doing it with my best buddies, you know. So by the way, what happens if we do this? Yeah, I mean, I definitely would want to. I really hope they would be good. Yeah, I mean, listen, I'm gonna be honest. When I was looking last year, for me was super wrecked in many ways. But I kept telling myself, like, listen, it's gonna be okay because like 25 will be better. There's so many events, it's gonna be all good. And I was just wrong about that. So, LOL, you know. Nice smoke. We can just get like some smoke on our feet here. It's nice. But I mean, like, again, the esports landscape is changing a lot, and like I am trying to find a lot of other ways to kind of work, and you know, like trying to do other things. I mean, streaming and content creation hopefully is part of it. But you know.
Check in. All clear.
But also, ultimately, it's also like, you know, it's also, it's early in the year. Who knows? Luck can change, right? Are there other esports? Not really sports. I don't think I could get into casting sports, to be honest. No matter what, like.
What is happening? Clear.
That covers upper C. No, I mean, I did study English, but I was speaking English like this way before. Yeah, I mean, I think most people know how to cover the connector in like 10 different ways, I think. If it all started when you decided to fake, exaggerate your reactions. If you didn't enjoy, you should have stepped away. I mean, Malossi, that's like that has always been my own rule for how to do it. And I mean, obviously, if you think I'm faking my reactions, there's nothing I can say about it, you know. Like I'm never gonna be able to convince you otherwise, obviously. But I mean, like, you know, I don't know, like my whole life is in Counter-Strike, so I feel like that's probably a decent test for like my appreciation for the game and all the rest of it. I mean, I also started a company that employs like 12 or 15 people, where like we've essentially changed the face of how Counter-Strike plays now because of how you know, because of how the software works. So I mean, like, it's always tricky with the, like, it's, if somebody says like, oh, you're faking it, or you know, you're not as passionate anymore, it's like, how do I prove my passion, you know, apart from like, you know, unless you can read my mind or something, right, you know? Well, the only thing I can say, really, in my defense, I suppose, is like, I really never feel more alive than when I'm casting Counter-Strike. Like, it is the thing that makes me the most happy, and the thing that I always look forward to, and I mean, like, yeah, I don't know. So yeah, I like, obviously I can't convince you, and if you hear me casting and you think, man, this guy's kind of faking it, then I'm like, you know, it is what it is, right? Yeah, I mean, like, but at the same time, like, I don't know, like, I'm not denying that somebody could be listening to my casting and like, and you know, like, if you have that feeling, then I mean, like, that, I don't think the guy's lying about it. I'm just saying that, like, what can I do, you know, like. you can only do so much, you know. I feel like, I mean, there are a couple of different accusations that people get, like, you know, like, I've noticed this with other casters too, like, people get this thing where they're like, oh, he doesn't care and he's just doing it for the money now or whatever, you know. Like, the truth is, if I was just doing things for money, like, man, I've turned down so much money in esports for, because I wasn't feeling comfortable with the thing that I was being offered. But I mean, that's also a luxury to be able to do that, right? Like, it's easy also to end up in a position where you have to say, well, I don't have that luxury anymore, you know? Dan Zui, Theorycraft series from back in the day, you think you would do one? Yes, I mean, so I did a shorts video, basically, if you guys are interested. So, oh shit, that's crazy. What a raid. Lenini W, what's up? Appreciate the raid. You guys are the best. Malossi, I'm gonna get back to your comment in a second. I'm not gonna forget about it. I appreciate, you know, I'm not down to talk, like, in general. I'm gonna write in a notepad, right, so I don't forget. But yeah, shout out to all of you raiding. Damn. Lenin. That's sick. You guys are way too kind. I appreciate it very much. Unfortunately for you guys, you have joined a stream now where you're just watching a guy relentlessly throw grenades for a long time, so it's pretty rough. We are building a cult, however, so that's, and it's miss you on the broadcast. I miss it too. I want to do it more. I love it, but, you know, I've got to get hired for events before I can do the broadcast, otherwise, you know, I can't. Whoops. Okay, we've got one grenade that I kind of like, which is this pop flash kind of thing. And if you kind of aim it basically at that wheel, I guess. Maybe a little bit higher or lower, depending on what you're looking for, but it doesn't really matter too much. And then you just kind of walk it forward. You can pretty efficiently pop flash people down here. And it should also work if people are holding back here. Now, obviously, they're going to be able to see the flashbang. I mean, here we can't do anything about that, really. But it still works. Wow, you guys are so kind. I really appreciate the support. It's crazy. You guys are crazy.
What is happening? Clear.
Wait, let me respond to the other comment real quick. Malos, you were saying, listen, I have no doubt that you have passion for the game, but there's always a lull period. You're right. There is no true detect for passion, but subconscious humans, especially when you're casting after an event for 10 hours days. It's going to be hard to keep it going after a while. It's only natural. Well, you know what? That's totally fair, and I don't disagree. And I've had moments in my career, I'm going to be super honest, I've had moments where I was, like, mentally super disconnected for a bunch of other reasons that were happening in my life. Like, I would say after... Not immediately after, weirdly enough, but like a year after my dad died and a lot of other things were happening in my life, I was very, very, like I was just very mentally absent for a lot of tournaments. And for sure, if you went back to listen, you could probably be like, damn, Anders doesn't really seem like he's himself. That's, like, and you know what? That's fair. Like, if somebody wanted to criticize me for that, I would even say that's reasonable. And maybe it would have been better if I'd said, hey, listen, I'm going to take a step back and kind of, like, leave the space for somebody else. I don't feel so good. But trust me, that's also a very hard decision to make. All I can say is I don't feel that way anymore. I feel like I'm back doing, like, really great casting work, to be honest. And I feel like I'm kind of my old self again. But again, like, I'm not trying to claim you're wrong either. Like, as much as you can't read my brain, I can't read yours. So I don't mind the feedback or the criticism even. Like, I think it's totally fair to say, hey, you've sounded like, or maybe, or if you think I still do, you sound like you're a little bit worn out or whatever. Like, in moments in my career, that's been true, 100%. I just don't feel like that anymore. But, you know, yeah, we'll see what happens, you know. But you're right, it does happen to everybody, like, for sure. You cast enough Counter-Strike, you work enough, you fly around the world, you work long days, you get used to it. You assume that you're going to be hired for everything because you always were, and obviously, and then you end up putting less focus and effort. That, like, I'm totally guilty of those things too. I'm not going to lie about that. That's definitely true. But, you know, that doesn't mean you kind of, like, you also can't recover that again. Like, I think you can kind of, like, turn it around and say, okay, listen, I was, you know, getting a little bit too used to things, and now I'm back, you know? Thank me open about the subject. Yeah. I mean, that's... I want to try and... I feel like I always have. If my DMs are open on Twitter, I post on HLTV. I'm really easy to get a hold of. Like, if people have... I've had this debate 100 times over the past, like, 12 years with people. In different formats. There's, like, two things that people say to me as criticism throughout my career a lot. People will say either, I feel like Anders is faking it, or two, he doesn't know anything about Counter-Strike. And... I mean, I'm happy to have both conversations if you want. You know? Yeah, why not? Like, I'm a kind of a public person in that way, so I mean, we don't have to ban people or anything like that. We can just talk about it, you know. Okay. What are some of the things that we really want to do on this particular map? I'm trying to think. Oh yeah, I haven't shown you guys these grenades at all. I think this could work. Let's see if I can actually do this or if I fuck it up. So the first grenade we want to do is like this. And the next one we want to do is like this. I think. Wait. Am I on drugs? Oh, like this. Okay. Okay, so the first one is like this. And then the next one is like this. Oh, I didn't actually have to jump through that one, but maybe it doesn't matter. Okay, it doesn't. Anyway. So, I think these two grenades for a retake. And then if you throw like this. Right? So, if I'm holding down here, like the flashbang is not perfect, but somebody say ban. Yeah, Vadim. We are learning some grenades. If I hold back here, I mean, I'm gonna get smoked off, right? But maybe that isn't too efficient. But here, I don't know. Like, the idea is to basically smoke this and this for an afterplant retake. So anyone holding back here is gonna be like, and then you can run out. Doesn't that smoke take too long for it? The problem is all smokes do in this bomb site. Unless you want to throw your smokes from here. But this is like, it's very, very risky. Like, sure, we can do this. But you can't throw... I don't think you can easily throw anything else from here. Like, maybe you can, but... Damn, that's a interesting smoke. It's like, it is true. It is a concern that it takes a long time. I'm just not sure if it's the other concern is that visibility gap from the tunnel. Maybe. Let's check it. I'm down to be wrong. Yeah, because we don't want people to be able to sit like this, obviously. But the one that I threw was further up, so let's just check it. Let's check it. That's what we're here for anyway. We are literally here to do this for hours on end, so I have patience. Yeah. That is definitely an issue. That's scary. We have another one now that we've got new viewers. Oh shit. Tell me what you think about this one. So one of our community members found this one. So hopefully I can throw it without putting him to shame. Ugh, fuck that up. Okay, I'm really fucking up, hold on. Oh, there we go. It's too low, a little bit higher up. But yeah, the idea is to try and retake. Because the issue is, this position is potentially a little bit scary if I'm... Like, if you allow a T player to play up here with an AWP, in a retake, like, that could be pretty devastating. So ideally, you want the train... Yeah, I understand what you mean, like, on the elevated part of the train, yep, I know what you mean. Right, like, I don't want anyone on the T side to be able to AWP this position. As I'm, like, as we're trying to retake down here. So if I can smoke him off instead, like, sure, like, it's a long ways away, but... Yeah, Mr. Potato, we got raided. So, GG. Why am I not a blast bounty? I wasn't hired for it this time. Is the simple answer. So, anyway, it is a throwable smoke, but. But let's see if we can come up with some other random things. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe you're right, like, the smoke makes more sense if it lands here. Does it? My issue is that it creates this potential gap that I feel like a pro player would also... I mean, it does kind of solve this problem. But... no, that's maybe okay. That might be cool. Let's see if we can. Let's see if we can throw it. The issue is... okay, this is just like a quick architecture lesson here. The issue is that this hole makes it like very, very hard to throw anything through. Because as you can tell, like, if I'm throwing stuff straight into the sky, I'm like crossing this line becomes harder. Now I can obviously cross the line by going further back here. But what we don't want is a position where people have to like align ourselves too much with like all kinds of weird shit while the bomb is being already planted or whatever, right? So like the other way that I had of throwing these grenades was to stand here and just kind of like do this. And that like that might give us like a bit of, well, that one landed on train, but you can throw them from out there. It's really not like it's, you know, it is tricky. But I mean, that's okay. Like, we're here to grind. Right? Like, we can... that's funny. Right, we can kind of get it to there. Five smoke lineups. The problem is also, like, Valve has made this decision to not have any real corners. Like, or a lot of the corners here are like, they're clip brushed out. So you can't like, you can't even align yourself with like anything. You're just like sliding off. So then we're in this like super strange position that we don't want to be in. Yeah, that's why we're trying to come up with some grenades, right? Like, that's why we wanted the pop flash. We wanted the other smoke from out here that I'm just serially failing to throw, but we can throw it, I'm pretty sure. Like, I just suck at it, but... let's hope that this one works. Yeah. So, like... I mean... none of the pro teams know how to throw it, at least. But yeah, I did another video, if you guys are interested, on YouTube. It's not just 2 grenades. They're not for the CT side, though, but yeah, that I'm super concerned about like the state of retaking on this site. I'm trying to like that's what I'm trying to work my way through, is like, how would people do it? And we've had a lot of different ideas, and the question is like, which one is going to be the prevailing one, you know? Yes, I agree, Deep L or Deep Licks. The problem is this roof is a mess. Like, this situation is terrible. Like, if I hit these things, then it doesn't go through. But if I hit, like, you know, I can throw, like, through in some cases. And then the other main route of throwing is here. But there are all these, like, things you can hit. Which is, like, that's a problem, you know? So, I don't like it either. There's something about it that's too crazy. But yeah, tell me what you think about the shorts video in general. Like, I've never done one of these videos before, you know? I'm not trying to become like some huge TikTok, you know, 30-second clip guy. Obviously, we're doing streams for hours where I'm just throwing grenades, so that's not really the purpose, right? Okay, we can throw through that, but man... wait. How much can we? Okay, we can... in theory we could, but that's never really gonna work, is it? Although it would be kind of fun if it was like... you know, it's like a straight drop. So it like bounces off and just falls down. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? What? But again, like, what a position to actually land on. Jesus Christ. I have an idea for a protocol, guys. Just tell me what you think about this, okay? This might be fucking crazy, okay? If you guys watched the game that Vitality played, Saiwu has a couple of grenades that he throws, and they're like this. So he stands here, and he throws a Molotov for this, I think. So he throws this Molotov, and then he throws this smoke. Okay? That's like the Saiwu thing right now. Okay? Now, this takes him a while because he has to like go here, shoot the windows, do these two. When he's done doing that, he goes out here to check this position because, you know, his teammates are doing other things. So when he comes back out here, that's what he wants to look for. And my thinking is, if we know that he's kind of running in this path here, we could, I think, I mean, I know we can in terms of time, but if I'm spawning up here on the T side and I run, could you kill Saiwu? Is it the anti-Saiwu protocol? It's crazy. Like, I might even be able I might even be able to do this just in a normal round where people are running. In fact, we can test that, right? Like, if I'm somebody who spawns back here, do you know when Semler is coming back? Semler is doing non-esports things. I don't think he has any real plans to like return at this point, but I mean, you know, anything could happen, but let's say I spawn here and it's at 10 seconds. So 10:10, spawned, I run. Now I'm in the danger zone, right? So that's like 8 seconds-ish. Where did the T spawn now? How far back? Fuck. Let's find out. Okay, so if I spawn here and it's 60 seconds, the guy is basically running through there now. Still, I wonder if you could do it. I wonder if you could. I'm gonna talk to some of the pros I know and see what they think. It's not risk-free, obviously. People can shoot back, but yeah, it depends on, like, you know, there are like a lot of things you could do here, like but like standing up is pretty easy, I feel like. Just crouch down, I think it's like, so whatever people prefer, I guess, but like, in theory, hit people pretty far back here. It's a thought, okay? It's a work in progress. Yeah, I mean, the problem is these are everywhere, right? Like, the post-plant protocols here are going to be crazy. Even people figure this out. This is, like, nearly full damage. This is 28 damage, right? So I don't have to be, like, a mega genius to stand here and shoot someone defusing. And you don't even need, like, an AK. Like, it is with a Glock. Glock does, like, 16 damage per shot. Like, fuck me. You think I can kill someone who's defusing this? I mean, obviously, if I plant here, they could be defusing from out here or whatever, right? So it's not obviously not like a one-to-one, we're killing them every time kind of thing. Is it possible for them to tell exactly where you're shooting from? Yeah, so I think when you shoot like this, the muzzle flash is going to be coming through, I think, more or less. Well, maybe not here, but here it certainly will be if you're standing close. So if you're doing this, the muzzle flash, I think, is going to come through. But if you... I mean, I guess in theory you could just... No, maybe not. But you could just stand a little bit further back, and you're probably going to be a lot harder to hit anyway. So with a little bit of practice, right? Like if you say, okay, I'm going to take 2 steps back and just shoot at the bottom, like you could learn. When are you going to cast with Semler? Big fan of yours. Snacksy. Semler's not doing esports things anymore, but I appreciate the support nonetheless. I'm hoping to be doing more Counter-Strike in the future. Right now, I'm getting hired for fewer events. Fingers crossed I get hired for more events in the future. It is kind of my job, so we'll see. Okay, yeah, but I mean, the potential for shooting out here is crazy, right? Like, there are so many positions that we could, in theory, wallbang with a little bit of practice if we wanted to go super crazy with it, so... It's just the only reason I'm not trying to do this more right now is because I don't know necessarily all the most common positions. But I mean, this one might well be one, right? Like, a lot of CTs are going to be running around back here. Possible. Oh, there's something else that... Okay, so we can a little bit shoot through. But that's like right here. And it's mostly straight down. Which is fine. That was... Wait. Here? Okay, but no one's standing there, but people could easily be standing there. Jesus, how's that so much damage? What the fuck? Look at what we're shooting through. There's something wrong with this map. Like, I hate to say it, but there is. Okay, so I can shoot people in this corner. One way or another. Better like this, maybe? No. Okay. Sorry about the noise, guys. Yeah, it's because you're shooting through this. That's wood. Yeah, the problem is we don't want to be shooting like at that much of an angle. That's a bit rough. But yeah, look, like, we have the same problem over here, right? for people who don't know. We found this on like day 0. And this shoot right through. But this one's probably more alarming because of the defuse, I think. I told Valve about it, but they fixed one of the things. You could see through this before, but so weird. Makes you wonder, doesn't it? Like, what the fuck? I mean, that's not necessarily a lot of damage. Yeah, it's like 4 damage, but... Very interesting. We can also shoot through this for anyone that's keeping score at home. To shoot people down there, potentially. Doable. Okay, wait, this guy's also kind of stupidly standing. If we do this instead. Okay, now he's in the corner. Boost for the better, yeah, you can, but it becomes like a bit, it's you're not wrong, it's just also a bit of a mess, you know? So wait, we're doing this and then... Jesus Christ. Like, that is in theory. What a way to check this position. That's 19 damage per shot. Like, this guy's gonna die instantly. Clip it. Clip it and ship it. Why would you not do this? It's super common for people to stand here now in pro play. What's up? Welcome, new chatters. Appreciate you stopping by. Consider joining a cult. I'm building one. I know it sounds, you know, not so fashionable, but I think it can be a really good cult. For once, we're giving it a try anyway. Yeah, we also had some fun with this. You can shoot through these windows to try to stop, like... well, that wasn't the right move. So up here. Anyway, you can sort of, like, you know, in theory you can... I guess you could do it for, like, a defuse, right? So, like, if... In theory, if you were being, like, ultra try-hard, you could, like, you know, deep plant the bomb here, and then you could, like, run to C connector, and then... like, shoot anyone defusing for, like, an enormous amount of damage. Pretty easy spray to hit. The only thing I don't know is if people can defuse from up here. But who the fuck would do that in a 1v1? You're never doing that, right? Like, you'd have to be so... Like, 99% of the time, people are going to try and crouch down here. If they have a smoke, they're going to do that. But, like, what do you care if you're already making your way out? What's better? Yeah. Yeah, we're patenting all of it. We can't stand up here normally, can we? No. It's so annoying that they removed the clip brush commands. Volvo, please. Okay, but anyway, that's doable.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
Kind of a funny idea. Thing is, Adrian and I were talking the other day. The question is if you could do this. Let's say you smoke off this position. Let's see, we want to do it like... Come on. Let's say I'm on the T side and I throw this kind of a smoke from out here somewhere, right? The CTs, I think a lot of the time will be... They will want to go up here because they want to shoot in the back line. Right? If you can catch any Ts that are running around back here, like, at least you're doing something. As opposed to just, like, dumbly waiting around here. So I think a lot of CTs are going to want to jump up here to, like, have... You know, you feel like you have some control of what's happening out there. So then, if you're standing up here... And we've... On the T side, we've sort of tricked you into getting up here, right? So you're standing there, trying to look over, and the question sort of becomes, can we... You know, can we find a way to kill you there? We're shooting a little bit too high and a little bit too... So we're gonna go a little bit further back and... Right, so we can. I mean... Is it... the most safe thing in the world? I don't know, but like, maybe we could? Maybe. Good idea, Adrian. They also throw this grenade, right? The pros. Yeah. Because they want to stop the CTs from being able to rotate. But do they throw it? Does it go even deeper into Pop Dog? I guess it does. It has to be pretty fucking quick though, right? Could we... Is there a quicker protocol for doing this? How the fuck? Am I wrong? Are they not doing that? I feel like I'm not wrong, but... hold on, guys. Yeah, I watched the match too. Look at the Molotov here. Look, this is the level of technology we have on this channel. So they throw in... They're not that quick with it, I guess. Look at Messi. He runs. Messi goes first with the HE. And then Flames... Okay, so he does just throw it from the corner. Okay. Wait. How does he throw it? So he goes a little bit forward. Yeah, so he's like in the corner and he's like, I just gotta... And then just... That seems so crazy risky. Not tucked, yeah. Well, either way, it feels like it's such a sketchy grenade to throw. If we come back to the Backstreet Boys, this is a fucking banging song, guys. The fuck? I love this song. I want it that way. Okay, fortunately we can't really know how to play this on the piano. But apart from that, it's good. Okay,
What is happening? Checking our start point.
I mean, it's cool. I like it. It's nice. Might as well. Hell yes. Amazing karaoke.
What do you see? At our start point.
What's this? Hold on. This is not. This has no practical implications. Okay. I'm just curious. Fine.
Check in. Back at our start.
Interesting. What the fuck does it even look like? I don't even know. You can almost viably wallbang from that first area. Yeah. What am I looking at there? Okay, I'm looking at that wall. Okay. That's fine. You can wallbang this, guys, in case you didn't know. For like a lot of damage. Hello. 50 damage. If anyone's super bored, we can probably find a wallbang. I tried to do it. I got too tired of it, but you can probably find one where it's like, I think I was using this one because it's like more damaged. So like if you know, aim at head height and shoot people here. One shot, one kill. But I mean, like, competitively not viable, but fun.
Back at our start.
What happens? We can shoot through. I don't think it's a big advantage, but it does hit people, just not for a lot of damage. Maybe while going through the wooden part of the door. Wait, what? Which part? Oh, with an orb? I mean, with an orb, you... The reason why we care about wallbanging wood or glass, for anyone that doesn't know, is because glass is the material in Source that reduces the least amount of damage. So that says glass in there somewhere, whereas that says concrete. And wood is the, I think, the second one. So like glass is best, wood is second, but it goes down from there pretty heavily. Kind of makes you wonder though if you could. Could you hit people down there? What about from here? What about from up here?
Check in. Back at our start.
Yeah, I mean... pretty high up. So the problem is I don't mind finding these wallbangs, but I need more data from like pro teams is the issue. Like if we go back to the game, hold on, let's just do that. Right, the thing that we always want to know is like, let's look at a round where somebody actually has an AWP on the CT side. Does that even happen? Nope, nope. Okay, their Cyber's got one. Right, like where is... Well, in this round, he's out here messing around, right? And that's fine, but then that doesn't really... In this round, he's AWPing from this corner. Mostly. Next round, he's still liking this corner. Right, but even when he's down here, he's here, he's like a little bit of everywhere, right? And then he's pushing, so... Another fucking classic song! Spam from Ivy with rifle. Oh, yeah, yeah. I know what you mean. You can also shoot through this wall, by the way. LOL. Again, doesn't really matter, but... I like finding it. So he likes AWPing back here, basically. Because it gives him, like, these two angles. Fair enough. Yeah, maybe I should just tweet and tag the pros and say, hey, who's going to be using this? My experience in making pro teams do anything is very hard to do it. Are people just AWPing this corner here?
What is happening? Back at our start.
Yeah, okay, can't. Okay, we can't jump on the shelves, that's fair.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
Problem is, you don't even really want to do this with AWP, to be honest. Like, it just doesn't even make any sense, so... Whoops. Like, if we want to do this, we would always do it with an AK, right? If we wanted to shoot side, we were out there. This is what they call penetration testing, yeah. Auto sniper, yeah. Damn. So just stand here. Probably is possible in one way or another. The interesting thing is always like finding a good lineup for it. Like here. That's fucking pretty close. Deuterinos.
Check in. Checking our start point.
Like. You don't have to hit that many bullets. It's a headshot, like.
What's going on?
If you're sort of roughly holding an angle. No? Oh. I put him a little bit too far out, I guess. Hold on. Because he's probably not going to be...
Check in.
Probably going to be like that, right? Like, he's just looking to... He's just looking at peek these angles. So he's probably going to be... Like, in theory, you could do it. But again, it all depends on, like, how prevalent this position becomes in pro play. But it seems like people like Saiwu likes to use it. If Saiwu uses it, we're happy with it, you know? Are there any really ridiculous smokes we can find on this? I feel like I tried to land some here and the results were kind of weird. Yeah, because it drops down this weird tentacle looking thing. Wait. Oh shit. I can see people from up here? I don't think I even knew that. I'm sure other people... I'm sure other people must have known this, right? I'm just slow. I mean... Wait. We wish. Well, wait. We can be a little bit smarter than that, can't we? I think we can. Hold on. You have to go, unfortunately.
Only one left. You have killed your own.
Wait, what the fuck? Okay. These bots, okay. That'll have to do. This would be so much easier if I had friends, I'm just saying. What's up, guys? That could be fun. You could, so you can smoke. This is gonna be really fun. I probably will fuck this up because I don't exactly remember how to throw this, right? But well, it definitely wasn't like that. Was it like that? Okay. Okay, pretend I knew how to throw that, okay? Let's say you throw this position, you smoke this position, then two teammates go up, they do a normal boost, and then you... Well, I don't know. You probably can't run this way because they're going to be looking over. But in theory, the cool thing is you can kind of get up from the train and then... I bet you in some round this can be done. Like, in some really dumb round, this can be done. This is a fun idea. Like, is it going to be used in like a normal round? Definitely not. But like, you're going to be so mad if you come in here to do this. And then you're like, oh, fuck. Yeah, I mean, it's more something you do in like a round where you have like a deagle and you're just saving anywhere on the CT side. So you buy like a deagle and a smoke, you throw the smoke, you go out here, you try to set up this boost, and then you just, you know, like, why not? I think this is the craziest find for now. Like, I can't believe that this works so well. To essentially just murder people in that corner. If we had to formalize it, how would we do it? I basically want to sort of sit so that my boots are like right there, I guess. And then just shoot on the which wooden board? But it's because their head is sticking up like that, they're gonna shot in the face. New friendly, yeah, I don't know, it's hard to, like, the drop from Pop I still think is kind of like a little bit questionable, you know? But I know what you mean, like, if you had to, like, the ladder is just, the ladder is hard to defend, I think. But I get what you mean. Did you guys watch the YouTube Shorts thing? I'm super curious about the feedback, guys. So if any of you have watched it, let me know if you like it. Damn, this cough is getting somehow worse. What happens? We're just interested. Okay, I wasn't expecting that. Interesting. I guess fair enough. Whatever. Oh no. Oh, he can't. He's healing. That's sick. Robs had a couple of fun ideas. Robs throws a smoke from here that lands up there, and then he has Apex throw a flashbang for him that I'm guessing is something like aiming at the star and running. LOL. Aiming at the star and running. No. Aiming at the ceiling and then running. Jesus. Okay. Jump throw then. Aiming here and running. Whoops. Okay, it has to be a little bit further in, so like... Right. Something like that they're doing. Yeah. Nope. Not like that. Okay, so it has to be like this. Stand in the corner, aim at the 3, run, throw. Maybe a little bit quicker. Yeah. Wait. Am I fucking crazy? Okay, so it doesn't go deep enough, so we're aiming at the 3 and we're running forward, so like, no, it has to be a little bit further, so like, one more step forward, yeah, okay. Yeah, I mean, I kind of want to do like some longer form stuff, but I guess it's fun to be able to do both. Oh my god, it's hard to get that one perfectly. Because it matters, right? We don't want T's to be able to run like this and just dodge the grenades. How do we do that? Fuck. A little bit lower? It pretty much has to hit like right at the center of the hallway. Yeah. That probably works better. Okay. If you aim at gaining more followers, you do these shorts just because. Yeah, that was my whole point. To be honest, that's kind of what I wanted to do. And I mean, like, but I'm also just experimenting with it. Like, you know, we'll see what happens ultimately with the algorithm stuff. Okay. If I'm a T player, I mean, the easiest way to shut down Robson doing this would just be to do this with 2 grenades. Because he's gonna throw the smoke. So just double nade him. Do I even have to be that precise with it? Just sit here and wait. If the flashbang comes, just throw. Said 2 people waiting here. I feel. If I'm standing down here, how tall can I see? Okay. No, it's not gonna work. Jesus. And presumably we can't go high up here because Volvo have cocked us, yeah. Wait. Maybe not that cocked. Okay. Why are some of them true, false? Why are some of them... Okay, that's way too high. Yeah, thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. Come back another time. Yeah, Coffee Krills, what's up? I'm glad that you found... How did you find the stream, by the way? How did you find out I was streaming? That's something we ask people a lot these days, because... That's like one of the hardest parts about getting out to an audience, is that how the fuck do people find out you're streaming, you know? They don't, generally. So I'm trying to improve things, you know? Trying to get the message out there. But also my streaming is incredibly niche and weird, so... Streaming weird Counter-Strike grenades. Oh, okay. I was on the recommended list. Thanks, Twitch. Somebody has to test this. Does the water hear you? Can you... Is that client side only, or can other people hear the water? Okay, by recommendation, make recommendations too. That's sick. Nicely done. Probably not. Follow you on Twitter and got that from there. Probably know you on YouTube, so happy if... Okay, nice. Yeah, it takes time. I mean, building a streaming audience takes time. It just does. It takes time and, like, persistence, I guess, or consistency, or whatever people say. I'm okay with it. Is there any really freaky shit we could do here? No, we can't land grenade on those. We can on these, but it doesn't really matter. But it can be done. I mean, it is technically funny. First message from Gory? Digori? Zigori? I don't know. You're the voice of CS best ever. No glazing. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. It's the support is crazy. I actually feel a little bit bad because I feel like I've had a lot of support for a lot of years and I haven't really done much with it. As in, like, I've just kind of been casting Counter-Strike, right? But I feel like I could have been doing a lot more, so. But we're doing it now. Right, guys? We're doing it now. That's what matters. Joe Finn. Okay, yeah, I'll share. By the way, welcome. So we found out that, well, we found out that if people are standing in that corner and we crouch like this, we can pretty much shoot them in the head. Well, the problem is, again, they actually have to stand in the corner. Wait one sec. I'll show you. I'm not lying. You need to remove all these bots. And then we need to do this. Bot mimic 1. Okay, so this is a fairly popular position for a bunch of obvious reasons. But am I fucking it up already? I think I might be. I don't know. It was so easy before, wasn't it, chat? Oh, sorry. Okay, so anyway, we probably need to practice a little bit, but the truth is, like, that's 19 damage going through. So, like, once you stop fucking up like I am doing, and you kind of learn the angle for it, like, that's an enormous amount of that. And because the angle is so steep, you're always hitting people in the head. Maybe there is an easier way to do it too.
Checking our start point.
But yeah, anyway, regardless, we can figure out a way to do this. Like, it definitely will work. And I mean, if you want to be really aggressive, we just AWP someone there, but right, the other way to do it would be to just kind of like.
What do you see? At our start point.
Okay, well, but then, right, we could do that. And anyway, that's something. What else did we figure out? Oh yeah, we're looking at this position that Cyru likes to play in pro games. Like, he likes AWPing from here. So he's like taking this narrow angle and then he's ready to fight here, right? So he's doing this a lot. And that made us think, what if we can stand here and then shoot like this? And kind of hit him, which we figured out you can. Can't remember exactly how, but or maybe it's like this. Right, so like headshots, 31 damage, like that's a kill, basically. So if it turns out a lot of pros are playing here, we're probably going to be able to wreck them. We also found out that if you plant here, let's say, let's pretend like I planted it here in like a 1v1, and I take, oh, it's a big risk, you know, no doubt, but let's say it's like a sketchy one, and I'm like, I go up here and I wait, and then I guess they're trying to defuse or whatever, right? A lot of damage. I mean, you can do it with a Glock too. Like, that's 22 damage for a Glock bullet. I'm just saying that, like, a lot of people probably would feel quite sketchy about trying to stop a defuse with a Glock, but it can be done. Like, crouch. Well, this isn't a Glock at all anyway, but just saying. There is a way. As a concept. Like, we haven't spent too much time perfecting the concept. We're just trying to find things. What was the other thing that we cared about? CTs are going to be coming through here, and they're going to care deeply about... They're going to be putting pressure on. This is going to be such a battleground. Because Rops is already such a sneaky bastard that he's already making it one. Could you... Wait, if I run like this... Okay, so I can land a Molotov that kind of... The lighting in this map, second to none. Yeah, I really like... I like this map. I feel like people are a little bit crazy when it comes to the hatred. Why does that happen? Why is the world like that, though? Wait. What if I am low? Not that low. A little bit higher. So if I stand still down here... Why does that happen? Oh, okay. Could I ever do this in reality? Could I run here and then... Probably not. It has to be so quick for this to work. Is there any way else I can do this? I don't know the timing. Well, I do actually, that's a lie. Maybe you don't have to do that. You could just run up here and... I think you can do that. That's actually low-key kind of insane. I think you can beat them there. I think you can probably beat them there. Let's look. Let's look. We don't have to guess. We have Mr. Rops on video. We have you on video, Robin Cool. I do appreciate Rops for being clever. Okay, so that was the thing we were talking about. Apex flashes him in. Okay, so he actually does the thing. Oh my god, he just does the... We have a better version though, I think. Our version is way crazier. Okay, so we just reinvented part of what Robs is doing anyway. Why the fuck is Robs... Why is he ahead of me? How dare he? Does he know who I am? But if we throw it like this, we actually landed up there. Did you think about that, Robs, huh? You bastard. Don't we want... wouldn't we prefer that? think so. Robs over Anders, hell yeah. I'm coming for that spot on Vitality Robs any day now. Hold on, I have to go back and look at this. So, what's the timing like? Who spawned forward? Okay, the problem is... wait, where did it spawn? Okay, so he's not spawning like the most forward here, Fame. He's like the middle of the pack guy. But... what's the timing like if he kept running? The problem is... yeah, that is an issue. So, unfortunately, we've been foiled by Robs again, I think. He's probably right that you couldn't, timing-wise, you have to do this instead, or the other thing. You basically have to do this. Because if you keep running this far up, sure, you can get it in time, but in theory, they're going to be here. So, like, they're not going to give a fuck about the Molotov, they're just going to try and run you down. Did it snow today at me? I haven't even checked outside, I haven't been outside, so I haven't even looked out the window all day. So, zero question. I don't know. September. It's a banging song, this song. God, I hate losing to Robs. He doesn't know we're playing this game, but... can't really do that, can I? God, fucking damn it.
Check in. Back at our attack.
Low-key could be kind of interesting if you could get into this position on the T side. CT side, sorry. Couldn't it? Oh, don't make me try to do this again. I really don't want to. The problem is you can throw smoke through these windows. These windows. But you can't do it here because of this stupid roof. Fucking Valve and their rooftops. What am I doing? Oh.
What do you see? Checking our start point.
Yeah, it would have to be something like running. This is the problem we had last time, is we couldn't. Oh, I hate this shit. I really hate. I hate this roof, and I hate this giant thing, whatever it is. Like, fuck off.
What is happening? At our start point.
Yeah, we know. So we actually have. So yes. So if you stand here on the like, you have to shoot the windows, I think. But yes, you can do this. That's easy. So this is what Cyru does. And I was trying to come up with. He actually throws this. He actually throws the Molotov, and then he throws the smoke afterwards. And the reason he does that is he wants to make space for Robs to come running up here and basically try to take this fight. I think the smoke lands a little bit further back, but... Can I see the match like you had? What are we talking about? This edge thing? This thing? I think he can, but I don't think he wants to. I think he's trying to create, like... I'll try and show you. So if you go to Edge and sign up, it's free. I'm one of the co-founders of the company. Do it. Also, welcome to the stream, both of you. Hold on, let's see. I'll show you around where Cyber does it here. Right, so he Molotovs this position. Okay, in this round he doesn't smoke it. That's fair. But there is going to be another round where he does it. Oh, he actually also... He also smokes this one from here. That was going to be the next thing I wanted to try. Why are they ahead of me? It's very frustrating. I mean, they are being paid to play professional Counter-Strike, so maybe it's a good thing, but that's interesting. Okay. Okay, so this is the round, right? Right, so his smoke lands quite far back. You see? So his smoke basically lands all the way back here. And what it does is it creates a space for Robs or somebody else. Wow, it's not that far back, but it's a little bit further up. I was casting the game, so I know, but just to say, like, he's gonna be able to push up and take a very aggressive fight. But he also throws a smoke from here. Which presumably is pretty easy to throw. Wait. What the fuck? Where's this landing? Oh, okay. Oh, maybe he's not even jump throwing it. He's not. Oh, never mind. It's from over here. I'm really dumb. So he's throwing like... How fucking precise is this shit? Because it's not this. How the fuck? From way further back then? I mean, I could just go and check, but... Yeah, you'd have to, like, walk through it. Is that it? Interesting.
What is happening? Back at our start.
What do we do with that? What do we do with that? Well, what would happen? Not that we can. What would happen if we could smoke this position? Absolutely nothing. Okay. That's fine.
What do you see? At our start point.
We have to take no damage from that. Interesting. Okay, what's the timing? So the timing is we can kind of run up here and throw a smoke or a Molotov or whatever we want. It's probably not smoke, but it's gonna take too long. And there's no way we can get like anything else in there. We just can't do that. it doesn't really matter if we're running this way. Well, that's beautiful. Wow. We can't really fuck with Cyber when he's down there, can we? We can't look out either. Oh my god. Old train, by the way. 1.6 train. Boom. Damn, there's a lot to consider. All right. How are you guys doing? In the chat. It's been a kind of a... Man, it's been almost 8 hours streaming today. Holy shit. How the time flies when we're throwing grenades on train. Next time we should probably look at another map just so that it doesn't become too repetitive. What happens if you throw molotovs up there? Huh. Weird. Really weird. Oh shit, look at the cable management. Any IT people having any PTSD stuff going on? I mean, actually, this is probably actually really nice cable management for... So I've been in a server room or two in my life. I've seen some shit. Nice, guys. See the switch in the, yeah. I've been in some rooms where you're just like, man, if any of these things go unplugged, we're all fucked, like, for a week.
What is happening? At our start point.
There's no way I can stop him from doing this in the beginning of the round. I really can't. If I want to stop Cyber doing this, I basically have to smoke this position. Would that make sense? From the T side? If I just throw smoke here, so Cyber comes running, I can definitely smoke this position. I mean, it might actually make sense to do that. I'm gonna make a prediction. I think that people are gonna start doing that. One does not simply stop the woo, I know. But I think people are gonna start throwing the smoke. What's up, Ted? How are you? Did you just bobo me? What the fuck? Yeah, let me try and see if I can recreate this, Ted. It's probably gonna fuck up now that I'm... It's like one of those things when people are watching, you know? But if you're playing this corner, we kind of know how to shoot them. I mean, again, people are watching, kind of doing that. Oh yeah, I'm just shooting. Oh, I'm shooting way too far out. What am I doing? But yeah, okay. And it does like 19 damage, and because it's pretty much like an almost vertical shot, you're always gonna hit them in the head. So it's like, and it's gonna execute people, essentially. So anyway, yeah. We're not. I was shooting far out. Like we have to shoot like down like this, I guess. But yeah, like you can't not hit people in the head. Can you smoke from Seacon towards the server room? Yes. Yeah, this is super easy to do. Like this. This is what Saiwu is doing. And then he throws a Molotov that lands here. And then Robs is pushing up. And then the Molotov is kind of gone by the time he gets here, more or less. And then he's just controlling this a lot. It puts a lot of pressure on. What's up, Cheeks? You're back. You've awoken. We're still streaming. Well, Saiwu he has two different smokes. There's one that lands up there. He has another one that lands here. You're right. But Robs also has a smoke that he throws himself from here to that kind of lands up there, so that he can, and then Apex flashes him through. So then he's like good to go. It's crazy. Yeah. We also, what else did we do, guys? We kind of like wanted to find a way to clear out this, and I think we ended up agreeing more or less that this is probably the better way to do it, is to just to kind of like, maybe not like quite like that, but to kind of throw a grenade that kind of just goes like this. And it burns like this corner, and that's it. Like, for a hot minute, we wanted to find a grenade that could like, that could kind of burn all of this down here too. Because I mean, you understand why, Ted. Like the, you know, like imagine if you could clear this and this, so that, you know, anyone running out can just like focus on this fight. But we can't. Like, it's not possible. So, and then we were, yeah, but you can't do it. Like, we could do like, there's a Molotov we could throw here, like this, which burns this part. But the problem is, like, even if you can, yeah, it's, there was a lot of discussion about this earlier. Even if we throw it so that it's like, you know, let's say like right at that corner or whatever, it's gonna look like it's burning everything, but I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I'll show you in a second. Wait, I can just show you now because we have the thing on. But if people are standing here, oh, okay, maybe we can. Holy shit! If we could do that, yeah. The problem, I guess, there's the problem, right? Is that like in professional play, having like a pixel like this to stand on might be enough to fucking ruin your day, right? But I mean, it depends on how. But if we could do this, I'd be okay if I could mollo. I was trying to explain this to people earlier. If someone's holding here and someone's holding here, not that they necessarily would at the same time, but when I'm coming down, let's say I've got a smoke up here and I'm on the T side, when I swing this corner, I want to already know that I'm like hard clearing like this or this. I don't want to be like, you know, like kind of like doing both. So if we could Molotov in one of them, we're doing something right, you know? That's my thinking anyway. I'd rather do both, but that's not going to be doable. Cheeks, no matter what. No matter what, we can't do it. But anyway, there's like two versions of this. One is this one, which we can get, and the other one is the safer one, I guess, because we're like around the corner, which just involves running. I don't know. Oh, also, we learned that Saiwu likes to play this little corner quite a bit. He's AWPing from this one, like here and here. So we started investigating whether we could sort of ruin his day by playing from here. And then, I can't remember the lineup now, but was it like that, guys? No. Yeah, so like this. Right? We can do that. We can do that, Ted. What do you make of that? Then we tried to... we tried to beat Robs at his own stupid game, but we couldn't because it turns out he was ahead of me the whole time. I wanted to throw this Molotov. Running up here, I wanted to throw this Molotov. But I'm pretty sure the timing means you can't do it. And I think Rob's already figured that out because he throws this Molotov instead. So. Listen, cheeks, it's, you know, truth in advertising. It is literally just a guy throwing the same grenades over and over, or many of the same grenades. Yeah, I agree, Ted. It sucks. Yes! Obey, you're right. We are bringing the wall... We haven't... The other wall bang we have is this one. To, well, a little bit higher up, I guess. I can never remember if I'm crouching on it, but you guys get the point, right? Which... This was my thinking. When Cyber runs to do his protocol here, right? Let's just say he's just doing the smoke or whatever, right? Or he's doing this smoke, which I think it is, like he's doing this one, right? Whatever the fuck shit he's doing here. Like, let's say he's trying to do this one, and then... I mean, he doesn't do it like that, but let's pretend that he's doing that. When he's done doing this shit, he's gonna run out here. Which means he's gonna be delayed, which means if we know that timing, we can probably just set up in here and wait and kind of like shoot him down when he's coming. Something like this, right? I mean, we just have to get the line up. It's not important. Because that's like 30 damage per shot. So it's gonna be like, it'll be easy. Auto sniper, yeah, maybe. T-side auto sniper. You could, I mean, but I mean, for a professional game, you're not gonna be seeing that, right? But I'll show you guys. Like, let's do some. Let's not guess. Let's just look at it. We have the fucking technology. So let's look at this. Right. So the problem is, you could see here, like the T's. If the CTs run, right, then the T's can't really. They have to get like up here somewhere and shoot out, right? So they can't really do that in time. The Flammers is like underneath right now. But if Cyber's doing all this other shit, like, I can totally do it, right? Like, he's even at the corner throwing flashbangs. I can hit him at this corner. Like, as long as he's running straight, I'm not going to be there, but in any round where he's like... Look at how fucking quick they are, though. It's almost like they are professional players. They're so quick at throwing these grenades. It's crazy. This map hasn't been out that long. Like, it's actually wild to me. I like Train, Shadow. I appreciate the map. What's the more surefire way to do it? We can't really do it without. This is what we learned last time. We have to, like, jump up. Which kind of sucks a lot. Do we just want to try and AWP it? Anyone down to AWP? That's another AK. Good job. 57. 50. Oh, man.
Checking our start point. Clear.
No, that's not gonna work. Okay. That's not it, so...
What is happening? Second tower start.
Close.
All clear.
I mean, 19 damage isn't the most fun, I guess. But that's standing still. That's when we're shooting this thing. Let's say we run here.
At our start point. Clear.
Could you do that? I mean, you probably could. With the window console. No, the problem is we used to be able to do matte wireframe, but it doesn't work anymore. Because
What is happening? Checking our start point.
yeah, I don't think we can. Valve have fucked it up for us. We also can't do clip brushes. There used to be an R draw clip brushes. Wait, what if it's still there but it doesn't show in the draw clip brushes one? Unknown command? Fuck you guys.
Check in. Back down. Clear.
That's pretty high. I mean, that's kind of what we're looking for. So if you crouch here, and then just kind of shoot in this.
Back at our start. Clear.
Is that going to do anything? Let's say Cyrus here, doing his little tricks. Right, he's like a little... It's like a little gremlin down there, looking to throw his flashes and whatnot. We're not immediately killing him, that's for sure. Connecting some of it, but it's not the show-stopping. Oh, is that because of the health thing from earlier? Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Wait, what was the health thing? Holy shit, I forgot.
Check in. Checking our start point.
What? Oh shit, it's like on a whole new map. When did I do this? What's the... Oh, it's called regen something, right? Regen... True, false. Okay. Gonna be hard to test if we can't shoot people, isn't it? I mean, I'm not gonna lie, I think this could work, like. Classic track. Let's pretend that's like a line of people that we're trying to shoot. It's kind of cheating when we have T's down there because we can aim for them. But let's pretend that we can't. And we're just like, we knew we had to shoot in this quadrant, right? Oh, how am I shooting that wrong? Oh my god, guys. Crouch. Okay, so up against the wall is too far. I think it's gotta be fucking doable, right? And then just like, I think this is so super doable. I kind of want, I kind of fucking want to play like a matchmaking game, but the problem is in matchmaking, people aren't stopping to throw grenades, you know? Hold on. People said they wanted to see the auto sniper. If I sit here with an auto sniper, it's fucking 70 damage per hit. That actually low-key is kind of insane. That's so crazy.
Check in. All clear.
That's a really good point, Ted. That's actually not a bad idea. Because they're always gonna be playing 4A at the start of the round, right? So they're playing 4A, and then you're like, oh, have a fucking fun time rotating, guys. Yeah, Ted is Brazilian. He's not.
What is happening? All clear.
He's from, they call it the Brazil of Europe. It's Bulgaria. Right, Ted? I only say that because we met in Bulgaria, but... Yeah, G2 unfortunately beat up on BetBoom, who didn't have half their team, so that sucks. We didn't even learn anything, it just was what it was, you know. Okay, guys. Character-wise, yeah, that's what I mean, like. Bulgarian, yeah. Anything you utilize towards Ivy? We haven't really looked at it too much, to be honest. We noticed that Apex is pretty fond of throwing pop flashes from here. So like this, pretty fucking straightforward shit, but it works, you know? Not everything has to be super elaborate. I really like the Balkan, like, there's like a broad Balkan / Slavic, you know, view on life, which I just really find charming. The kind of life is hard and we just have to kind of, you know, we just have to deal with it, like, kind of, that always makes me, I just think that's very charming somehow. Everyone being into stoicism, yeah, something like that. For better or for worse, you know. Life is hard, but I'm harder, yeah, exactly. Okay, since we're into the auto sniper thing.
What is happening? Clear.
Okay. Why can't you shoot through that whole thing? Like, what's going on, guys? It is. Why is the whole map made of paper? Good luck rushing Ivy, guys. I didn't know. I've been sat here the whole time. I didn't really. Yeah, that's not true. My wife made chicken, like little chicken burgers with cheese in, so I ate one of those, and I love her for it. It's very cool. She's very sweet like that. It's Japan. The problem is you can't do it straight forward because there's a truck parked in the middle of this thing. By the way, this is what I spend my time on. I spend my time like looking at all of these little details on a map, like where does one thing end inside of a wall. You can wallbang this wall, Ted. Are you ready? Pretend you're like you're holding this right here as a CT, you know? You can shoot this. And with an AWP you shoot through. I mean, you can't with an auto sniper, but like the AWP can shoot through this wall. Like all of this. We're shooting through like 5 walls or something. There's another really funky mistake. I don't know how this works. This is a source thing, I think. Source 2 thing. Okay, so let's see if this works here. Yeah, so you can shoot through this metal For some fucking reason. So that means like if I'm shooting here, I'm hitting nothing, but if I'm shooting like in theory, like I'm shooting like into the map. I fucking don't know why, but like and it's useless anyway, you know? I'm not saying this is gonna be like a game-changing thing, but it is kind of funny, right? Don't ask me how long I've spent on doing this, by the way. Oh, Ted, you tell me about this actually. Now that you're here, I'm curious. Oh god, we got like nothing but good songs on this playlist. Holy shit. Okay, we got... Oh my god. Calm down, guys. No! Oh, why did they have to fuck it up? Hello? Okay. I feel like they are actually mocking me. Holy shit. Don't laugh. Okay. Okay, Ted. You're in a pistol round on the... You've lost the pistol round or whatever. You're like... You're forced round or whatever. You have like nothing on the CT side. You buy a... Did I just fucking toss the Molotov? Right. You buy a... Oh, I can't now because of the... Okay. Pretend I still have a smoke, okay? You throw the smoke to main from here. Your other 3 teammates run out. I have to get the smoke back. I can't. This is insane. I have to do it for my own sake, okay? I know it's irrational. You... So the other 3 people run out here. One of them has a deagle. The smoke from CT spawn lands like this. And then you do this. Maybe you don't actually do it that way because it might be dangerous, but then you do it like this. So you go out like this, and then you deagle up top. I mean, it's a bit, not a bit, it's a massive gimmick, but it made me laugh at any rate. Cause like, imagine how fucked you'd be if you're coming from here. You're like, oh, I'm already dead. Fuck. And you're waiting for the smoke, right? Like, assuming the smoke doesn't go too deep or whatever, right? You're like, fuck my life. Only needs to work once, yeah. I think it could be fun. We'll put it in a video, fuck it anyway. Yeah, that is true. The T's do like to throw these mollies for out here. That is true. And flashes, yeah, you're right. There's another thing they were wondering about a little bit. I still think this could work. Whoops. If you, if I'm on the T side, and let's say I land the smoke like this, I think a lot of CTs are gonna just jump up here because, you know, if you can shoot people in the back line, that's good. You can see if they jump up on the train. Like, I'm doing something as opposed to waiting down here, right? Not that people wait a lot for smokes anyway nowadays, but let's say that's the thing, you know? So like that smoke lands, I go up here on the CT side to try and look as I'm waiting for my teammates to rotate or whatever. If I'm here, like we can wallbang you from all the way in here, like pretty efficiently. Oh, it's another banging song. Anyone remember Nelly? Furtado? Zach, this is actually a brilliant song. I really like it. So, like this. Whatever. Was this the video with the noodles? I can't remember. I can't remember. But probably, yeah. Damn, guys. All right. It's been a fucking long stream again, which is good. I like it. But at some point, it's probably time to call it quits. So I'm going to send all you lovely people over to somebody else. Time for a matchmaking train game. That would be sick to do right now. I'm going to send you guys over to Stewie because he rated me not that long ago. Say hi to Jake for me. I appreciate it. Thanks to all the new people for tuning in. It's been really awesome. Go say hi to Stewie. Give Jake my love. And I'll see you guys here back tomorrow. We're doing more COSTREAM with the Blast stuff. So, you know, 4 o'clock or whatever it was. GG's, guys. And yeah, thanks for all the support again. It's appreciated. Cheers.